Chapter 1 The Prologue. Nuna no shot Hipocalypse Camino Beaverthing transpired, tis we flfor humanitatori act, and Bethedamete grasped the gravity of the situation, it was already too late. In the spring of the year 2095, according to the old calendar, the world teetered on Thebering Cophacatastrophicor. A devastating nuclear conflict obliterateth every home's Hadamana tirelig upon for survival, leaving corpse sestron across lane diet, this did lit to halt the ongoing warfare. On the night of December 20, 2095, the frigid winter wind sholed mercilessly, and the waragedin, while the populace besit themselves with preparations for the impending new year. Instead of usual joy, an atmosphere of anxiety prevailed, with conversations sovereignly on the leas revolving around the devastation of war. That night, the sky flickered with a bluish light, leading the people to speculate but which nation had unveiled no through advance said we happen. By 2097, a plethora of animals should undergo mutation sprang to stowering height, rat stretching 2 meters long, andro chest glowing with a sinister green luminescence. Yet, humanity's wars persisted, as they continued to battle for their own interests. In 2098, a significant number of famansals began to mutate, turning Ganoni and other ants spreading the infection. Initially, scientists believed thighs was a result of the nuclear war, but virologists confirmed emergence of a novel virus, for which they could not procure samples, leaving Themidalist at codenamed X. The virus exhibited neurocontrol capabilities and spread at an alarming rate, primarily through bodily fluids, including blood, saliva, and secretions. Any infected individual hobiter scratched another would transmit the contagion, with an incubation period of 3 to 7 days, the infectiousness of which during that time remained down. By 2099, the number of infected surged dramatically, surpassing manageable limits. Humanity's countermeasure has faltered, and the war finalized, heralding the commencement of a conflict tone between the infected and the infected. In the year 2100, marking the turn of the new calendar, after a rough resistance, humanity's territory had shrunk significantly, and their numbers dwindled. 6 territoria had fallen. For the first time, humanity achieved global unity, establishing a world-united government. That year, the highestly drove to government sorrowful line formed world that global power supply had been exhausted, leaving insufficient electricity for daily life. The first phase of Ammonite's defensive war was declared a failure, and local governments were sked with constructing shelters to provide refuges. The apocalypse had ascended. The PPE embraced the tears the dawn of Fanura, hoping for a fresh beginning to end the global catastrophe swiftly. In the second year of the new calendar, extraordinary individuals began to emerge across various regions, their origins and mystery that baffled scientists. However, under the leadership of these extraordinary beings, humanity achieved its first victory since Sethian Satov Hipocalypse, reclaiming Gasity in Region H. Yet, the infected continued to evolve and grow stronger. By the fifth year of the new calendar, the infection was no longer confined to human southern animals consuming infected corpse cessels and soft contagion, attacking Ganyan infected asperi. For the remaining humans, this was a cruel twist of fate, as they watched the fruits of 5 years of hard-won victorious during Toish, forced on some more into hiding. Meanwhile, the extraordinary individuals are far too few in number, and to this day, the source of thyrability is remained covered. However, unity among these individuals was tenuous distrust drain among them. Their powers could be enhanced, pickling infected being sore animals, but slangany and other would lead to significant boosts in thyrabilities, further escalating tensions. What lies ahead for humanity on Thyssen Curtain Path? Author's note. As a novice writer, a humble secure guidance and support. Any shortcomings in me work, please feel free to point out. Thank you. Chapter 2 Lin Yin. You are a good person. My name is Lin Yin, and I have just graduated from H University, officially stepping into theorem of society. 6 months ago, after 21 years of being single, I finally won the heart of my goddess, Wei, and we confirmed a romantic relationship and engagement. Everything seemed perfect until that fata full day arrived. Get online, Lin Yin. Yo were ruderly crush a deister dato day, you must redeem yourself. The voice of my best friend, Hu Jiahao, echoed through the fin. Heizami college classmate and dasted fast companion. Glancing at my phone, I found the last message from Wei. Do you have it a metamoro? Let's go hiking through Santa Cespit nearby. 2 horse passed without an reply, and a sense of dread settled in my heart. Although we had confirmed a relationship, Our interaction shad been limited holding hands, and we had never gone in an actual dit. Jaya hoofd agam, warning Thadi got a sight just dreaming garuzing misa backup. Regardless, we're engaged, and Niko Sito Believathe exceptions existed. Linyan Hadronyup without parents, raised by me grandparents, Anway Weiss parent shade initially opposed Darunian, thought the ultimate lees I'd nothing further. Sighing, I'd sided not toa no longer. Jahao, let's get online idleness service na purpose. These wasp the latest popular multiplayer competitive egamy, and while he had little line tier stingaming, I succumbed to Jiahas relentless persuasion. As I boated up my computer, a notification popped up 2-meter long rat spotted in country F, highlight aggressive torturemans, eradicate dafter half in whore. These was not the fear strepor toff mutated creature shalver, their number shad surged, primarily in nations ravaged by nuclear war. Mysida had remained untouched by such conflict, allowing jits residents dalaviraltatively leisurely lives. Suddenly, a news alert caught my attention in country reports a cannibalism incident. My heart raced, recalling an old movie I had watched at a Kadisego, Wickboria an uncanny resemblance to thunfolden events. It must be overthinking this such thing Surimer li the stuff off science fiction. Ding, me phone a kimid with a new message, and I hurried to check it, only to find an advertisement. My excitement twas instant litist. In Mears, Jia's irritating voice rang out, "Oh, you're got a seniwa message? You're really failing here if you keep thigh sup, you'll seek again. Trust me, Bangasimp never insult. Get lost? Our matter sereno no fio your concern. After this match, I'm done I have a data per prefer. Alright, good luck." After concluding a match, I noticed a message from Wei why the Thay arrived unbeknownst home. With a heart full of anticipation, I opened it, only to be met with Indru's hawk. "Lin Yin, let's break up. You're a good person and can find some own bitter. I'm sorry, please don't contact me again." While he was still processing the information, Shehad already blocked him. "No, I must understand with this is happening. What on earth occurred?" After stepping outside, he held a capto Wei Weisham. However, upon my arrival, he was stunned to see her descending the stairs with Anna Thurman, someone I recognized Wei Wei's ex-boyfriend, Wang Hao, Thessanophanuv Yarish. Wei Wei and Wang Ha spotted me swole. With a frown, Wei Wei said, "What ariatoing hair? Didn't I say Weridone? I'm sorry you're a good person, and I don't want to hurt you. Please go back you'll find some own bitter." In that moment, I had 1,000 words to say, yet he found Mijelfitter speechless, watching the retreating figures. Tears swella dupen mize, but I cold not cree. So, it truly am just a backup, Ami? Lost in my thoughts, a friend to for help sudden Lipier said the air, jolting me back to reality. It turned around, only to be met with a greater shock. Author's note. This is a me fierce attempt to triting, and it may be a bit chaotic. I hope for your support. Thank you. Chapter 3. The Advent of the Apocalypse. Lin Yin witnessed several blood-soaked individuals attacking passers-by on the street. Wasn't this the very scenario he had just seen in the news about cannibalism? Could it be true? Had this truly come to pass? Lin Yin joined the throng of people fleeing. This was no time for levity. Setting aside the question of survival, if it were indeed like the movies, being bitten or scratched could mean becoming one of them. The mere thought was terrifying. Remaining behind would only make him fodder for their insatiable hunger. First squad, provide cover for the civilians as they retreat to safety. Second and third squads, engage and obstruct. Fourth squad, stand by for medical assistance. Fifth squad, secure the high ground. Report the current situation to me and authorize the use of all weaponry. I repeat, authorize the use of all weaponry. When the populace saw the troops approaching, they surged toward them like bees drawn to nectar. Fortunately, those monstrosities moved at a sluggish pace, only marginally faster than a typical human. First warning. Cease your activities. Place your hands on your head and crouch down. This had no effect whatsoever. Second warning. If you do not comply, we will open fire. The command to fire came as the captain received word from superiors that numerous locations worldwide were experiencing rampant cannibalism. The government classified these individuals as infected, suspecting that the atmosphere had been compromised by nuclear weapons, leading to mutations. Their vitality was alarmingly robust. They could still function even with severed limbs, and their numbers were overwhelming. Bang, bang, bang. The captain fired 3 shots, hitting one infected person in the chest and one in each leg. To the astonishment of those present, The infected merely fell, only to rise again, seemingly impervious to pain. It can't be killed. What do we do now? Target the head. Aim for a clean kill, bang. The sound of a sniper rifle echoed from above, and one infected fell to the ground, a hole now present in its forehead. Good shot. Open fire immediately. We must resolve this swiftly, Captain. Squad 5 reports that infected individuals have appeared all around us. I recommend leading the civilians to safety. Their numbers are considerable, and with only 5 members per squad, we are severely outnumbered. Squad 5, inform me of areas with fewer infected where we can break through. The rear is relatively clear. Squad 5, regroup quickly. First squad, lead the civilians to retreat. Second squad, pave the way ahead. Third and fourth squads, cover the flanks. Squad 5, provide rear guard. Quick retreat. Understood. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yin searched for Wei Wei, yearning to salvage their connection. Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a cacophony. Someone had transformed amidst them. Run! They're here too. The voices rose and fell, and the situation spiraled completely out of control. Quick, let us enter this building and blow up the stairs to wait for backup. They rushed into a 15-story office building, where a few infected lingered, but significantly fewer than outside. As Lin Yin entered the building, he inadvertently caught sight of Wei Wei's silhouette. She hadn't teammated inside, and Lin Yin resolved to save her. He needed to understand what was happening. Was she in danger, or was it something else? He refused to believe that Wei Wei could truly leave him. Most of us are inside. Detonate the stairs. Captain, there are still people outside. There's no time. The infected are among them. Detonate now. Chapter 4. The Chosen One. A tremendous explosion echoed as the stairs were blown apart, sending those outside into a frenzy. Fear, cries, angry shouts, and desperate pleas filled the street. Lin Yin pursued the direction where Wei Wei had gone, the crowd now in utter disarray. Finding a single person amidst such chaos was nearly impossible, especially while evading the infected. Turning into a narrow alley, he found it relatively deserted and safer. If Wei Wei sought to escape the throng, this alley was indeed the best choice, as it offered openness and fewer obstacles. Grabbing a brick from the roadside for defense, he had no time to seek a more suitable weapon. The brick, while simple, was a formidable tool, abundant and readily available, far superior to facing the infected unarmed. Finally reaching the alley's end, he spotted 2 figures. As he approached, he realized they were not Wei Wei, nor were they human. 2 infected individuals approached him, their mouths emitting ghastly sounds, eyes filled with a sinister hue. Moving with a mechanical stiffness. I don't know. How unlucky can I be? Lin Yin assessed the brick in his hand, feeling a flicker of confidence. Aim for the head. 1 strike must suffice. There are no second chances. Steeling himself, he noted that the first infected was burly while the second resembled an elderly person. His target was the robust one. If he could incapacitate it, the elderly one would pose little threat. Seizing the moment, Lin Yin lunged forward, raising the brick to strike the head of the larger infected. The impact felt strange. He exerted considerable force, yet it did not feel like striking flesh. The resistance was minimal, almost as if he were cracking open a walnut. The burly infected collapsed, and to Lin Yin's surprise, the blood that flowed was semi-coagulated. This victory bolstered Lin Yan's confidence. Indeed, skill triumphs. A single brick can fell a foe. The frail infected was even easier to dispatch. After eliminating both, Lin Yin had to reconsider his next move. It was clear Wei Wei hadn't come this way. This encounter had instilled calm within him. Returning now would be akin to voluntarily walking into the jaws of danger. Though he possessed a brick, the sheer number of infected on the street could easily overwhelm him, even if he stood still. He needed to prioritize his own survival before seeking Wei Wei. Just as he resolved to leave, time seemed to freeze. He could not move yet could observe everything around him, including the infected. As if a pause button had been pressed. Fear not. I shall not harm you. I merely wish for you to engage in an internal dialogue, which will effectively suspend the passage of time outside. Lin Yin realized he could converse with his inner self without uttering a sound. Who are you? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters more is who you are. You are one of the chosen ones. Congratulations. The Chosen One? Chapter 5. Choices, Flames of Destruction indeed. You are one of the chosen ones. Congratulations. You may yet become a savior. For Lin Yin, The information was overwhelming. The sudden outbreak of infected in the city, reminiscent of what he had seen referred to as zombies on television. He could communicate with his inner self, or perhaps someone was conversing with him within. Most shocking of all was the title of Chosen One. What did it truly signify? Listen closely, young man. A chosen one is a person selected by fate. You will gain immense powers and abilities, the greatest advantage being your heightened chances of survival in this chaotic world. Ah, I see. This means my odds of survival have increased. But surely there are others like me. Indeed, you are not alone. Though the numbers are few, I must advise you to refrain from displaying your abilities in front of those you do not trust. For revealing your identity as a chosen one could invite deadly peril. Consider this a friendly warning. Deadly peril? Shouldn't we unite to navigate this apocalypse swiftly? Of course. However, to enhance your abilities, you must hunt infected beings. Seek out remnants of divine shards left behind, or even eliminate other chosen ones to augment your power. Even among the chosen, there are rankings. For instance, you are currently at the initial stage of 0 stars. But having just dispatched those 2 infected, you are now at 1 star. Each level has a star rating ranging from 0 stars to a maximum of 5 stars. Upon reaching 5 stars, you can refine yourself to ascend to the next tier. The tiers are divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and then into the earth tier, which further divides into minor and major earth tiers. The heaven tier is similarly categorized. Upon reaching major heaven tier at 5 stars, you will enter the divine tier, beyond which you must discover for yourself. Lin Yin felt newfound skills emerging within him. The first was perception, enabling him to sense any object within a 3-meter radius. Penetrating most obstacles for awareness, continuously active at the cost of stamina, with mental strain increasing over time. As one progresses through the ranks, the range and variety of perception expand. The second skill, Dimensional Realm, allows the creation of a personal dimension, enabling the user to teleport to any location within 5 meters. Point 1 can also conceal oneself within this dimension for a maximum duration of 10 minutes, as well as store items inside it. The cooldown period for teleportation is 1 minute, and each use depletes stamina and energy. As levels increase, both the teleportation distance and the duration of entry improve. Beyond the Earth level, others can be invited into 1S dimension. The third skill, Blazing Inferno, is a fire-based attack that generates a 5-meter diameter flame centered on oneself, incinerating any objects that enter its range. The user can choose the target at will, with a cooldown period of 15 minutes and significant stamina and energy consumption for each activation. As levels rise, so does the range and potency of the attack. The fourth skill and those that follow remain shrouded in mystery, representing unknown abilities. Lin Yin inwardly lamented. Of the 3 skills, only one was offensive, while the other 2 were supportive. With each level gained, only a single skill point is awarded, which can be used to enhance or learn a skill, and the lengthy cooldowns render him hesitant to use them frivolously. The primary concern was survival, and thus he resolved to select Blazing Inferno, seeking a suitable weapon while vowing to refrain from using the skill unnecessarily until a true crisis arose. Chapter 6. My good brother Fatty. The immediate challenge was to secure a reliable weapon that would facilitate his escape and lead him to a safe haven. Skills are indeed beneficial, but they cannot be employed without limit. They should only be utilized when one's life is at stake. The priority was to survive. Ideally, he sought a long weapon, such as a bat, which would provide effective self-defense. However, finding such an item in this narrow alley proved difficult, especially with the infected drawing nearer. He had to make do with whatever he could find and quickly seek shelter to process the overwhelming information he had encountered today. Lin Yin hastened his steps to leave the area, pondering where to go in this vast city. Home? The journey was perilously long, and the route was fraught with danger. Just then, his phone rang, furrowing his brow. Lin Yin quickly retrieved his phone to answer, aware that such a noise could attract the infected. It was Fatty on the line, exclaiming, "Oh no, we're in chaos. There are hordes of zombies outside my door." It is quite entertaining. Fatty had always been an aficionado of zombie films and television shows, and among Lin Yin's friends, he was undoubtedly the expert in this field, reveling in the pandemonium. I'm currently outside. The city is in disarray. Can you still get into your house? Lin Yin queried. Of course, I can enter. But how will you reach me? The route from your place to mine is treacherous, cutting through the city center. You'd likely end up as zombie fodder? No, I'm not at home. I'm near Weiwei's place. There are a few side streets leading to your house that are relatively safe, better than trying to return home or remaining outside. That's a definite improvement. Come over. I'm armed. All right, I'm silencing my phone and heading over now. After hanging up, Lin Yin sprinted towards Fatty's residence. The path was mostly comprised of alleyways, and even the main roads were sparsely populated, rendering them somewhat safer. Fatty lived in the southern outskirts of the city, whereas Lin Yin resided northward, closer to the city center. His greatest concern was for his grandparents, who lived in the countryside. Given their advanced age, they would struggle to cope with such a crisis. He needed to find a way back to rescue them. Having lost his parents in an accident, Lin Yin had been raised by his grandparents. Fostering a deep bond with them, on his way, Lin Yin finally stumbled upon a makeshift weapon, a discarded baseball bat, durable and of a manageable length. After dispatching a few infected, Lin Yin felt a surge in his abilities. It was apparent that not only could he enhance his skills, but his stamina, endurance, and observational prowess were also improving. This enhancement was alarming, as it distinguished him from ordinary individuals, significantly increasing his chances of survival. For his next skill upgrade, Lin Yin decided to enhance the spatial capabilities of his dimensional realm, enabling him to carry fewer items while allowing for a swift escape, thus augmenting his odds of survival. Soon, Lin Yin arrived at the foot of Fatty's building. What usually required half an hour took him only 10 minutes, and to his relief, there were few infected loitering outside. However, upon his arrival, the infected emitted low growls, all turning their gaze towards him. Lin Yin understood that if he were surrounded, it would lead to a fierce battle, and he was reluctant to reveal his identity as the chosen one prematurely. Unsure if others like him lurked nearby at that moment, he heard Fatty's voice calling out, "Quick, get inside. Their movements are slow. I'll open the door." Indeed, Fatty was a true friend. After their phone conversation, he had remained by the window, vigilant for Lin Yin's arrival. Lin Yin dashed forward, entering Fatty's home just before being encircled by the infected, promptly shutting the door behind him. The sound of banging against the door echoed outside. "Stay quiet. I've observed them. As long as we remain silent, they will cease their pounding after a while." In a wonder, Fatty was considered an expert in these matters. His deductions were spot on. After a few minutes, the outside noise quieted, and the infected began to wander aimlessly once more. "Thanks for your help, Fatty." "Not a problem. We're brothers, after all. Come on, let us head to the second floor. I have something interesting to show you." Fatty's home was a small villa in the suburbs. His parents were present but, under Fatty's calming influence, displayed minimal emotional turmoil, though their faces were pale, indicating they had also been quite frightened. Chapter 7. Ready for action upon reaching the second floor? Lin Yin observed Fatty engaged in crafting something. It appeared to be protective gear, fashioned from books into semi-cylindrical shapes, wrapped in thick tape. "Fatty, is this your protective gear?" "Indeed, Xiao Yin. You've noticed. If you wear these on your limbs, dealing with the outside zombies will be manageable. I plan to create armor and a helmet shortly. I've almost finalized the weaponry. Once we finish, we'll make our way to the countryside, where there are fewer people, making it safer. Venturing into the city without the protagonist's aura will surely spell doom. I also want to check on my grandparents' safety. Let us hurry. The longer we delay, the more dangerous it becomes. There's no rush. We want to depart today at it's noon now, and by the time we finish these items, it will be afternoon. If we set out then, we won't reach the countryside until nightfall, which would be perilous. In my opinion, it's best to leave tomorrow morning. The night will undoubtedly be more hazardous than now." "All right, you're the expert. I'll follow your lead. What should I do?" "Simple enough. Roll these books to the size of your arms and wrap them in tape. Just ensure the tape is facing outward. When the time comes, we can secure them to your arms with more tape. For your legs, we'll need to bind two together for extra reinforcement. How many more arm pieces do you need?" "I'll handle the chest armor." Crafting the arm protection was straightforward, but the chest armor proved to be far more intricate. It required finding suitable books, binding them together, and ensuring both the front and back were covered, resembling a vest. In no time, Fatty had used up several rolls of tape, prompting Lin Yin to wonder where Fatty had acquired such a surplus. "Fatty, does your family sell tape? How did you gather so much? Didn't you see the news reports about zombie outbreaks in other countries?" "I prepared ahead of time. I saw the reports as well but dismissed them, thinking it was just another consequence of war. That moment, Fatty glanced at a news alert stating that incidents of cannibalism were erupting globally, with experts tentatively attributing it to the aftermath of nuclear warfare. Governments claimed the situation was under control, urging citizens to minimize outings and adopt protective measures. Fatty, it seems the issue isn't too dire. I suspect the military will arrive shortly. It's hard to say. The current state of affairs outside is grim, in my view. We should focus on self-preservation. The food supplies at home are dwindling, with less than 3 days' worth remaining. We must find a way out. Otherwise, we might starve here. Besides, aren't you concerned about your grandparents? Fine. I'll heed your advice. I also hesitate to call my grandparents. If they're hiding well, my phone ringing could attract the infected. That's for certain. The government insists on using a trendy name for them, infected, when they could simply call them zombies. By the way, I forgot to ask. Aren't you supposed to be looking for Weiwei? Where is your goddess? Why didn't she come with you? Alas, speaking too much only brings tears. She must have reconciled with her ex-boyfriend. Really? That's hard to believe, considering they were engaged. What on earth is happening? Lin Yin recounted the day's events in detail to Fatty. You are simply too honest and lack the skill to converse with women. How could someone as handsome as you not manage that? Yet, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. If Weiwei truly intends to reunite with Wang Hao, she should have called off the engagement first. How could she explain her actions to her parents? In this day and age, it is no longer customary to demand money for engagements or bridal dowries. Engagements are merely verbal agreements, yet they are known among friends and family, making it rare for anyone to back out. You rewrite, I was so caught up in my own feelings that I overlooked this aspect. All right, brother, perhaps Weiwei has her own unspoken troubles. Right now, there's no time to rescue her. Going now would be tantamount to seeking one's own demise. Let us wait until we stabilize first. By 6 or 7 in the evening, the protective gear for the group was fully prepared, and all necessary supplies had been gathered. Fatty's parents, too, appeared less tense than before. Their faces slightly flushed. Initially, Lin Yin had considered using his otherworldly space to help store their belongings, but he ultimately decided against it, not due to distrust, but out of fear that the information might overwhelm them. That moreover, is it possible to eliminate all of them given their overwhelming numbers? If we merely injure them without killing, the next to fall will be ourselves. At this moment, Lin Yin was also sweating profusely, realizing he had no choice but to take a gamble. Currently, there were at least 60 to 70 infected encroaching upon them. Relying solely on their weapons to take them down one by one might not present a substantial threat. Yet it would consume an inordinate amount of time, potentially allowing even more infected to swarm in. By that time, they would be utterly exhausted, unable to finish the fight. What Lin Yin was doing now was waiting. Waiting for the majority of the infected to enter the range of attack, striving to resolve the situation in one fell swoop, which would significantly ease their escape and grant them enough time to flee. Half a minute later, the infected were on the verge of engaging with Lin Yin and his group. Just as the rotund man was anxiously waiting, and his parents were feeling uneasy, Lin Yin made his move. He activated his first skill, Raging Inferno, feeling an intensely hot energy surge through his body, filling him with power. With a focused thought, he unleashed the flames. Fiery tongues erupted from the ground, capable of following Lin Yin's will to attack. The rotund man and his parents felt no heat from the flames, but reality dictated that their temperature must have been exceedingly high, for in an instant, any infected that came into contact with the fire was transformed into a flaming figure. Collapsing with their bodies charred beyond recognition, the intensity of the flames was unfathomable, incredible. The rotund man found himself at a loss for words to describe his current emotions. Let us hurry, more infected will converge soon. Yes, let us move quickly. The few remaining infected posed no challenge, swiftly dispatched with ease. Chapter 10. Grandparents, I have returned after resolving the immediate troubles. Lin Yin and his companions hastily traversed the street. Reaching the outskirts, the view in the suburbs was significantly more expansive. Although there were still infected present, they were scattered and posed little threat. Reflecting on their recent close call, the rotund man remarked, "If you hadn't come to find us, we might have ended up smiling in the netherworld. Can't you say something more positive? It's a miracle we managed to escape, and you're already talking about smiling in the netherworld? I should have given you a beating after all," the rotund man's father chided with a laugh. "You are my best brother, and as an expert in this field, naturally, I sought you out first. It's all about mutual aid. Now, I plan to find my grandparents. What are your intentions? Where do you plan to go next? At the moment, we truly have nowhere to go. Having escaped the city, The next destination is uncertain. I doubt the countryside is safe either. We should stick together for mutual support and safety, the rotund man suggested. Are you making decisions for your parents now? Lin Yin's father responded. We are indifferent. We will follow Jiahao's lead. However, having more people to look out for each other is indeed wise. Lin Yin, your uncle still finds you quite incredible. He hasn't quite grasped the situation yet. All right then, let us first check on my grandparents in the village, and hopefully, they are safe. As he spoke, Lin Yin's voice caught in his throat. The journey was not too far. Walking would take about 2 hours. But at Lin Yin's current pace, they would arrive in just over 10 minutes. However, with the rotund family accompanying them, their speed was understandably reduced. Initially, as they left the city for the suburbs, the number of infected on the road had noticeably decreased. The further they ventured into the countryside, the fewer infected they encountered, with more normal individuals present. Some villages seemed entirely unaware of the infection, indicating that rural areas had yet to be affected. The outbreak likely originated in the city center. The countryside remained untouched, demonstrating that higher population density correlates with greater danger. I suspect that soon the countryside will also face an onslaught. As we travel, I'm uncertain how to explain our situation. Claiming there are zombies would hardly be believed. The rotund man lamented. In truth, Lin Yin and his companions inadvertently frightened the rural inhabitants as they passed. Clad in makeshift armor and carrying various luggage, weapons in hand, their bodies stained with blood. What were they up to? If they claimed it was a vacation, few would find it credible. Some villagers even picked up their phones to report. What on earth is happening today? The police aren't answering. Are there rioters rampant? The leaders of each village emerged to observe, yet none dared to approach. Lin Yin and his group understood that explanations would be futile, so they pressed on towards home. About half an hour later, they encountered others, bloodied and disheveled. Hey, strange occurrences happen yearly, but today seems exceptionally rife. What is going on? Is anyone even caring? Had Lin Yin been present, he would have noticed that many among them bore bite marks and exhibited varying degrees of weakness, clear signs of impending infection. Upon entering the village, some attempted to greet Lin Yin, but upon seeing their disheveled appearance, they feigned ignorance and hurried away. Lin Laoj, it's terrible. Your grandson seems to have committed murder. The village chief rushed toward Lin Yin's home in a panic. After recounting the events, Lin Yin's grandmother wept. Impossible. I know my own grandson. He would never do such a thing. Lin Yin's grandfather also found it hard to believe such accusations. Just then, Lin Yin's voice rang out from outside. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm back. Chapter 11. Establishing a defense. Lin Yin's grandmother could no longer remain seated. This was a monumental issue. However, Lin Yin's grandfather remained composed, saying, Why the rush? Can't you trust Yin? Lin Yin's grandmother was filled with anxiety. How could she rest easy? If this were true, it would be catastrophic. As Lin Yin and his group entered the house, the village chief was still present. Feeling a pang of regret for having reported such alarming news. What if these individuals silenced him? Furthermore, the police were not answering calls. Lin Laoj, please don't be angry. Let us first ascertain what is happening. Please, do not act impulsively, the village chief urged, attempting to play the peacemaker, hoping to avoid any repercussions. Lin Yin, what is the meaning of all this? Who are these people? Grandpa, this is Fatty and his parents. The city has descended into chaos, but we've yet to be affected here. Lin Yin recounted the details, explaining that he hadn't changed his clothes or removed his makeshift armor for fear of encountering infected in the countryside. Caution is the mother of safety. Yin, you mustn't think we're too old to be deceived by your tall tales, I assure you. I speak nothing but the truth if you don't believe me. Check the news on television or the internet. The city is exceedingly unsafe. It's only a matter of time before this reaches us. All right, I believe you, but you must find a way to convince everyone else. First, change your clothes. Who wouldn't be frightened seeing you like this? Understood. We will change and then inform the villagers to prepare as swiftly as possible. While Lin Yin and his companions showered and changed, the village chief began assembling all the villagers. Many had already seen the news and were now firmly convinced of Lin Yin's account. The villagers felt a rising panic, uncertain of where safety lay, leading to suspicion even among their own. Chief, I suspect that Dogdan might be involved. A few days ago, he sustained a severe injury to his knee, claiming it was an accident. Perhaps he was infected. Come on, that was from when I fell off my bike. Dogshan can attest to that. can't you, Dog Shung? Well, you just returned from the city a couple of days ago. You're not infected, are you? A cacophony of voices erupted. Enough! Let us not argue. Lin Yin is back from the city. He claims to have slain many infected and is unharmed. We should listen to their account to prepare ourselves. The village chief interjected. The crowd fell silent, then began murmuring about Lin Yin and his companions. Yes, I saw them earlier today. They looked terrifying, clad in armor, blood-spattered, wielding weapons, each one a ferocious sight. Now that's what I call professionalism. I know Lin Yin well. We were close friends back in the day. How do we know they truly came from the city? They could have killed someone and stolen their belongings on the way. At that moment, Lin Yin and his group arrived at the central village stage. The crowd quieted immediately. I shall dispense with pleasantries. This is my good friend, Fatty, and these are his parents. Thanks to them, I managed to escape the chaos in the city. It's already in disarray, and I fear it will soon reach us. Our immediate priority is to devise a strategy to fend off the infected and consider our next escape route. The situation outside is uncertain. Does anyone have suggestions? I believe we should set up barricades to prevent them from entering. As for where to flee afterward, we can discuss that later. I think we should seal off the village. From this moment forth, no one is allowed to enter. The discussions erupted into a chorus of voices. Lin Yin understood that continuing this unfocused debate was futile. Time was of the essence, and they could not predict when the infected would arrive. The consensus regarding the opinions and suggestions has become quite clear to me. What we unanimously agree upon is the establishment of our defensive line to fend off the onslaught of the infected. Subsequently, the parents of Pongzi will lead the village's elderly, women, and children to craft protective gear for everyone, designed to prevent bites. The construction process is rather straightforward, utilizing books and tape. Albeit somewhat cumbersome, it will ensure our safety. From this point forward, you shall serve as our logistical support team. The remaining young men will gather at Pongzi's location, where we will divide into 5 groups, forming our combat sequence. The first 4 groups will be responsible for erecting barricades and temporarily denying entry to outsiders. Your task is the most critical and perilous. The remaining group requires only 4 individuals, tasked primarily with gathering usable weapons, including farming tools, for communal use. Additionally, it is imperative to safeguard our crops, as they will be our sustenance in the future. In times like these, rather than succumbing to fear, people surprisingly exhibit bravery, with even the elderly eager to join the combat ranks. I have spent nearly 70 years in this village, and I am well acquainted with every nook and cranny. Even if it means serving as a guide, I am up to the task, though I am not adept at embroidery. Very well, Uncle Zhang, you shall take 4 individuals to collect weapons, thereby preparing for battle. Rest assured, I am familiar with everyone in the village. A temporary command structure was swiftly established, readying us for the impending storm. Chapter 12. Breakthrough, intermediate level. After outlining all the necessary tasks, Lin Yin summoned Pongzi to his room for a private discussion. Pongzi, our stay here is merely temporary. In the coming days, I will inform the villagers to gather their belongings and be prepared to leave at a moment's notice. Have you contemplated where we might go? It's uncertain which locations are still safe. For now, this place remains secure. Indeed, it is secure for the time being. However, I sense that our hastily formed organization may falter against a wave of dozens or hundreds of infected. Can we truly hold our ground? Even if we manage to withstand them, the casualties will be grievous, and we might face successive assaults. I understand. The initial wave of infected will likely be manageable. We can hold out for now, but beyond that, it becomes uncertain. This is precisely my concern. I envision you leading a few familiar with the terrain to scout for suitable routes for our retreat. While the village gathers all usable vehicles, ownership remains with the original owners, and drivers should remain unchanged. This way, we will have transportation at our disposal, centrally managed to avoid unnecessary chaos. We must communicate this clearly. As we are all fellow villagers, rest assured, I will take care of it. I believe we can armor the vehicles for added protection against the infected. That may be feasible, but if it's your vehicle, we cannot ascertain whether it is currently safe. Would you permit others to modify your vehicle without consent? Even if you agree, where will you find armor and welding supplies, not to mention a welder? I'll investigate. There might be resources available. Safety must be our utmost priority. Is there anything else? No, Pongzi, whatever you do, ensure your safety and that of the villagers. Take care, don't worry, I'm on it. Pongzi has always provided Lin Yin with a profound sense of security, allowing him to focus on his own tasks As he watched Pengzi leave, Lin Yin felt a pang of sorrow. These infected were once his brethren, and in the span of a single day, the world had transformed. Lin Yin resolved to assess his own situation. Today, he had slain no fewer than 60 to 70 infected, and perhaps he could ascend to a higher tier. Lin Yin calmed his mind and focused on his dantian, where he discovered 5 radiant stars, signifying his elevation to the low-level 5-star rank, enabling him to progress to the intermediate level. All his skills had been enhanced, and a new skill, perception, had been unlocked, allowing him to sense everything within a 3-meter radius around him, even through walls. This advantage would prove invaluable when attempting to enter a room. His current task was to refine himself to attain the intermediate level. Although no one had instructed Lin Yin on how to refine, he sensed that he needed to draw together the 5 stars in his dantian. However, the specifics of the refinement process remained elusive. Without hesitation, Lin Yin informed the village chief to minimize disturbances, claiming he needed to prepare for the next phase of battle. Once the door was closed, he turned his attention inward and concentrated on his dantian, utilizing his internal energy to manipulate the 5 stars, attempting to draw them closer together. After several attempts, Lin Yin found that he could only move the stars a short distance, struggling to achieve their fusion. Perhaps his internal energy was insufficient, or his methods were flawed. Determined, Lin Yin experimented with various approaches, such as arranging the stars or forming patterns, but none yielded success. Unwilling to concede defeat, Lin Yin resolved to break through the barrier today. Failure to do so could jeopardize his future encounters with other chosen ones, especially if they succeeded in their advancements. After several unsuccessful attempts, Lin Yin discovered that guiding the stars along his meridians throughout his body was effortless. Perhaps the correct approach. Following this realization, the stars traversed his meridians, naturally selecting paths at junctions without Lin Yin's guidance, as if they were familiar with the route. At each joint, Lin Yin felt a sharp sting, akin to being pricked by a needle. After completing a circuit, the stars returned to the dantian, but this time, they were markedly different. The 5 stars shone brighter, gravitating towards one another until they coalesced in the center of the dantian, radiating an intense light. At that moment, Lin Yin sensed an impending explosion within his dantian. Every meridian and bone ached with a piercing pain, akin to a torturous ordeal. Had anyone been nearby, they would have seen Lin Yin drenched in sweat, his breathing rapid and labored, as though he were in the midst of a fierce battle. Nevertheless, Lin Yin understood the importance of remaining calm and persevering. Otherwise, all his prior efforts would be in vain. The brilliance of the 5 stars persisted for a while before gradually dimming. When the light faded, a hexagram emerged, which began to draw energy from within his dantian, circulating through his meridians. Upon the appearance of the hexagram, the pain subsided, replaced by an indescribable sense of comfort. The emergence of the hexagram signified Lin Yin's official transition to the intermediate level. Upon examining his body and skills, he realized the immense benefits of this advancement, enhancements to his physical attributes, speed, strength, and mental acuity. Furthermore, his skills had undergone significant upgrades, with the range of fiery blaze extending to a full 10 meters. The dimensional skill now allowed him to remain within that space for half a day and to bring one additional person along. With the exit point now extending from 5 meters to 50 meters, astonishingly, his storage space had expanded to a remarkable 120 square meters. Previously, his perception range was limited to 5 meters. However, it now encompassed a radius of 5 meters vertically and horizontally, allowing him to sense everything within that vicinity, whether above or below him. The most significant benefit was the acquisition of a new ability, Dimensional Weapon Mastery, enabling him to forge weapons using dimensional energy. These weapons possessed spatial damage, meaning that even the most formidable weapons could be severed by spatial forces. The crafted weapons would last for 3 days, but he could only create 5 at a time, and just 1 per day. Nevertheless, this was sufficient for Lin Yin, as these weapons would be unusable by anyone else. Chapter 13. Rescue in the city. The infected had effectively taken control, rendering the remaining normal citizens' existence a living hell. This calamity was far from over. In fact, it was merely the beginning. Report, Captain, we have secured the top 5 floors as a temporary shelter. The collected food should sustain us for about a week. All infected within the building have been eliminated, and we are currently checking for any infected among the civilians. If Lin Yin were present here, he would undoubtedly recognize this captain, none other than the leader who came to rescue civilians during the outbreak of the infected. They have already been on the rooftop for 3 full days, and his team has dwindled from an original 50 to fewer than 20 members. Some fell victim to the infection during combat. Others were brutally killed by the infected, and some were bitten after sustaining injuries among civilians during the later stages of the outbreak. The atmosphere among the civilians is thick with fear. Everyone is on edge, living with the grim realization that each day could be their last. With death surrounding them, every individual, regardless of age or gender, must undergo a thorough examination to ascertain any injuries or risk of infection. Speed up the process. I do not wish to witness any more sacrifices. Also, establish contact with headquarters via infinite radio as swiftly as possible. Our time is running out. Understood, Captain. We are attempting to establish a connection. Though it has been intermittent, headquarters may also be under attack. Notify everyone that we will hold an emergency meeting on the rooftop in half an hour. Go. Yes, Captain. The communications officer continues to strive for contact with headquarters. Whether they can escape this cursed place now hinges on his efforts. The building below has been besieged by the infected, encircled in layers, and the stairs have all been destroyed, preventing any ascent. Yet, the infected, akin to concert-goers, raise their heads and wave their arms, emitting low growls. With each passing moment, more infected gather from all directions, and they are unlikely to disperse anytime soon. If this becomes a battle of attrition, we will surely lose, as food supplies are dwindling and many are nearing the brink of collapse. Received. Please repeat. Received. Please repeat. Captain, we have established a connection. The captain seized the intercom, declaring, "This is Lou Liming. Our team is currently trapped inside an office building. Having rescued hundreds of civilians, we are experiencing a food shortage and are surrounded by the infected. We confirm that there are no infected among us, nor any who have been bitten. We request immediate assistance. Lieutenant Lou, greetings. Headquarters has now reached Shelter 45, and everything is being rebooted. The next rescue operation is scheduled for in 2 hours. We have successfully pinpointed your location, but due to your large numbers, we cannot rescue everyone at once. We will bring supplies during the rescue and will do our utmost to facilitate your escape. Please organize and prepare for the first batch of evacuees." Understood. We will await further news. Half an hour later, all team members have gathered on the rooftop, visibly exhausted. Over the past 2 days, they have witnessed the loss of countless lives and the sacrifice of comrades. Under the dual strain of mental and physical fatigue, even the strongest among them has been deeply affected. Comrades, I bring you good news. We have contacted headquarters, and a rescue team is expected to arrive in 2 days. Lu Ming announced, "Wonderful, finally. We can leave this cursed place. I haven't slept properly in 2 days. I feel as if I'm losing my mind." Some soldiers weep, expressing concern for their families, hesitant to call them for fear of revealing their location. Comrades, please be quiet. However, I must also share some unfortunate news. The rescue team sent by headquarters has limited capacity. I have decided to allow the civilians to evacuate first, while we remain behind. The rescue team will also bring supplies, so there is no need for concern. We are destined to win this battle. Comrades, do you have faith? Lu Ming asked solemnly. Yes, a dozen voices responded in unison, their resolve ringing loud and clear. Though they cannot leave for now, hope has ignited a sense of purpose and direction. Very well, we will gather the civilians on the rooftop to share this news. We must ensure safety in the coming days, and we cannot afford any further casualties. Protect yourselves. Dismissed. Return to your duties. Chapter 14. Preparing for battle. When Lin Yin opened his eyes once more, it was already the following morning. Outside, a cacophony of sound filled the air. Despite not having slept, he felt no weariness, perhaps a testament to the breakthroughs he had achieved. I asked Lin Yin inside. What do we do next? We didn't believe him before, but now we do. Let him come out and speak. We don't want to end up like those others. The stout man reassured. Fear not, Lin Yin is surely devising a plan. There aren't many infected this time. We can withstand them. From now on, we must not harbor outsiders. If they are family, we must at least inform them and conduct a check. From the outside conversation, Lin Yin had grasped the situation. This shouldn't be happening. They shouldn't have arrived so swiftly. Given the infected speed, they shouldn't have reached us for a while. Could someone have taken this path and led them here? Or perhaps an outbreak occurred in a nearby village. With these questions swirling in his mind, Lin Yin stepped out of his room. What's going on, fatty? Why all the commotion early in the morning? Lin Yin, you're finally awake. A few individuals arrived from the village last night, claiming they wanted to rest and eat before leaving at first. We refused them entry, but when they offered money, someone let them in. However, it wasn't long before they mutated. They must have been bitten prior in the late hours of last night. Around 20 infected came, but thankfully, they have all been dealt with, and no one was harmed. Arrived so quickly? We must be vigilant. Do not accept outsiders indiscriminately. This moment is perilous. I am contemplating our next steps. We cannot remain here indefinitely. If more come, we won't be able to hold our ground. Please gather your belongings, and when the opportunity arises, we shall leave. We cannot stay here forever. Understood. We will follow your lead. Let's return home to pack. The younger ones should keep watch at the village entrance. If anything arises, we will convene at the village square. We won't disturb Lin Yin. He is still working on our behalf. After expressing their gratitude, the villagers slowly departed, leaving only Lin Yin and the stout man. Fatty, did you check for a suitable escape route? I was just about to mention that. Last night, I received news via radio that the world government has established a shelter nearby, protected by the military. It should be safe that I've looked into the route. If we drive, we can reach it in about half a day, but we must traverse several villages along the way, which might not be secure. I recommend reinforcing our vehicles before we set off. That sounds good. Fatty, did I entrust this task to you? As you are the expert in this matter, I will inform the villagers today. From now on, you shall lead them. No, I'm an outsider. They won't trust me. It should be you. They believe in your abilities, and we will need your help in the future. Very well, then. Please notify those who can repair vehicles to reinforce them, and let each household prepare their belongings. Remember to assign someone to guard the village entrance and ensure safety. We must leave no one behind and bring adequate food and water. Understood, I will handle it. You focus on reassuring everyone. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, unbeknownst to Lin Yin and his companions that a small group of infected was drawing closer. Lin Yin appeared at various checkpoints, and the guards greeted him with reverent admiration, for the information and strategies this university student had provided had saved the entire village. During his conversations with the villagers, Lin Yin sensed something amiss. Typically, only a few birds would flit by, yet now a vast flock soared overhead. A decidedly unusual sight. I have a bad feeling about this. Tonight we may face a significant wave of infected. Inform those not on duty to rest well. We may have a challenging battle ahead. You two should take turns resting at the checkpoints. Lin Yin increasingly felt a sense of unease within his heart and promptly began to prepare for the impending great battle. Chapter 15. The Defense War. After meticulously inspecting all the checkpoints, Lin Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Given the current circumstances, it would take approximately 2 to 3 days for the villagers to finish packing their belongings and gather sufficient rations from the road. Therefore, all he could do now was to secure this invaluable time for everyone. Lin Yin crafted several spatial weapons for himself. However, the mental and physical exertion required for their creation exceeded his expectations. With his current stamina, he could run continuously for a week without issue. Yet, despite his unprecedented mental fortitude, he managed to forge only 3 spatial weapons in an entire afternoon, leaving him utterly drained. He fashioned a sword, a bow, and a single arrow. Although there was only one arrow, it could be manipulated freely within a 10-meter radius centered around Lin Yin for a duration of 10 seconds before returning to his hand for reloading. Given that the current situation necessitated close combat, the utility of this bow and arrow was self-evident. After confirming that there were no immediate threats, Lin Yin decided to rest momentarily to recuperate his mental and physical energy in preparation for the forthcoming conflict. When Lin Yin awoke again, it was already night. He felt an escalating sense of anxiety and resolved to inspect each checkpoint once more. This was undoubtedly a critical period. Although he had regained some of his stamina and mental strength after a few hours of rest, he was still not at his peak condition. Upon reaching the checkpoints, he observed that each was manned by 4 individuals, while others rested in makeshift shelters nearby. At such a time, it was crucial to rotate the night watch regularly, changing shifts every hour, as visibility during the night was severely limited and carelessness was not an option. When Lin Yin arrived at the last checkpoint, a familiar yet terrifying sound echoed in the air, the growl of the infected. He hurriedly alerted the others and dispatched someone to notify all checkpoints. Everyone brandished their flashlights in search of the infected. In truth, many villagers had never witnessed the infected firsthand. When the few outsiders from the village were infected, the number of witnesses was minimal. Thankfully, there had only been 3 outsiders at the time, or it could have led to a catastrophic outbreak. Finally, the villagers spotted a few slow-moving figures, but the infected had already detected their presence. Advancing from various directions, the leaders of each team were making their final motivational speeches. Everyone understood that these infected were no longer their kin. They had transformed into something else, and they must have suffered greatly. Who would wish to become such a soulless being? Thus, what they were doing was not to harm them but to liberate them. They needed to remain vigilant, first to protect themselves and then to eliminate as many infected as possible. Granting peace to those lost souls. Who among the villagers had experienced such a thing? They had once been living beings, and even the leaders were acutely aware of this fact, as the distance closed. All the villagers readied themselves for battle. This was their homeland, and it was their duty to defend it. They had to hold firm, for behind them were their parents, their children, their loved ones, and the very home that sustained them. At last, they reached the front lines, where the preliminary preparations bore fruit. To create barricades, they stacked several logs across the road while leaving space to thrust weapons through, ensuring the infected could not breach their defenses. A deep trench was dug nearby, filled with sharpened stakes to eliminate some of the infected and slow their advance. The weapons prepared in advance were predominantly long-range, allowing for attacks without close confrontation. Lin Yin instructed everyone to aim for the heads of the infected, and thus far, the strategy proved effective. If no unforeseen events occurred, holding the line should not pose a significant challenge. Chapter 16. Evolution. Although the defense was yielding relatively positive results, surpassing their expectations, when the powerful will to survive eclipses fear, people can unleash unprecedented potential, rendering any fear trivial in comparison. However, reports of injuries began to emerge. And this news was far from reassuring. The villagers' desire for survival had allowed them to overcome their fears, but should that desire wane below the threshold of fear, the defenses they had erected could crumble in an instant. Lin Yin understood that this was his moment to step forward. Lin Yin rushed to each checkpoint, knowing that what he could and must do was bolster the villagers' will to survive to conquer all challenges. While defending against the infected, you must prioritize your safety, and no matter what, we must hold the line. I will stand with you. Our families are behind us. For our parents, our children, our loved ones, we must endure. Only by holding firm now do we have hope. I have discovered a nearby refuge, and we will soon head there, but we must first withstand this assault. We must survive together and reach the refuge. The love for family and the hope for survival are humanity's greatest motivators, the most potent catalysts for unlocking their potential. Lin Yin's impassioned words had a profound effect, and now he needed to assist the villagers in their defense, prioritizing areas under the most pressure, those most in need, and the most dangerous spots. His first thought was the village's main road, which was significantly wider than the others, encompassing a larger defensive area. Moreover, the infected were approaching from the city, with the main road being the most direct route. As Lin Yin approached the main road checkpoint, he found it entirely besieged, the barricades teeming with infected. Some had even managed to scale the barricades. Fortunately, the number that had breached was small, and those who fell were quickly dispatched by the villagers. Yet, this checkpoint was in dire straits, and the injured villagers hailed from this very location. Lin Yin realized that the barricade could not withstand much longer. He needed to take action, and it was the perfect opportunity to test the weapons he had crafted during the day. He reached into his spatial pocket and retrieved the bow and arrows, which emanated a blue glow, adorned with shimmering white stars that danced like constellations in the night sky. Drawing the bow, he released an arrow that swiftly plunged into the throng of infected. The spatial arrow darted through the infected like a fish in water, and Lin Yin expertly controlled it to strike precisely at the heads of the infected. In mere seconds, he had felled over 20 of them. Though he felt the use of this weapon drained his mental and physical energy, the toll was minimal. The villagers watched in astonishment and awe, their hearts swelling with joy. This was hope, a chance to survive. However, Lin Yin soon noticed one infected that differed from the rest. The makeshift weapons wielded by the villagers failed to penetrate its skull, as if striking a steel plate, rendering them utterly ineffective. Could it be that the infected were categorized into levels? Were they capable of continuous enhancement? If so, that would indeed be frightening, given the 2-day time frame. The rate of evolution for the infected should not be so swift, suggesting that this particular one was a second-level infected. Lin Yin pondered whether other checkpoints had encountered similar foes. He understood that his spatial weapons would be ineffective against such infected for ordinary individuals. This was knowledge he needed to acquire. Lin Yin knocked another arrow and swiftly eliminated the second-level infected. Yet, he could see that the checkpoint was on the brink of collapse, prompting him to accelerate his assault and increase his rate of fire to alleviate the pressure on the checkpoint. Chapter 17, Breach. The walkie-talkie crackled with updates from other checkpoints. With the advent of second-level infected, the situation had spiraled into chaos. The only glimmer of hope was that the escape route discovered by Fatty had remained clear of infected. Lin Yin had no choice but to leverage his speed advantage to assist each checkpoint as best he could. Fatty, check on everyone's status. We must leave at once. Don't let them take anything useless. Time is of the essence, Lin Yin urged through the radio. Okay, I understand. I'll head over now and get the convoy ready. However, Fatty's efforts were proving less than smooth. The villagers were reluctant to abandon their valuables, many of which had taken years of hard work to acquire. Ma'am, our priority is to escape. Bringing along a television and a refrigerator isn't practical. There's no space in the vehicle. We should leave first. In truth, most people understood that these items would be of little use in a refuge, yet they still clung to them. Lin Yin, how's the situation on your end? I am having a tough time here. It might take longer than expected. I'll do my best to stall for time, but the current situation is grim. We need to hurry, Fatty. The reality of Lin Yan's situation was far worse than he had conveyed. Of the 7 checkpoints, 3 had already fallen, and it was merely a matter of time before the remaining 4 succumbed as well. The 3 breached checkpoints compelled a retreat, compelling them to maneuver amidst the sluggish actions of the infected. During the skirmish, the villagers also discerned that the second-tier infected were not devoid of vulnerabilities. Their weaknesses resided in their eyes and mouths. Striking these areas could lead to their demise. Under ordinary circumstances, this would pose no challenge, yet the present moment was fraught with tension, leaving each villager in a state of heightened anxiety. Where would they find the time to differentiate the second tier from the rest? Or to aim and attack? Fatty, we can hold out for another hour. It is imperative that we remain resolute during this time. Summon the village chief. Those who can leave must do so, came the response. Understood. The chief is already on his way. In less than an hour. We should have a few more households ready. Prepare for the withdrawal, was the reply. Good. Stay in contact at all times. Previously, Lin Yin had prepared for this moment, establishing barricades at the rendezvous point to impede the advance of the infected and buy them precious time for their retreat. Many combatants had already sustained injuries, fully aware that once bitten, there would be no turning back. These individuals banded together, resolute in their determination to buy time for others. I cannot agree. Perhaps there are ways to reach the shelter, Lin Yin shouted. Xiao Lin, I understand your kind heart, but now is not the time for compassion. We have no path of return. We might become soulless like them, wandering aimlessly, even endangering our loved ones. This decision is made for our families and for the safety of others in our village. Indeed, I cannot become like that. My mother would be heartbroken. I must protect her now. Tell my parents I, Guzi, have not shamed them. I am a hero now. As he spoke, tears streamed down Guzi's face. At this juncture, who could remain unafraid? The choice between life and death loomed large. The most critical matter is that if we reach the shelter and they see we are infected, they will not allow anyone from our village to enter. Wouldn't that make us the pariahs of the village? At that moment, a more dire message crackled through the intercom. Lin Yin, return as quickly as possible. Several villagers have fled, taking 5 vehicles with them. We may not have enough for everyone, and we are currently organizing the villagers to board. This news struck like a bolt from the blue. The vehicles had been meticulously allocated, just sufficient for the village. Yet, in the face of disaster, people could unleash unprecedented potential, but simultaneously, some would act selfishly, disregarding others in their quest for safety. Understood. Lin Yin, along with the villagers preparing to evacuate, tearfully watched those who had succumbed to infection. They knew that this departure was likely permanent. Their intent was simple, to delay as long as possible, not for the sake of their own heroism, but out of love for their families, parents, siblings, spouses, and children. In this moment, the brilliance of humanity shone brightly, piercing through the unending darkness of the apocalypse, the very reason for their strength. Lin Yin led the remaining villagers to the evacuation point, where mothers searched for their children, wives sought their husbands, and children looked for their fathers. Upon hearing the news, Many could not suppress their tears, and my son is exceptional. Guzzi is at his most accomplished now. I used to scold him for being useless, idle, and akin to a rogue, but I know he has always had a kind heart, albeit somewhat lazy. I am not sad. I am proud with tears in his eyes. Lin Yin urged, we must hurry to evacuate. Let not their sacrifices be in vain. They did this for us, and they will forever live in our hearts. They are the pride of our village. Time was of the essence as Fatty and Lin Yin began organizing everyone to board the vehicles and set off. Grandma, please hurry and get in the car. Lin Yin, do not worry about us. We will help as much as we can, and we will be the last to leave. Old lady, old man, please get in the vehicle quickly. Rest assured, Lin Yin is no ordinary person now, Fatty urged. Lin Yin quickly signaled Fatty to maintain discretion regarding his chosen identity, as he had yet to see others, and it was prudent to remain cautious. Help me, help me, Lin Yin turned to see Wang San. The local troublemaker known for his mischief and petty thievery, followed by several infected. Clearly a few who had slipped through the cracks. San, come here quickly. There are many of us. We need not fear. Despite her age, Lin Yan's grandmother was quick to offer assistance to Wang San, and Lin Yin followed suit, prepared to deal with the infected. However, a shocking scene unfolded before them. Wang San shoved Lin Yan's grandmother towards the infected. Intending to sacrifice her for his own safety, One could react in time. Lin Yin attempted to intervene, but any attack now could not guarantee his grandmother's safety. His heart sank. He could only resort to this. It had to work. Just as the infected were about to reach Lin Yan's grandmother, he acted. A distortion enveloped her, and then she vanished from sight. One of Lin Yan's spatial abilities allowed him to transport others into his safe realm. A sanctuary beyond harm. Moments later, his grandmother reappeared behind him, the entire event transpiring too swiftly for anyone to grasp. Although Fatty had witnessed Lin Yan's powers before, he had only seen the flames. Today was his first encounter with the spatial abilities, yet he could firmly ascertain it was Lin Yan's doing. After dealing with the infected, Lin Yan and his group set off for the nearby No. 45 shelter, currently under military control. Originally, the drive would take about an hour, but given the extraordinary circumstances, they opted to avoid towns and take back roads, which would naturally prolong their journey. Along the way, they encountered a few infected, but their numbers were manageable, and the reinforced vehicles posed no trouble for the convoy. Leaning against the car window, Lin Yin decided to rest and regain his mental fortitude. Crafting spatial weapons had drained him considerably, compounded by a night spent on the front lines. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Mastering spatial abilities, young one. You may be young, yet you are formidable. Lin Yan's heart raced. This voice did not emanate from anyone in the vehicle but rather from within his own mind, and the others appeared oblivious to it. Oh, not be alarmed, young one. I am already dead. This is merely a fragment of my soul, activated by the peculiarities of your space. Who are you? How do you know I possess spatial abilities? I am but a sword cultivator who fell here a millennium ago. As for how I know, if I lacked even this ability, I would truly tarnish the legacy of sword immortals. You are a sword immortal? How can one who has attained divinity fall? I am not quite a sword immortal. Merely a sword cultivator, not yet worthy of that title. A sword immortal's every gesture shapes the cosmos. With a single strike, they can sever the void. I have yet to reach such heights. At most, I can stabilize the world with my blade. Lin Yin was taken aback. He had a certain understanding of spatial knowledge, and the void was a realm above his own space, a dimension governed by the void or those who wielded it. Severing the void? That sounds rather esoteric. Your skepticism is understandable, as it surpasses your comprehension. I can traverse your space at will. Before a sword immortal, my blade could sever the threads of fate. I have no desire to argue. What is it that you seek? Lin Yin replied, feeling a hint of impatience after the day's tribulations. I cannot allow the legacy of the sword immortals to end with me. You are the most suitable candidate I have found. Every sword immortal ultimately develops their own unique space, and I, regrettably dull-witted, have failed to grasp the power of space, a lifelong regret. You have mastered spatial abilities. You shall be my successor. Can we not respect the wishes of the person involved? There is no time for such discussions. My fragment of a soul is fading. Just accept it. You are the most fitting candidate I have sought for years. If you have reservations, consider this a grand opportunity. Lin Yin intended to inquire further, But in this apocalyptic era, one must always be cautious. You are Lin Yin, correct? I shall consider myself your master. You need not do anything but close your eyes and feel. This attitude caused Lin Yin to swallow back the words he had intended to say. Chapter 20. The Strength of the Sword Cultivator. Lin Yin sensed a surge of power entering his meridians. Where his meridians had been obstructed, this force effortlessly cleared the blockages, unlike the previous experience of wandering through his meridians, which had been fraught with pain. This time, it was an indescribable comfort, making him feel as if his body soared through the sky like a liberated bird. Akin to fish gliding through rivers, this force ultimately converged in his dantian, which had once been as dark as the night, now radiating brilliance. The previously formed six-pointed star, which had ascended to the intermediate stage, seemed to cower in the corner, wary of being discovered by this newfound light. As time passed, the glow in the dantian gradually faded. While it had once possessed size, it now felt boundless, akin to an endless sky filled with power. Although it remained as dark as night, the six-pointed star had transformed, now emanating light around it. Lin Yin understood that the capacity of his dantian was directly related to his strength. The greater the capacity, the stronger the ability, and conversely, the weaker it would be. Given his current capacity, Lin Yin was undoubtedly on par with, or perhaps even stronger than, a minor Earth-level expert. Young man, I sense a wondrous power within you. One that is not of your own making nor of this world. I cannot precisely identify it. Had I been in my prime, I might have discerned its nature, remarked the sword cultivator, Lin Yin. Reassured that this sword cultivator posed no threat to him, replied, Senior Sword Cultivator, I am the chosen one, selected after the emergence of the infected. After recounting his tale in detail, the sword cultivator appeared contemplative. Young man, this power originates from a higher dimensional realm. It will not pose a threat to you at present, and you need not fear other so-called chosen ones anymore. Though my strength may not rival that of a sword immortal, I am far from inconsequential. While Lin Yin conversed with the sword cultivator, he was suddenly interrupted by an external commotion. Upon returning from his inner world, he discovered that a multitude of infected were attacking the town they were destined to traverse. And the road was obstructed by abandoned vehicles, rendering passage impossible. The villagers trapped within the vehicles were engulfed by fear. Young man, allow me to demonstrate the strength of a sword cultivator. I shall temporarily take control of your body. Lin Yan's body trembled slightly, and as he opened his eyes, they gleamed with a newfound sharpness, akin to a finely honed blade. Amidst the astonished gazes of those around him, Lin Yin slowly exited the vehicle, casually picking up a branch from the ground. Senior, I possess a spatial sword created through my spatial abilities that can be wielded. Ha ha ha! In the hands of a sword cultivator, even a mere leaf can serve as a sword. All things can become swords. Watch closely. I could resolve this with a single stroke, but to ensure you grasp the concept, I shall demonstrate with 3 strikes, and this shall be the only exhibition. With a gentle unsheathing of the sword, devoid of ostentation, he drew forth a chilling sword energy that surged forth like a descending tiger, unstoppable, cleaving through the infected it encountered in an instant. Young man, behold the first strike. Unsheath the sword. Watch for the second. For the second strike, the sword cultivator controlled Lin Yan's body, raising the branch and gently slicing downward. Instantly, all the vehicles were pushed aside as if compressed, creating a clear path over a distance of nearly a kilometer. Now for the second strike. Slash. The third strike is the most crucial. Pay attention. Chapter 21. The Sanctuary. The sword cultivator directed Lin Yin's body once more, unleashing a wave of sword energy with a simple, unembellished cut in an instant. The infected and the vehicles flanking the road were reduced to mere dust, as if they had never existed. This third strike represented obliteration, the annihilation of all involved in the event, unadorned yet undeniably lethal. Of course, I cannot unleash my full power now. I can only muster this much strength. At your current level, you are not yet capable of such feats. A sword cultivator, upon reaching a certain level, can wield sword energy across 30,000 miles, with a single stroke radiating cold light across 19 states. The branch in his hand could no longer withstand the immense power and disintegrated into powder. Dissipating into the air, Lin Yin's heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. The precision of that strike was impeccable. Such formidable power emanated from only a remnant soul and a mere branch, had he been in his prime. Alongside a treasured sword, the results would have been beyond comprehension. Young man, my remnant soul has exerted all its strength and shall soon fade in my time. I was called Zhang Lingfeng. For now, practice what I have taught you. If time permits, use your perceptive abilities to seek out the sword tomb in the outskirts, my eternal resting place. You shall undoubtedly reap extraordinary rewards. Remember, the fundamental tenet of a sword cultivator is to protect the weak. Never take advantage of the strong. It is time to bid farewell. I have honored my teachings, Master. I shall adhere to your teachings without fail, Master. How may I repay you? The sword cultivator is not bound by worldly constraints. I desire only to be revived, but there exists no method for such a thing. Young man, you have indeed proven wise in your gratitude, yet you must understand that all things in this world abide by laws. Even sword immortals, though long-lived, have their time to depart. One must never force matters. The greatest taboo for a sword immortal is to act against the heavens. Your intent alone satisfies me. The legacy of the sword immortal shall endure. Thus, I shall find peace even in the depths of the 9 springs. Young man, take care of yourself. Lin Yan's heart suddenly fell into a profound silence as the remnant soul of the sword cultivator dissipated. Having expended its life force to wield such potent sword techniques, Lin Yan felt a wave of sorrow. This was a master who had devoted himself wholeheartedly to him, sacrificing his final moments for Lin Yan. Yet now, he could do nothing to aid his master in this state. Lin Yan silently resolved to grow stronger, to protect those he loved and who loved him in return, as the journey continued. The others were left in awe of Lin Yan's recent display of power. None were aware that it was the ability of the sword cultivator. They naturally attributed the actions to Lin Yan himself. At this moment, Wang San was incessantly apologizing, pleading for Lin Yan and his family's forgiveness. Soon, the convoy arrived at the entrance of shelter number 45, which was nestled within the mountains, guarded by sentinels, automated machine guns, all-encompassing cameras, and various obstacles. Park the vehicles. Everyone disembark for inspection. All guards had their weapons trained on the convoy, as this was a period of great significance. If any infected infiltrated the shelter, it would not be a trivial matter. Let us go. We shall all disembark now. Here, we are safe. Lin Yan remarked that the villagers gradually disembarked from the vehicles, while the guards commenced a meticulous inspection, scrutinizing every inch of their bodies, even the soles of their feet. This thoroughness, albeit excessive, could be understood and regarded as a humane approach, as they were separated by gender in a confined space, effectively safeguarding personal privacy. The author quotes, "The sword's aura stretches 30,000 miles. A single sword's cold light spans 19 provinces, originating from Gulong's novel The Sword of the Third Young Master, paying homage to the esteemed author." Chapter 22. The rescue team. By the time the inspections were concluded, dusk had fallen. The results revealed that none had contracted the infection, a fortunate turn of events, permitting entry into the shelter. Before entering, the team leader outlined the regulations of the refuge. Every individual must have an assigned task. Those capable of undertaking high-risk duties, such as venturing outside, could exempt 2 relatives from work in exchange for accommodation. The shelter also boasted various recreational facilities, but the currency here was not money, but rather food, clean water, or weapons and ammunition. These were the true commodities of value in this desolate time. Within the shelter, a cacophony of voices resonated, as a myriad of individuals mingled, yet the majority toiled for their livelihoods. There were rigid regulations in place. Anyone capable of labor was required to participate, with the exception of relatives engaged in perilous work. The prices for goods were exorbitantly high. For instance, a bottle of mineral water from outside cost either a loaf of bread or 2 bullets. In this place, money held no worth, yet some affluent individuals collected such items, not for their utility, but as mementos, anticipating a time when peace would restore their value. Upon entering the shelter, all provisions and water brought along had to be surrendered for centralized distribution. The valuation system relied on bread, water, and ammunition. Food from outside was exchanged for bread cards and clean water cards at a predetermined ratio, which could be used for transactions or redeemed at designated locations for bread and potable water. The shelter primarily provided bread, and acquiring these cards necessitated participation in the shelter's labor. The more hazardous or skill-intensive the task, the greater the number of cards earned. Lin Yan's family and that of the chubby man were assigned to the Eastern District, where the residences of ordinary citizens were divided into 4 zones: East, South, West, and North. The closer one was to the center, the more significant their work and status became. Guards patrolled daily, and inspections were conducted regularly for each household. Noticing a fully armed group preparing to depart, Lin Yan inquired, "Excuse me, in such chaotic times, you still intend to go outside?" "This is the rescue team, responsible for search and rescue operations beyond the shelter, while also gathering supplies. Those venturing out fall into 2 categories, supply searchers and rescue team members," came the reply. "How can one join the rescue team?" Lin Yan asked. "Simply register at the recruitment office. But be warned, this is the most perilous job available," the man cautioned. "Thank you," Lin Yan replied before leaving. The team leader sighed, reflecting on the audacity of those willing to join the rescue team. A role with the highest casualty rates .10 may go out, but only a few might return. "May you be blessed with fortune," he murmured. The casualty rate for rescue teams was alarmingly high. They had been established at the onset of the apocalypse, tasked with searching every building during missions. Cities were the areas with the greatest number of survivors, but this often led to frequent attacks from hordes of infected individuals, sometimes resulting in those who set out never returning. Nevertheless, the lucrative rewards continued to entice many to take such risks. Lin Yan's primary concern was securing a position that would ensure his grandparents could reside comfortably in the shelter without needing to work. Simultaneously, he was determined to locate Wei Wei and confront her directly. Despite his uncertainty regarding her current state, he firmly believed she was still alive. Resolute in his conviction, Lin Yan arranged for his grandparents' welfare and resolved to enlist in the rescue team. The author adds, a few days prior, some had questioned how the shelter was already in place. It was mentioned in the prologue that Lin Yan's city experienced a late outbreak, and the shelters had been largely constructed. Thus this detail was not elaborated upon. Thank you for your understanding. Chapter 23. Greetings. I am Candy. Upon arriving at the recruitment office, Lin Yan found it eerily quiet, with only a handful of individuals present. He approached the registration officer and stated, "Hello, I wish to enlist in the rescue team." This declaration, the surrounding individuals cast him curious glances. However, the officer was notably welcoming, saying, "Come, have a seat. Just fill out this form. Our compensation is quite generous. After each mission, you will receive 3 bread cards and clean water cards, plus a complimentary shower. Each month, your family will receive 10 bread cards and 10 clean water cards, along with 1 free shower opportunity. A shower here costs 3 clean water cards. In the shelter, bathing was a significant challenge. Not only was the cost prohibitive, but the water used was slightly contaminated. While it posed no immediate harm, prolonged use could lead to health issues. Clean water was exceedingly precious, and during times of scarcity, even those with clean water cards found it difficult to obtain potable water, often resorting to the slightly polluted alternative. Frankly, the compensation offered was sufficient for a family of 3 to survive within the shelter. Frequent missions would improve their circumstances further. Once the form was completed, the officer beamed, saying, "Once you sign, there's no turning back." He then whispered, "Today is quite strange. We had no recruits for days, and suddenly 6 individuals have signed up, fulfilling our quota in one go." Though others could not hear this, Lin Yan's heightened senses allowed him to. Currently, he felt no fatigue, as his perceptive abilities were fully operational. The officer continued, "You 6 will form a team. Among you, 2 possess abilities, which should make your group quite formidable." While filling out the information, Lin Yan had indeed overlooked the question regarding special powers to conceal his identity. The realization that 2 others in his team had abilities was a mixed blessing. On one hand, it meant he could refrain from using his own powers, but on the other, being discovered could lead to dire consequences. Get to know one another. Tomorrow you will have a mission. For tonight, you can stay in the designated accommodations, and don't forget to say goodbye to your families. Among the group was a girl with blue hair styled in twin ponytails, petite at around 5 feet tall. With a sweet smile, she appeared to be the most vivacious member of the team, greeting each person enthusiastically. "Hello, I am Candy, and I am an ability user." Impressive, right? Lin Yan thought to himself that she was rather reckless, almost eager for the entire world to know her identity. As Candy flitted about, the others gradually warmed to one another. The remaining 4 team members were as follows. Yang Yu, a lean man in his 30s. A former construction worker familiar with urban layouts, serving as the team's living map. Ding Fei, a 26-year-old with a beard, previously a police officer responsible for combat and tactical planning. Hua Hua, a 24-year-old with a rooster comb hairstyle and fire abilities, tasked with long-range attacks, and Chen Hua, the 29-year-old team leader, a former junior officer responsible for coordinating the team. Candy was 21, with the ability to control plants and animals, capable of gathering information from them and directing them in combat. Primarily tasked with reconnaissance, utilizing plants for scouting rendered her virtually undetectable. For the time being, Lin Yan's role was to protect Candy, which he found inconsequential. However, it was apparent that aside from Yang Yu and Chen Hua, the other two members regarded him with jealousy and disdain. Chapter 24. A simple mission later, after exchanging brief farewells with his family, Lin Yan settled in with his teammates, and the men began to share their backgrounds, gradually growing more familiar with one another. The following morning, the six arrived early at the task assignment point. For ordinary individuals, the missions were typically straightforward, while those with abilities were assigned more challenging tasks. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, ability users were no longer a secret. They had emerged across various regions, to monitor and protect one another. Any user who resorted to killing another to enhance their own powers would inevitably become an enemy to all ability users. Despite the presence of those willing to take such risks, Lin Yan's team received their mission, to search the outskirts for supplies and rescue as many fellow survivors as possible. The task was not particularly difficult, and commensurately, the rewards were modest. However, to Lin Yan, the rewards were of little consequence, as his stockpile of food could sustain his family for an entire year. Yet, within the confines of the shelter, each loaf of bread was akin to a lifeline. Being able to afford 3 meals a day, each consisting of a loaf of bread and half a bottle of water, was a significant luxury. At that moment, team leader Chen Hua instructed them to check their gear, declaring that once everything was in order, they would set off. Yesterday afternoon, they engaged in a rudimentary training session focused on weaponry, ensuring their survival in a post-apocalyptic world. The entire group possessed merely a single rifle, accompanied by a scant supply of ammunition, an extravagant luxury in these dire times. Though it cannot be consumed, it undeniably serves as a means of preservation, thus its price is exorbitantly steep. After conducting a thorough inspection, they exited the shelter and proceeded towards the outskirts of the city. Chen Hua led the way, clearing the path ahead, while Shou Ho followed closely, consulting the map to verify their route. Lin Yan and Tanghua were situated in the middle, with Tanghua occasionally communicating with the surrounding flora to ensure their safety. Ji Guan too trailed behind, prepared to offer assistance at a moment's notice, while Luo Zai who brought up the rear, ensuring no one was left behind. In truth, Shelter 45 was already overcrowded. The facility could not accommodate so many individuals. Those who managed to enter had already done so, and the rescue team primarily focused on gathering useful supplies and information to provide resources for the shelter. Although they occasionally rescued survivors as well, as they journeyed, Chen Hua increasingly felt that something was amiss. Logically, they should have encountered at least one infected individual along the way, given the number of people who had traversed this route previously. After 2 hours of travel, they finally glimpsed the outskirts, at which point Chen Hua remarked that they were nearing their destination. For the sake of safety, let us quicken our pace and find a secure location to establish a temporary base. We must thoroughly scout the area, as the expenses within the shelter are rather considerable. This is our first outing, so let us make a good impression. In the future, we shall not be bullied wherever we go. As they approached the outskirts, Tanghua suddenly pointed out that the number of infected individuals in the streets was significant. We should take an alternate route, she suggested, gesturing towards a nearby alleyway. Chen Hua then inquired, Tanghua, how far can you control the plants? Approximately 50 meters at the moment. Beyond that, I cannot maintain control, she replied. That should suffice. Before we enter the alley, let us slow our pace and remain silent. Once we confirm the alley is safe, we shall proceed swiftly to find an appropriate place to settle. The 6 of them stealthily approached the entrance of the alley. Chen Hua cautiously surveyed the interior. It was quite narrow, serving as the back entrances to several homes, thus it was not frequented by many people. An excellent choice indeed. After locating a relatively secure spot, they entered a room. Lin Yan's ability enveloped the entire space, confirming there was no one inside, after which they began to inspect their surroundings. Chapter 25. Lin Yan's analysis. Once it was confirmed that all rooms were safe, the captain began assigning rooms to each team member. As the only girl in the group, Tanghua received a room to herself. Lin Yan, aware of his current capabilities, felt no need to sleep like an ordinary person and did not feel tired. Thus, he voluntarily decided to keep watch for the night. Following the captain's strong insistence, they organized a shift system, with Lin Yin taking the first watch. The captain and Lin Yin shared a room while the remaining three formed their own arrangements. After dinner, the group commenced discussions regarding their future combat strategies, deciding to conduct a lateral search along the outskirts, primarily targeting stores and supermarkets, locations rich in supplies. Although they were nominally a rescue team, much of their work revolved around searching for everyday provisions. Otherwise, with the current inventory in the shelter, they would run out of food within half a month. At this juncture, Lin Yin remarked, "I wonder if you all have noticed. But the behavior of the infected seems quite unusual. Logically, the number of infected should increase in the direction people are moving. After the outbreak, the highest number of individuals headed towards the shelters. Yet we have encountered very few infected since leaving. Instead, there appears to be a significant concentration of them on a particular street." Captain Chunhua pondered this, noting, "I observed something similar during the day. I wondered if the guards had dealt with the infected that followed us, but today's peculiarities have instilled a sense of unease in me. I even suspect that the infected might be drawn to or controlled by something." "What are you worried about? We have 2 psychics in our team. Don't underestimate my abilities. Have you seen the ninja show? The wood element is incredibly powerful, and guess what? I embody that," Tangua exclaimed, her demeanor perpetually bright and carefree as she animatedly manipulated the potted plants in the room to greet everyone. "Of course, with the 2 of us here, we are invincible, right? Don't be afraid. I have truly defeated infected before. I have experience," Ji Guantu chimed in, moving closer to Tangua. "Don't come near me with your fire tricks. I absolutely detest that. Be careful not to wet your bed at night." Tangua retorted with a look of disdain. Ji Guantu felt doused by a bucket of cold water, but was about to say something when Chen Hua interjected, "Enough with the banter. This is not the time for idle chatter. Even with psychics, casualties can still be significant in battles against the infected. Just yesterday, a small team went out, and despite having 2 psychics among them, none returned." Tangua, resembling a chastised child, lowered her head and hugged her knees in silence. Lin Yin offered comfort, stating, "We must remain vigilant, but having confidence is a good thing. We just need to exercise caution." "Exactly, Brother Yin is right. We should just be careful. Can their team compete with us?" Tangua exclaimed, as if she had found a glimmer of hope. "However, I fought against the infected a couple of days ago, and there's an urgent situation I need to discuss," Lin Yin stated solemnly. Chenhua recognized that Lin Yin, who had been relatively quiet throughout their journey, was now serious, indicating that what he had to say was crucial for everyone's safety. "During my encounter with the infected, I discovered that more advanced forms have emerged. They exhibit particularly hardened heads, making them impervious to ordinary weaponry. Their weak point is the eyes. Most importantly, if we encounter any infected, we must remain vigilant. They are continuously evolving and may present even greater threats. Even second-tier infected can easily decimate an unprepared team. I suspect that the unusual behavior of the infected may be linked to their evolution. So we should prioritize caution." Upon hearing this news, everyone inhaled sharply, realizing that it exceeded their understanding of the situation. That night, all returned to their rooms, while Lin Yin remained in the hall to keep watch. Deciding to assess his internal condition. Chapter 26. Ascending to Earth stage with everyone settled, Lin Yin took his seat in the hall, intending to further observe the state of his Dantian. This time, the Dantian appeared markedly different. The previously dim hexagram now radiated a brilliant light. Exuding a significant amount of sword QI.it, seemed that the hexagram had been entirely assimilated by the prowess of sword cultivation. Entering a unique state, Lin Yin could sense that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, yet for safety's sake, he chose to temporarily forego this advancement, deciding to wait until the others could take over his watch later in the night before returning to his room to progress. The night was eerily quiet. The low growls of the infected resonated jarringly in the stillness. Although the sounds emanated from a distance, they compelled Lin Yin to remain alert, utilizing his perceptive abilities to monitor the status of each team member. Due to the incident with Wang San, Lin Yin harbored a strong wariness towards strangers. Even among teammates, without knowing their backgrounds, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. His primary focus was on Ji Guantu and Tangua, as they were psychics and might resort to any means to leverage their abilities. In this apocalypse, survival was the only absolute truth. Lin Yin sensed the captain exiting his room, quietly approaching his side. Yet Lin Yin refrained from reacting, curious about the captain's intentions. Lin Yin, you should rest for a while. I'll keep watch. Get some rest, and then you can take over, the captain whispered in that moment. Lin Yin realized that he might have been overly cautious and should trust his teammates. All right, I'll come relieve you shortly, Captain. Thank you for your efforts. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yin returned to his room, eagerly preparing for his advancement. With the experience from his previous attempt, this progression proved to be much smoother. As the hexagram was guided by Lin Yin, the surrounding sword chi enveloped it in an instant. Seemingly protective, as if fearing it might harm Lin Yin. The hexagram appeared to possess a semblance of life, seemingly apprehensive of the sword chi, avoiding the reckless chaos it had exhibited previously within Lin Yan's body. And instead, it gracefully entered the meridians, traversing through them. This journey was markedly different from the first. The initial route had felt as though the hexagram was leading Lin Yin, while this time it adhered strictly to the path dictated by the predecessors of sword cultivation. There was no discomfort this time. Rather, Lin Yin felt an overwhelming sense of ease, his entire being brimming with strength. Upon the conclusion of this traversal, a profound transformation occurred within his dantian. The hexagram vanished, replaced by a resplendent golden sword. Lin Yin understood that this was uniquely his, a manifestation of the inheritance he received from sword cultivation. The once pitch-black dantian now shimmered in a dark golden hue. As Lin Yin once more attuned himself to his abilities, he discovered that he had remarkably advanced 2 levels, directly ascending to the initial stage of Earth tier, now at 2 stars. His power had surged dramatically. His perceptive abilities, which previously had been broad yet colorless, now exhibited vibrant hues, expanding to encompass a radius of 500 meters. This newfound capability likely surpassed Tang Guo's plant control in terms of reconnaissance prowess. Secondly, my original fire attribute skill, Blaze of Glory, has unexpectedly been replaced. Chapter 27, Midnight Conversation. The once fiery ability has now transformed into a formless demon sealing slash, yet the most formidable aspect of the demon sealing slash lies in its capacity to assume any attribute. For instance, Lin Yan's original fire attribute, imbued with a fiery effect, can be combined with Candy's wood attribute. Beyond mere damage, this amalgamation also grants control over the wood element. Each attribute bestows additional bonuses, rendering it more accurate to say it embodies all attributes rather than being formless, including Lin Yan's own spatial attribute. Moreover, when this sword is unleashed, the sword energy extends at least 15 meters. Although it pales in comparison to the prowess of seasoned sword cultivators, it is undeniably a formidable force for Lin Yin at this juncture. Furthermore, his spatial abilities have experienced a significant enhancement. Not only has the spatial range expanded, but the spatial ability now possesses offensive power, enabling him to slay adversaries utilizing spatial manipulation. Imagine partially ensnaring an object within Lin Yan's space while leaving the other half outside. By closing the space, even the most resilient material could be instantly severed between 2 dimensions, with an attack range of 10 meters. Previously, if an object was partially within the space and partially outside, it was impossible to close that space. The gains from this advancement have proven substantial for Lin Yin. His original skills are subtly being influenced by the techniques of the sword immortals, and his capabilities continue to ascend. Should he encounter a level 2 infected being at this moment, Lin Yin could dispatch it effortlessly. Upon checking the time, Lin Yin realized this advancement had taken less than 3 hours. A stark contrast to his previous elevation that consumed an entire night. He resolved to relieve the guard in the hall, confident that his current mental and physical fortitude would allow him to remain awake for days without issue. Upon entering the hall, he noticed Captain Chun still present, when logically, he should have been replaced by now. Captain Chun, are you not planning to rest? Tomorrow offers little time for respite. I cannot sleep. Rest assured. I will not hinder the team tomorrow. I recall the days of executing missions where I would go nights without sleep while on stakeout. It was far less comfortable than now. Yet, why are you up again? Lin Yin seated himself beside Captain Chen Hua, replying, I am not particularly tired, so I came out to take over. Lin Yin, I am a straightforward individual. I do not mince words, if I speak candidly. Do not hold it against me. What are you implying, Captain? If you have something to say, please do not hesitate. I am not one to take offense easily. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Chen Hua remarked, I understand you are not an ordinary person. In such circumstances, leading the majority of villagers to safety likely required more than mere intelligence. At this juncture, Lin Yin comprehended that Captain Qian Hua harbored suspicions regarding his potential as an ability user. Hence his words, indeed, relying solely on my intellect would be quite challenging. It is the collective wisdom of the entire village that facilitated our escape. You give me the impression that you may indeed be the strongest combatant within our ranks. Do we not have 2 other ability users in our team? Yet, I sense you might also be an ability user. I am uncertain of your reasons for concealing your identity, but rest assured, tonight's conversation will remain confidential. Regardless of your status, I shall not divulge it to others. Lin Yin remained silent, merely sitting in contemplation as an uncomfortable silence enveloped the air, as if awaiting someone to shatter the oppressive quietude. After a considerable pause, Captain Qian Hua broke the silence, stating, I hope you can place your trust in your teammates. We are a life-and-death squad. Your back is entrusted to us, just as ours is to you. Provided we maintain absolute mutual trust. Very well, you may trust me. Qian Hua recognized that Lin Yan's assurance was a promise he would uphold. Chapter 28. Searching for supplies. Following this, Lin Yin and Captain Qian Hua engaged in casual conversation, during which Qian Hua shared details about his family. He once enjoyed a blissful life, blessed with a devoted wife and 2 children. However, after the onset of the apocalypse, he lost contact with them. The last communication indicated they had reached a safe location in H City, but thereafter, he could not reconnect. In pursuit of his wife and children, Qian Hua joined the rescue team. Nevertheless, Captain Qian Hua maintained a clear and analytical mindset amidst these circumstances, opting not to recklessly venture into the city but instead taking on simpler tasks in the suburbs. He needed to assess the current combat capabilities of the team to determine if they were adequately prepared to enter the city in search of supplies. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to collective suicide for the squad. Lin Yin did not withhold information from Qian Hua, revealing that he joined the rescue team for his girlfriend, Wei Wei. Lin Yin could not accept the notion of her fate being left unresolved and firmly believed she must have been caught in some unforeseen circumstances or misunderstandings. Lin Yin could now ascertain that Qian Hua posed no threat to him. Rather, Qian Hua hoped for a powerful ally capable of leading the team into the city and returning unscathed. As dawn broke, the team members gradually awakened from their slumber. The night had passed without incident, and Lin Yin noted that the infected were far more active at night than during the day. Typically, during daylight hours, the infected sought refuge from the sunlight, significantly reducing their activity. Although they often avoided the sun, it did not inflict substantial harm upon them. After a simple breakfast, the team's engineer, Shouho, examined the map, pinpointing several resource-rich locations in the suburbs, including shopping malls and supermarkets, where nearly all daily necessities could be procured. Following that, they would explore the shops and residential areas, ultimately aiming to search each household while simultaneously conducting rescue operations. The most perilous locations were the malls and supermarkets, as these were typically crowded with people, leading to a higher number of infected individuals. Should a confrontation occur there, it was likely that nearby infected would swarm to the scene, resulting in an overwhelming onslaught. To err on the side of caution, Shouho suggested commencing with the residential areas, selecting safer routes to minimize the risk of combat. With the route established, the team donned their protective gear and armed themselves before heading to a nearby store. The primary reconnaissance method employed by the team relied on Candy's plant-based scouting abilities, while Lin Yin continuously activated his sensory capabilities, attuned to his surroundings to ensure the team's safe passage. The search through the residential areas proceeded remarkably smoothly, as they encountered only a few infected, which the team swiftly dispatched. To enhanced their capacity to carry supplies. Each team was equipped with auxiliary material packs and corresponding transport vehicles. They drove at a slow pace to minimize noise, ensuring they would not attract the attention of the infected. For safety, the supply vehicles were parked approximately 1 kilometer outside the suburbs to prevent the infected from being drawn to their presence. After completing the search of the shops in the residential area, 2 options lay before the team. Either return to the safe haven to submit their findings and await the next mission, or continue searching, albeit with greater difficulty. If they chose to press on, the next targets would likely be either the mall and supermarket or the individual rooms within the residential area. Chapter 29. Continuing forward. The team members began to deliberate, yet Lin Yin refrained from voicing his opinion. Candy advocated for venturing into the mall, believing it would yield a larger cache of supplies, which could then be exchanged for more provisions upon returning to the safe haven. In contrast, Shouho preferred to return to the safe haven, as he was not an ability user but merely an engineer. The team member, Jiguantahua, expressed indifference, stating he was unencumbered and would go wherever the team decided. Ding Fei, a relatively taciturn individual with a background in law enforcement, remained silent. Although he possessed commendable skills and a commendable character, his imposing beard often intimidated others, causing them to perceive him as a potential threat. Ding Fei finally spoke. I believe we should scout the mall. If all appears well, we can swiftly gather supplies and depart, alleviating some pressure on the safe haven. If the supplies there dwindle to a critical point, we may face even greater risks than we currently do. At this, everyone turned to Captain Chen Hua, as the present situation posed a challenge in reaching a consensus. Chen Hua fell into deep contemplation, knowing that his ultimate decision would determine the fate of the group. With differing opinions emerging, he had become the final arbiter. He discreetly summoned Lin Yan aside, under the pretense of seeking his counsel. Given Lin Yan's previous experience organizing villagers against the infected, a rationale that seemed plausible and would not raise suspicion among the team. Lin Yan, I need you to be candid with me. If we enter the mall and encounter danger, can you assure me that we will all emerge unscathed? Was the captain suggesting they gamble on entering the mall? Ding Fei is correct. The situation within the shelter is far from optimistic. It is said that when this refuge was constructed, it was designed to accommodate 3,000 individuals for a duration of 2 years. Now, however, nearly 10,000 people have entered, which is an overwhelming concept. With the same resources, enduring even 6 months seems arduous. For us, every morsel of supplies brings a glimmer of hope, does it not? Very well, I trust you. I can only return and do my utmost to ensure our safety. Good, with your words, I feel reassured that it appears my deductions were indeed accurate. You are the strongest among our group. In truth, Lin Yan could have continued to remain hidden, yet a single statement from Chen Hua touched him deeply. Trust. You can completely entrust your back to me. At that moment, Lin Yan discerned a resolute determination and unprecedented trust emanating from Chen Hua. Ultimately, it was decided to head to the mall, with the frail monkey agreeing only after Chen Hua repeatedly assured him of their safety. Early the next morning, Lin Yan and his companions arrived at the mall's entrance. On their way, they encountered some minor troubles, but nothing insurmountable, which only bolstered the team's confidence. They also came across level 2 infected individuals. But thanks to Lin Yan's prior warnings, they navigated the situation without issue. Upon entering the mall, Lin Yan sensed the presence of infected individuals within, though their numbers were not excessive and remained manageable. Initially, Tanghua conducted a preliminary observation, arriving at a conclusion similar to Lin Yan's. Following that, Ding Fei took the lead while Chen Hua brought up the rear. Tanghua was genuinely delighted. Being a girl, she had a natural fondness for shopping. Chen Hua had even once suspected that Tanghua had insisted on coming to the mall solely for the purpose of shopping. Nevertheless, despite her excitement, Tanghua did not express a desire to explore every store. She simply felt as though she had finally returned to the realm of humanity, and thus, her spirits were lifted. The group's primary objective was clear: to procure food, water, clothing, and the like. However, unforeseen events often occur in an instant. Chapter 30. The predicament. While the team leader was clearing out the infected, he inadvertently triggered the alarm system, causing the entire floor to erupt in a cacophony of blaring sirens that shattered the tranquility of the morning. Hurry! The nearby infected will soon converge here. We must find a safe place to hide, Chen Hua shouted. At this moment, the frail monkey's face was etched with despair. I told you we shouldn't come. You insisted, and now we are all going to die here. Quit with the defeatist talk. Listen to the captain. You all go ahead. I will cover the rear. If the infected come, I will take responsibility for holding them off. Ding Fei was the first to step forward in support of Chen Hua. Though Tanghua was an ability user, being the youngest and a girl, perhaps out of fear, she did not react immediately. It was Lin Yan who quickly grabbed Tanghua and followed Chen Hua. Tanghua, how is the situation outside? Can you sense anything? Oh, I'll check. It was apparent that fear laced Tanghua's voice. This was understandable. It was her first experience with such a significant event. During the outbreak of the infected, she had been outside, inadvertently following the crowd into the shelter without any combat experience against the infected. Let alone in such circumstances. Captain, I sense many infected entering the mall. We must move quickly. Inside, my sensing ability isn't very effective, but I can tell that most of them have just entered. Let's head upstairs. We are on the 3rd floor. If they come up from below, they will likely linger on the third floor for quite some time. If we can reach the fifth floor and block the stairs, we still have a chance. Though there were indeed infected on the way up, their numbers were not overwhelming, and it posed no significant issue. Tio protect the team. Lin Yin took the lead, clearing the path alongside Qianhua to ensure the group's progress. Lin Yin, just protect Tanghua. I can manage on my own. No need to assist me. The pace was a bit slow, so Qianhua responded, leave the path clearing to me. You focus on protecting the others and keep up. Taken aback by Lin Yan's words, Qianhua turned to see Lin Yan had somehow acquired a sword, wielding it with remarkable speed and precision, greatly enhancing their progress. Everyone, keep up. We are almost at the rooftop. Ding Fei, hurry. Ding Fei, being a former police officer, demonstrated commendable skills, swiftly dealing with the scattered infected that trailed behind. Before long, under Lin Yan's guidance, everyone safely arrived at the rooftop. Quickly, find something to block the stairs. And bring up more items to barricade the rooftop door. In truth, the infected had already become fewer. The rest were puzzled as to how the infected had managed to ascend so swiftly. Lin Yin understood that his sensing ability had now enveloped the entire mall, and when the infected reached the third floor, it was the alarm that had alerted them. However, a few infected had caught wind of their movements and let out low growls, prompting nearly all the infected on the third floor to change direction and pursue them. After barricading the door, they achieved a temporary safety. Except for Lin Yin and Qianhua, everyone appeared fatigued. And Ding Fei was injured, still bleeding. This is bad. Ding Fei has been infected. We're doomed, the frail monkey shouted. Lin Yin approached to inspect Ding Fei's wound, but the frail monkey cautioned, don't go near him. Be careful he doesn't turn infected. Stop talking. Let's take a look first. Qianhua replied impatiently, rest assured, I am not infected. If I were, you wouldn't need to lift a finger. I would handle it myself. Ding Fei stated, still maintaining a stoic expression. Humph. Just afraid you won't have the courage when the time comes, the frail monkey, Yang Yu, retorted, as Lin Yin peeled back the fabric covering the wound. A gruesome gash was revealed, causing everyone present to gasp in shock. This is clearly a sharp object injury. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Lin Yin reassured them. That's a relief. I can finally breathe easy, the frail monkey sighed deeply. Ding brother, please don't take my earlier words to heart. I tend to speak without thinking. Yes, nothing. I was just scratched by a fallen shelf during the chaos. I didn't mention it at the time because of the urgency. Ding Fei explained. Ding brother, the only disinfectant we have is alcohol, Tanghua said, producing the alcohol but hesitating to use it upon seeing the wound. Ding Fei smiled. It's fine. Come on, sis, this little injury is nothing. I said it would have been better if we had fought them. Look downstairs now. It's crawling with infected. What do we do? Even if we barricade the door, how long can we hold out? Even if the infected can't get in, we can't get out either. We'll starve to death here. Hua Hua grumbled. Be why now. Ding Fei had tended to his wound, but he was unable to move. Sitting down, he said, we can rest here for a while. There will surely be a way out. You see, I said we should directly return to the shelter. Why do we have to come here? This is clearly a death wish. I know each of you has your uses. I'm the only one without any value, just a map reader. Of course, no one listens to me. It makes no difference whether I'm here or not. The frail monkey felt quite aggrieved. Throughout, he had always been the protected one. His role in the team was that of a living map, accurately identifying their current position, yet he possessed almost no combat capability. All right, monkey brother, let's refrain from further complaints. At this moment, we must unite. I believe the captain will lead us out. Please trust me, Ding Fei urged, not wishing to witness dissent within the team. If significant discord arose now, desperate actions could ensue. Don't speak well of the captain. I don't understand your confidence in coming here. If you want to die, don't drag us along. After a prolonged silence, Qianhua finally spoke. As the captain, I have failed you all. I never anticipated this outcome. I take full responsibility. I am sorry. What do we do? I don't want to die yet. I'm still young. I haven't even married yet. Someone, please save me. Hua Hua sat on the ground, tears streaming down his face. I propose we replace the captain with someone more capable. We can't continue to follow his erratic commands, the frail monkey declared angrily. Everyone, stop arguing. And you? Why are you crying? You're a grown man. What else with the tears? You all need to think of a way out. I don't want to die here either. I'm still young. I am the youngest. It's all your fault. Had I known, I wouldn't have followed you out. Tangwa finally broke down. At this moment, despair permeated the group. Aside from Lin Yin, every member felt deeply disheartened, including Captain Chen Hua, who had made numerous attempts to contact the shelter for assistance but had failed to establish any communication. I suggesting Fei take over as captain. Chen Hua is no longer capable of leading US. Up to this point, he has done nothing. The slender monkey was still venting his frustrations. In this dire situation, the entire team was overwhelmed by despair, and Chen Hua fell silent, merely lowering his head. At that moment, the voice from the intercom finally broke through the tension, announcing the dire state of the shelter. Chapter 32. Hope amid despair. The shelter was besieged by a horde of infected individuals and could not provide immediate rescue. The possibility of the shelter being breached loomed large. If you manage to reach safety, please provide immediate assistance to the shelter. The message from the intercom left Chen Hua, who had previously been filled with hope. In a state of shock, the intercom was connected to his headset to prevent sudden alerts during missions, and now only Chen Hua was privy to this unsettling news. Unsure of how to explain it to his teammates, he realized that the shelter's rescue was their last flicker of hope, but this hope could easily transform into the final straw that broke the camel's back. Chen Hua approached Lin Yin and whispered, "Lin Yin, give me a hint. Can you lead everyone to safety? I can offer you anything you desire, even my life. I need nothing." Lin Yin replied, "Do you remember what I said? Trust your teammates. I have stated that I won't take action unless absolutely necessary. I don't wish to expose myself, as it feels unsafe. Rest assured, I have a way to ensure everyone's safety." "All right, I believe in you." Chen Hua then stepped forward, declaring, "I agree to change the team leader. I propose Lin Yin as the new leader. I trust he can lead us out." "Did I hear that correctly, Lin Yin? He seems as passive as I am, doing nothing throughout. I actually think Xiaohua would do well too. Considering he's an ability user." The slender monkey, relieved that Chen Hua was unharmed, began to whisper to Lin Yin, assuming they were in cahoots. As Chen Hua proposed the leadership change, the slender monkey naturally began to doubt. "Let us not dwell on who should be the leader. Surviving is our priority. The noise below is growing louder. I fear we won't hold out much longer. We should seek help from the shelter." Ding Fei, however, was quite supportive of Chen Hua and believed that Captain Chen could lead them to safety. As soon as Ding Fei spoke, a hush fell over the group, for they all understood that contemplating a leadership change at this juncture was futile. Surviving in this apocalypse was already a monumental challenge. The inability to contact the shelter is likely a signal issue. We should remain proactive. I believe we can survive. Chen Hua chose not to disclose the current predicament of the shelter to the others, as doing so would plunge them back into despair. What they needed most now was hope, the very essence that fuels motivation and unleashes potential. Lin Yan's perceptive abilities had already revealed that the debris piled in the stairwell was rapidly collapsing under the weight of the frenzied infected, drawing perilously close to their safety door. "Let us sit down and share our true feelings. The six of us have yet to truly understand one another. If this is indeed our final moment, I hope we can seize it," Yang Yu suggested. In truth, Yang Yu held no particular regard for the captain or the other members. In life or death situations, individuals often resort to venting their frustrations or seeking a sliver of hope to cling to. "I'll be the first to speak. Let's save our heartfelt confessions for after we escape. Since I promised to keep you all safe, I shall not break my word," Lin Yin replied calmly, not wishing to prolong the current state. In this world, this team, and among those around him, hope was essential. Chapter 33. Lin Yan's strength. Everyone except Chen Hua stared dumbfounded at Lin Yin. For the others, the influx of information was overwhelming. How could someone who had been so passive suddenly declare such a thing? "Stop trying to comfort us. We've come to accept this reality." "Still, thank you, Lin Yin," Yang Yu said, initially excited but then feeling dejected. The flickering hopes in everyone's eyes were abruptly extinguished, as if the last lifeline had dissolved into mere illusion. At that moment, Tangwa chimed in. "I believe you. I was just about to ask. How did you suddenly produce a sword? I've never seen you use one before. You always relied on the weapons we provided during encounters with the infected, right? I just remembered. Out of nowhere, you pulled out that sword, which seemed anything but ordinary, yet incredibly sharp. I saw it slice through a metal frame effortlessly," Hua Hua exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "I'll explain this later. The barriers won't hold much longer. Brother Yang, please don't blame Captain Chan any longer. I suggested he come to the mall, and I assured him I would keep everyone safe. Why didn't you say that earlier? You've ruined my perfect image. Huohuo recalled how he had been crying moments ago, feeling utterly disheartened. Hey, you big man, crying like a baby. Aren't you embarrassed? Lin Yin, why didn't you mention this sooner? Besides, with just the three of us, how could we possibly escape? It's not that we don't believe in you. I'm an ability user too, and even if we band together, it wouldn't last long. Tanghua remarked. It was commendable that Tanghua maintained her composure, being an ability user herself, and generally more thoughtful. Don't worry, Tanghua, I keep my promises. You two won't need to lift a finger. Trust me, I will demonstrate my strength shortly. Lin Yan's statement served to reassure everyone and, for safety's sake, to showcase his abilities. After all, even if they harbored doubts, they would first need to assess whether they could contend with him. As he spoke, a series of loud bangs echoed, and the rooftop door finally collapsed. A torrent of infected individuals surged through the opening. Tanghua, give me your hand. The wood element can not only be controlled but, when wielded effectively, can unleash unimaginable power. Lin Yin grasped Tanghua's hand. She instinctively tried to pull away but could not escape. As she was a relatively modest girl who enjoyed playful antics, Lin Yin retrieved the space sword he had prepared earlier, imbuing it with Tanghua's wood element. The blue-black blade shimmered, displaying traces of its wooden essence. Demon Sealing Slash, he announced. This mutated skill bore no intrinsic attributes. It was purely a non-elemental sword technique, yet it could be infused with any attribute, yielding varying results. With a swift and clean stroke, everyone felt the chilling sword aura, as if it could rend them to pieces in an instant, yet the technique was devoid of any ostentation. The sword aura was infused with a wealth of wood element. As it passed, tiny branches sprouted, but upon contacting the infected, these branches seemingly came to life, rapidly growing and piercing through them. Each major branch birthed smaller ones, ensnaring and restraining the unpierced infected. Naturally, those struck by the sword aura were instantly slain, while the others were bound by the smaller branches, which then spread like living entities, enveloping the entire rooftop door and forming a natural barrier. Any approaching infected would be pierced and restrained. Everyone stood frozen in awe, as this spectacle transcended their comprehension. Chapter 34. Escape. After unleashing the slash, Lin Yin sensed the formidable power of the sword, yet he was also filled with astonishment. The force of the sword aura, upon making contact with the infected, was so overwhelming that it could shred them apart in an instant. Lin Yin also grasped the sheer terror of the 3 strikes delivered by the sword master. The first 2 strikes, though seemingly weaker than his current display, were testament to the sword master's prowess. The infected were cleaved in half without any overt display of force, akin to a sharp blade slicing through. One could only imagine the precise control required at that moment. The final strike was the true devastating blow. It was worth noting that the sword master had been but a wisp of a soul. Wielding a mere branch, his strength was self-evident. Lin Yan's admiration for the sword master grew, as he recognized the vast chasm between their abilities. Meanwhile, the others were equally astonished, including Captain Chen Hua. Chen Hua had suspected Lin Yin was extraordinary, but he had never anticipated such power. The 2 ability users in the group understood that their own capabilities paled in comparison to Lin Yin's sort. Lin Yin, you are incredible, exclaimed Huohua, still holding Tanghua's hand, who was yet to recover from her shock, feeling as if she were in a dream. Lin Yin, you will be my idol from now on. I adore you, Huohua declared, eyes brimming with admiration. Oh please, I'm not into that sort of thing. At that moment, Candy suddenly realized, hastily withdrawing her hand, her face flushed with embarrassment. Despite her usual playful demeanor, she was, in fact, quite reserved. Although she had numerous admirers in the past, she had never had a boyfriend until now. You big oaf, do you still not want to let go? Upon being seen, Candy became increasingly shy. This is a hero and a beauty, brother Lin Yin. Rest assured, we are close friends, so I will yield Candy to you, Huohua chimed in. Are you looking for trouble? Candy blushed even more at this remark. Captain, look at them, just ignore it. Hua, let's save the jokes for later. Lin Yin interjected. How do we get down now? In an open area, your strength can be maximized, but if we are inside a mall, I personally believe there may be certain limitations. Jinhua, being the captain. was always able to maintain his composure. In truth, Qianhua was correct. Lin Yan's abilities could be fully unleashed in a relatively open space, but what if they found themselves in a narrow, winding, or cramped environment? Lin Yan understood that he must find a solution to this issue in the future, as enemies would not always appear in the most favorable circumstances for him. Do not worry. I have a way to lead us out. Everyone, follow me closely. I will take you away, Lin Yan declared. Everyone prepared for combat, yet what Lin Yan did next shattered their preconceived notions once more. A circular, dark blue-black orb began to expand, enshrouded in darkness that felt unlike night, where everything was clearly visible. Lin Yan led the team into his own space. The entrance gradually closed, signifying the safety of the team members. After a day filled with despair and hope, they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 35. No comparison, no hurt. Lin Yan, thank you. I knew I was right about you, Chunhua remarked. I promised to protect you all, and I will keep that promise. Brother Yin, you are clearly so strong. Why didn't you tell us from the beginning? Candy asked. Indeed, had we known of your strength, we wouldn't have been so flustered. Huohuo agreed. I just wanted to ensure my own safety. There are certainly others looking to kill superpowered individuals to gain their abilities, and I did not want to expose myself, Lin Yan explained. You didn't know? Candy appeared astonished. The Superpowered Protectors Association has already been established. If a superpowered individual kills another peer, they will be hunted down by all superpowered beings. Really? I had no idea. When did this happen? Oh, it was the day after the outbreak of the infection. Several high-level superpowered individuals decided to form this association. You didn't mention being a superpowered individual when you entered the shelter, did you? Huohuo inquired. No, I still felt it would be safer to keep my identity hidden. At that moment, Candy curiously asked, Brother Yin, you're not already high-level, are you? I am not high-level. Not high-level and still this strong? I am still at the low level and I envy you mid-level folks, Candy said, feeling dejected. Huohuo quickly chimed in, I'm mid-level. I'm mid-level. Look at my long-range attacks. They are quite impressive. But seriously? Brother Lin Yan, what level are you really? Your mid-level seems a bit formidable. I'm not mid-level. I just recently entered the low level. I fear others might be too strong, which is why I hesitate to reveal my situation. Candy and Huohuo exchanged incredulous glances. This was understandable. In H City, the highest-ranked individuals were merely a low-level 1-star and 3 high-level 5 stars, with 1 high-level 4-star. To them, these people were at the pinnacle of the pyramid. And ascending levels was no easy task. However, with Lin Yan having received the inheritance of the sword cultivation, he was naturally an exception, perhaps even beyond evaluation by such classifications. My goodness, you're even stronger than the 5 titans of H City. Do you think anyone would dare to harm you? You're overthinking it. I bet no one can defeat you now, Candy said enviously. Brother Yin, what are your skills? Is it just sword skills? It looks so cool. Candy, could you please stop being infatuated for no reason? Huohuo remarked, I fear this space might also be part of your skills. The other few individuals, not being superpowered, listened in confusion, unable to interject. Actually, my skills right now are just 3, and they aren't particularly strong. This statement shocked Candy and Huohuo again. Logically, each superpowered individual had only 1 skill, and even upon reaching the low level, it was merely an enhancement of that skill. Of course, Lin Yan was unaware of this and thought everyone was like him. A freak. You actually have 3 skills. We only have 1. Why do I even ask this? Truly, no comparison means no hurt, Candy lamented. I'm not entirely sure about this either. Let us first head to a safe place and discuss further. Remaining in this space isn't a viable solution. As they spoke, everyone exited the space. Lin Yan, now at the low level, naturally had enhanced his skills significantly. He no longer could only move short distances in the past, and this time they returned directly to the house they had previously occupied. Chapter 36. Open your heart. Once everyone calmed down, dragging their weary bodies into the hall, Lin Yan briefly explained his skill mechanics, while Candy updated him on the current situation of superpowered individuals. When superpowered beings first emerged, they engaged in mutual slaughter, but to end such violence and hasten the cessation of this catastrophe, the 5 strongest superpowered individuals decided to establish the Superpowered Association, specifically to protect superpowered beings and oppose mutual killings. Many individuals wished to escape the constant fear, leading to a significant number of people joining the association. They even proposed a slogan. As long as one was a superpowered individual, They were within the scope of protection and had an obligation to oppose killing, which indeed united the superpowered individuals. Chunhua planned to inform everyone about the shelter's news the following morning, as everyone was currently exhausted and in need of good rest. After Lin Yin finished chatting with Candy, Chunhua said, "Our little team has very kind-hearted individuals. As we deepen our understanding of one another, we will become even more harmonious in the future. I agree. I'll go first." Ding Fei eagerly volunteered. As everyone knows, I used to be a police officer and I had a decent life. When the apocalypse broke out, my wife and child were in the shelter. My profession told me I needed to save more people, which is why I joined the rescue team. I'm not much of a talker, so please don't mind my silence. Each person briefly introduced their situation and explained why they joined the rescue team. Chunhua joined for his wife and child. Yang Yu wished to prove himself after being looked down upon. Candy's parents were in another city, and she, having been accustomed to freedom and often admiring heroes through martial arts dramas and novels, aimed to fulfill her dream of becoming a heroine. Hua was driven by passion, fearless of anything. Lin Yan's intention was pure as well. He wanted to find Wei Wei and secure a better life for his grandparents. Wow, that's really touching. Brother Yin, you are truly devoted. You are the ideal man in our hearts. Candy comforted Lin Yin upon hearing about his situation with Wei Wei. See, I told you our Candy is infatuated. Brother Lin Yin. Who is better, your goddess or Candy? Look at Candy. She is cute, kind, and she dotes on you. She is the dream of every homebody, and now she is practically throwing herself at you. Hua quipped. This girl Candy is indeed nice, but I have a girlfriend. Plus, as the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. My girlfriend is also quite wonderful and gentle. Hua, are you looking for trouble? What does it matter to me how I want to act? And for the record, I have many admirers. I don't fancy any of them. And you, Lin Yin, do you think I'm not good enough? I am not interested in you at all. Candy's face turned crimson. Perhaps it was their personalities or the nature of their relationship, but Candy and Hua often bickered. This time, however, Hua had truly upset Candy, as such jokes were hard for a reserved girl to accept. As they spoke, tears welled up in Candy's eyes, a mix of indignation and sorrow. No, Candy, don't be upset. I was just joking. Hua hurried to explain. Candy, you're adorable. I've never thought of you as crazy. Your personality is lively and spirited, and honestly, I quite like it. But I really do have a girlfriend. I can't betray Wei Wei, nor can I betray you. Hua, look at Brother Yin, then look at yourself. Teske, the difference is truly vast. Under the explanations of the two, Candy was no longer sorrowful that evening. Everyone shared many thoughts, gradually opening their hearts to one another, fostering a deeper trust, which undoubtedly forged a bond akin to that of life and death. Chapter 37. The grim news that night, the six of them had a simple meal before retiring for rest. The five gentlemen took turns keeping watch, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Lin Yin returned to his room and once again turned his attention inward, examining his dantian. Despite having eliminated numerous infected, it seemed he made no progress whatsoever. Lin Yin pondered, given that they were merely low tier. It was astonishing that after slaying so many infected, he had experienced no change at all. With that thought, he ceased to dwell on it and began to rest. The following morning, everyone gathered in the hall. Candy joyfully announced to the group that she had broken through to the intermediate level. Isn't that impressive? Upon hearing this news, everyone began to congratulate Candy. This was undoubtedly a boon for the team. The higher the tier of the ability user, the greater the combat strength they could contribute, directly impacting each person's survival. At that moment, however, Chunhua appeared somewhat distracted. Lin Yin approached and quietly inquired, "Captain, you seem troubled. Are you worried about your family? Rest assured, we will surely find them." "Thank you, Lin Yin, I won't hide it from you any longer. There has been an incident at the shelter." Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's expression darkened instantaneously. Having lived with his grandparents, he felt a profound bond with them. Naturally, this news unsettled him. What exactly happened? Chunhua sighed. "We should inform everyone and decide together." He then interrupted the group's joy, stating, "There is something I must tell you all. I hope you can brace yourselves to this." Everyone turned their gaze toward Chunhua, their faces still radiant with joy. "Yesterday, when I mentioned I couldn't reach the shelter, I was not being entirely truthful. I did manage to contact the shelter, but it was under siege by a horde of infected, which is why I chose not to share the full truth. Yang Yu quickly responded, Captain, we understand you were acting in our best interests. You did the right thing. The shelter has numerous defenders and ample weaponry. They should be safe now. We can just wait to celebrate our success. No, there is more grim news. Since last night, we have completely lost contact with the shelter. With those words, a heavy silence fell over the hall. The joy on everyone's faces evaporated, replaced by confusion and uncertainty. Candy suggested, perhaps your walkie-talkie is malfunctioning. Chunhua shook his head. I can assure you the walkie-talkie is functioning properly. We have indeed lost contact. I must go back, Lin Yin declared with unwavering resolve. His simple words carried an extraordinary conviction. Usually perceived as easygoing, Lin Yin now exuded an aura that compelled everyone to instinctively step back. It was an atmosphere of killing intent, or perhaps a piercing sword energy, making it feel as though one might be torn apart by merely inching closer. Brother Yin, please don't be agitated. Let us think of a strategy together. It could be that we are simply too far away. And the walkie-talkie is the issue, Candy stammered. You needn't comfort me, my family is still in the shelter. I must return, Lin Yin stated resolutely. Very well, I will accompany you. You all stay here. It is relatively safer. And there are enough supplies to sustain you for at least 3 months, Chunhua said. Let us not forget we are a team. Are you implying that you wish to return to claim glory? Are you afraid we might steal your thunder? Hua Hua asserted steadfastly. Indeed, to venture out together yet not return together is simply unacceptable. Are you afraid we will hinder your progress? At this moment, the team exhibited an unprecedented unity. Lin Yan's sword energy also receded within him. The team then set off towards the shelter. Chapter 38. The Farewell Before Long. They arrived near the shelter, which had transformed into a paradise for the infected. The entrance had been breached, and Lin Yan and the others found this inexplicable. The shelter's door was thick and made of metal, operated entirely by mechanical hydraulics. It should have been impossible for the infected to force it open. It was highly likely that the defenders outside had opened the door in a desperate bid to escape, allowing the infected to invade the shelter. We didn't encounter any infected on our way here. Where did all these infected come from? How could there be so many? Chunhua calmly analyzed. At this moment, Lin Yin felt a sensation of being watched, yet his perception revealed no observers, so he dismissed it. His senses enveloped the entire interior of the shelter, which had become entirely overrun with infected, devoid of any signs of life. The shelter had completely fallen. The apocalypse never shows mercy to the weak. Tragedies unfold at every moment. Across the globe, shelters have fallen. Yet Lin Yin could scarcely believe such calamity could strike him so swiftly, especially with his 2 closest family members still inside, their fates uncertain. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yin prepared to enter the shelter, consumed by a surge of fury. This time, he lost all composure, his gaze filled solely with murderous intent. The team members could feel the atmosphere around them, as if it could ignite at any moment, or was frigid as an ice cavern. Lin Yin, please listen to me. Don't be rash. We don't yet know the situation inside. Charging in would be tantamount to courting death. Shelters typically have emergency protocols. Perhaps your family is safe now. Do you wish for them to receive news of your demise? These words caused Lin Yin to regain some composure. Indeed, his perception indicated that no one was present at his home, suggesting that his grandparents might have escaped. However, obtaining information now became the paramount concern. I possess a unique ability to extract fleeting memories from nearby plants, though the duration is brief, and the images are quite hazy. Candy announced. Though this skill seemed trivial, its utility was significant. Candy's abilities were inherently investigative, and this skill could aid in reconnaissance of enemies or allies. I just attempted it. The extracted memories were vague. It appeared that a plane had delivered a group of people, followed by a large influx of infected from outside, and then numerous planes departed. She relayed this small fragment of information, while the data was scant. The team deduced that many individuals had likely evacuated the shelter, with the infected possibly drawn by the sounds of the planes. Yet, the question remained. How could the infected have arrived so swiftly when their speed could never match that of the aircraft? At that moment, Lin Yin received a voicemail from Fatty. Lin Yin, do not return to the shelter. It has fallen. However, we are safe. We have relocated to the C District shelter in B City. And your family is with us. Rest assured. With that message, Lin Yin finally felt a weight lift from his heart. This also signified the total abandonment of the shelter. Lin Yin shared this news with his team. prompting a collective sigh of relief. The others decided to head to B City, some in search of loved ones, others seeking a secure refuge. Though not far from H City, Lin Yin resolved to stay behind. He still had unfinished business. Lin Yin, we are a team. Let us go together. It is no longer safe here, and we want to rest easy knowing you remain. Chen Hua urged. I still have matters to attend to. You all proceed. Take care on the journey. The supply vehicles that emerge from the shelter are difficult for the infected to breach. Once you arrive, please check on my family, Lin Yin replied. Chapter 39. The Sword Mound in the Suburbs. Brother Yin. Regardless of what happens, thank you for saving us. We will wait for you in the shelter. As Tengu spoke. Lin Yin resolutely ventured into the outskirts after parting ways with the others. His motives for this journey were twofold. Firstly, to see if he could locate Wei Wei, and secondly, to seek out the sword tomb hidden in the wilderness. If the existence of the sword tomb in the outskirts of H City were easily uncovered, it would likely have been made public long ago. This suggests that the sword tomb possesses a certain peculiar quality that renders it undetectable to others. The primary challenge for Lin Yin lay in how to locate this enigmatic site. Utilizing his speed and heightened perception, Lin Yin scoured the outskirts for half a day, yet found no signs of anything unusual. However, he was certain that the elder sword cultivator could not have been misleading him. Just as Lin Yin was engulfed in confusion, he sensed a resonance with a nearby location that oddly aligned with his spatial abilities, indicating the existence of another realm that warranted investigation. Upon arrival, he discovered only a desolate patch of land overrun with weeds, yet brimming with vitality. The sky had begun to drizzle softly. Spring rain is as precious as oil, and in this season, such gentle precipitation seemed to revive all of nature. This place felt akin to a secluded paradise amidst the chaos of the world. To an ordinary person, this scene would appear unremarkable. However, Lin Yin could perceive the presence of an underlying spatial essence, one that seemed to surpass his own capabilities and blended seamlessly with its surroundings. Even if someone were to pass through this space, no anomalies would arise. Employing his spatial abilities, Lin Yin initiated a distortion of the surrounding space. Indeed, this appeared to be the sword tomb that the elder sword cultivator had alluded to. Without spatial capabilities or guidance, one would never find it. As the warped space revealed an area reminiscent of a grand palace. Lin Yin stepped inside, causing the entrance to seal behind him, illuminating the walls on either side. At the heart of the chamber stood a colossal sword that reached up to the ceiling, as if it were propping up the entire hall. Lin Yin surveyed the surroundings. The hall was devoid of any items, save for a passageway from which faint sword energy emanated, suggesting that the sword tomb lay beyond. As Lin Yin traversed the passage, the sword energy seemed to retreat from him, imposing no significant pressure. Progressing deeper, he distinctly sensed that the sword energy intensified with each step, strong enough to shred an ordinary person to pieces. Yet, Lin Yin appeared to be welcomed, gliding through the corridor unscathed as if he were a revered guest. Upon emerging from the passage into an inner chamber, he found it resembled a cave. Etched prominently on the nearby stone were the words Sword Pool, each stroke infused with sword energy, flowing seamlessly as if formed by a single blade, revealing the profound skill of the engraver. Stepping into the sword pool, Lin Yin noted an array of swords thrust into the ground, seemingly haphazardly arranged. However, from an aerial view, they formed the intricate pattern of Tai Chi, with two swords at the yin and yang positions standing out distinctly. Even from a distance, Lin Yin could sense the aura emanating from them. The sword at the yin position radiated a chilling, killing intent, reminiscent of annihilating all existence, while the sword at the yang position exuded a sense of mercy and inclusivity. At that moment, all the surrounding swords began to tremble, producing a cacophony of sounds. From all directions came various voices, yet they spoke a singular message. Intruder, die. Each voice resonated with overwhelming pressure, capable of shattering the resolve of the faint-hearted. I am Lin Yin, having encountered various esteemed predecessors, and by a twist of fate, I have obtained a legacy. Thus I come to this place. If I have caused any offense, I shall depart immediately. Lin Yin understood that the individuals behind these voices possessed formidable strength. Even a single one would be beyond his capabilities. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the chamber. Then, an ancient voice replied, "Yet you carry the aura of our sword sect. After millennia, we finally have a successor. That lad, Ling Feng, has indeed accomplished a significant feat for our sect. Young one, since you have inherited our sword sect's legacy, you are one of us. You need not strive to elevate our sect, but we hope you will continue our lineage and not tarnish the brilliance of our predecessors. Lin Yin inquired, might I ask if any of the esteemed predecessors can reveal themselves? Is my master the elder sword cultivator present here? The aged voice replied, tinged with sorrow, we have perished in this place. Though the lifespan of sword immortals is extraordinarily long, all things adhere to the law of cycles. Where there is a beginning, there must be an end, a familiar voice interjected, Lin Yin, my apprentice, I knew I was not mistaken in you. You have indeed found your way here, I can finally fulfill my last wish. Our time is short, we have lingered here, our souls gradually fading, yet today we may complete our mission. Master, your unfilial disciple is at your service. What is your wish? I, Lin Yin, will brave any peril for you. Ha ha ha, Ling Feng, you have truly taken on a remarkable disciple. Had I encountered someone of Lin Yin's caliber in my day, our sword sect would not have met its current fate. Time waits for no one. The ancient voice now bore a melancholic tone. Lin Yin, puzzled, asked, esteemed predecessors, with such profound abilities, how could you have fallen again? And why is it that your souls remain bound to the sword tomb? Alas, we are the past leaders and elders of the sword sect. Those who rest within the sword tomb have all reached the level of sword immortality. Yet, the path of cultivation is fraught with challenges. Not to mention the difficulty of attaining such a level, even possessing the fortune to cultivate is exceedingly rare, let alone reaching the tribulation stage. Only after overcoming tribulation can one truly be considered a sword immortal. The journey of cultivation is divided into 10 stages: body refinement, chi condensation, foundation establishment, core formation, divine martial, ascension, transformation, tribulation, enlightenment, and sanctification, each further subdivided into early, mid, and peak phases. Only upon reaching divine martial can one be classified as a sword cultivator. And only by passing tribulation does one enter the realm of sword immortals. Your master, Zhang Lingfeng, perished at the peak of transformation. I am the first founder of the sword sect and the first sword immortal. In my time at the peak of sanctification, I was unable to break through for centuries, ultimately exhausting my life force, leading to the construction of this resting place for sword immortals. Zhang Lingfeng was the most likely candidate to breach that barrier. Yet alas, it is a pity that the events of years past transpired, leading our sword sect to its current state. The ancient voice spoke with a weary tone. How could our sword sect, once so powerful, have fallen to this? At this moment, Zhang Lingfeng remarked, I am perhaps the only one privy to the entire story. Alas, had I managed to become a sword immortal at that time, things would not have unfolded as they did. Zhang Lingfeng began recounting the tale, which traced back to an incident during a disciple's training excursion years ago. At that time, our sword sect had a rule. No disciple was allowed to enter the sword tomb without permission. The sword tomb housed the remains of sword immortals and swords of significant caliber, representing the greatest treasure of our sect. However, many coveted the swords stored within the tomb. The sect's eldest disciple, Jian Feng, an orphan taken in by the sword sect, possessed extraordinary talent, achieving core formation by his 30s. However, during another training excursion, he unwittingly rescued a disguised demon god named Chen Hong, whose strength rivaled that of an ordinary sword immortal and was a notorious scourge in the cultivation world. The demon god was not interested in the renowned swords within the sword tomb, but sought to harness the power of the sword immortals contained therein to enhance his own abilities. At the time, Zhang Lingfeng, the sect's leader, had already reached the pinnacle of sword cultivation. Although he might not be victorious in a direct confrontation, the demon god would gain no advantage either. Yet, the demon god excelled at manipulating the darker desires within people's hearts, subtly controlling them. Despite Jian Feng's righteous spirit, he was unwittingly swayed to ally with the demon god. The demon god's intentions were clear. If he could successfully ambush Zhang Lingfeng, the latter would no longer pose a threat. Typically, the sect leader seldom revealed himself, making it challenging for the demon god to encounter him. Thus he devised a plan to infiltrate the sword sect disguised as one of its members. The demon god's greatest ability was his disguise. At that time, the highest cultivation level within the sect was held by the leader, and to see through the demon god's ruse, one would need to at least reach the level of sword cultivation. When Jian Feng returned to the sect, He was already subtly altered by the demon god's influence and readily agreed to bring him into the sword sect, akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Given Jianfeng's esteemed reputation within the sect, it was not a difficult task to introduce someone. The true calamity began once the demon god entered the sword sect. Help, someone, come quickly. A murder has occurred. On that fateful night, the second evening following the infiltration of the demon god into the sword gate, disciples on patrol inexplicably met their demise within the sect. Their deaths were shrouded in mystery, as each had taken their own lives by slitting their throats with their swords, leaving everyone bewildered. In the subsequent days, instances of disciples committing suicide became alarmingly frequent, drawing the attention of Zhang Lingfeng, who, alongside several elders, initiated an investigation into the matter. However, despite several days of inquiry, no substantial progress was made until that fateful night. Come quickly. There is trouble at the Sword Tomb. Someone is attempting to trespass. The act of trespassing into the Sword Tomb was no trivial matter. It was of the utmost importance to the sect, akin to desecrating the ancestral grave of the Sword Gate. Upon Zhang Lingfeng's arrival, he found the area around the Sword Tomb strewn with corpses. Many elite members of various sects had perished before they could even draw their swords. Brother Chen, why have you done this? Did you not claim that you merely sought an opportunity to join our sword gate? Jianfeng inquired, astonished. Ha ha ha. It is astonishing that there exists a fool such as yourself in this world. Yet, you have indeed been of great assistance to me. Were it not for you, I would never have gained entry. Rest assured, I shall spare your life. Furthermore, I am not Shen Hong. I am the very demon you have long wished to eradicate. All present were taken aback, for it was evident that the demon god's power had reached the early stages of the tribulation, a level considered peak strength at that time. Demon god, our sword gate harbors no grievances with you, neither past nor present. Why do you engage in such rampant slaughter within our domain? Are you not afraid of facing dire consequences? Zhang Lingfeng shouted in fury. Were there a sword immortal among you, I would indeed tread carefully. But look at you all, truly, one generation is worse than the last. Your sect comprises merely 3 sword cultivators. How could you possibly contend with me? The demon god laughed heartily. Even with the 3 of us combined, you would still be no match for us. The second elder retorted angrily. Indeed, in your peak states, I would find it challenging to emerge victorious. But what if you were to fall victim to a deadly poison? Chapter 42. The sealed pass 2. At that time, the sword gate had 4 elders, 2 of whom had attained the level of sword cultivator, making a total of 3 sword cultivators, whose strength was not to be underestimated. Poisoned? Are you dreaming in broad daylight? The first elder exclaimed. Just as the first elder prepared to draw his sword to attack, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! Your food has been laced with my demonic poison. This toxin is colorless and tasteless. Even if one is severely poisoned, they will feel no symptoms. However, when you attempt to use your celestial energy in battle, TSK, this poison will erupt in an instant. How does it taste, my esteemed first elder? The elders exchanged glances. Under the current circumstances, not a single individual within the sword gate stood a chance against the demon god. They could not simply watch as he entered the sword tomb. Should he absorb the celestial energy of the sword immortals from generations past, it would surely result in catastrophe. Even if we perish, we shall drag you down with us. You shall not wreak havoc upon the world any longer. Zhang Lingfeng declared fiercely. You? On what grounds? Are you merely skilled at boasting? What do you possess to thwart me? Slaying you now would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Demon god, I am the one at fault. Even if I must die, I shall take you with me, Jianfeng lamented, tormented by the tragedy that had unfolded due to his own negligence, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret, for he had long regarded the sword gate as his home. And it was he who had brought about its downfall. You? I advise you not to move, for you have been of great assistance to me. Join me, and you shall be the next leader of the sword gate. The world will be ours to share. Would that not be delightful? Silence, you vile demon. I am blind to have treated you as an ally. Even if I descend into the depths of hell, I shall not associate with a being such as you. The first disciple Jianfeng retorted angrily. What a pity. I had considered you a talent. Do you not understand that those who recognize the times are the true heroes? The sword gate is no longer what it once was. It has fallen. Why sacrifice your life for a waning sect? I tire of your words, you demonic fiend. Prepare to face my blade, Jianfeng exclaimed as he lunged forward. Sword in hand, moving with blinding speed, leaving an afterimage in his wake, before thrusting towards the heart of the demon God, the sword came barreling towards him. The demon god did not flinch or defend himself. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the attack head-on. With a resounding clang, Jianfeng's sword was deflected upon making contact with the demon's body, causing him to stagger back several steps, blood spilling from his mouth. In stark contrast, the demon god remained smiling, his form unwavering, as if the incident bore no relevance to him. How does it feel? You unleash your full power, yet I need not even defend myself. Do you truly believe you can harm me? Such delusions. The demon god mocked Zhang Lingfeng and the elders. Sword Gate disciples, form the heavenly gang sword formation. Even if we cannot slay this demon, we shall ensnare him, the fourth elder commanded. At that moment, the four elders and the sect leader were unable to channel their true energy, having essentially lost their combat capabilities. The fourth elder turned to Jianfeng and instructed, Jianfeng, take the sect leader and the first and second elders into the sword tomb. There, they shall find the protection of the sword immortals from generations past. The third elder and I shall hold the formation here. No, fourth elder, I must remain. I will slay this demon with my own hands to atone for my sins, Jianfeng declared vehemently. This is an elder's order. As a disciple of the Sword Gate, you must obey. Hurry! The fourth elder brandished his elder's token, commanding Jianfeng. Having grown up in the Sword Gate, Jianfeng was regarded as a child by the sect leader and the elders, and naturally, their first instinct was to protect him. Disciple obeys, Jianfeng relented, assisting the sect leader and the first and second elders into the sword tomb. Meanwhile, all disciples were engaged in forming the array, while the demon god merely stood by, observing the unfolding events without interference. Chapter 43. The sealed pass 3. The sword formation was soon established, with each participant positioned differently, contributing uniquely to the collective effort, providing both offense and defense, serving as the foundational protective array of the Sword Gate. The brilliance of this sword formation lay in its ability to exert significant influence without requiring overwhelming strength. Each individual merely needed to contribute a fraction of their true energy, sufficient to slay or trap their adversaries. Even if the array was composed solely of disciples in the Qi condensation stage, capable of ensnaring formidable foes in the divine martial or ascension stages. However, the situation was far from straightforward. The demon god chuckled, as expected. The world knows of the Sword Gate's profound array. What I have witnessed today has truly opened my eyes. This basic formation is indeed sufficient to secure a place in this world. I shall observe how you intend to ensnare me with it. The demon god attempted to breach the formation repeatedly, but to no avail. More accurately, he refrained from employing any substantial force in his attempts. The disciples of the Sword Gate understood that even without exerting full strength, they appeared thoroughly beleaguered. Quite impressive. I genuinely appreciate your efforts. Alas, today you shall all perish at my hands. However, consider it an honor. For not everyone is worthy of dying by my hand. Embrace your demise with gratitude, the demon god proclaimed, unleashing a punch that altered the very heavens and earth, reflecting his tribulation-level power. Within the formation, the disciples of the Sword Gate strained to maintain their formation, channeling their true energy amidst the overwhelming pressure, steadfastly enduring. This demonstrated the defensive capabilities of the formation, which is precisely why it had been chosen as the foundational protective array. It seems I have underestimated you all, but do not disappoint me with your next move, the demon god remarked, viewing the situation as merely an appetizer before the main course. With no one left in the sect to rival him, and the three sword cultivators unable to recover in a short time, the sect was effectively his domain. Demon god, even if we perish, we shall never allow you to prevail. The 3 and 4 elders simultaneously expended every ounce of their true energy into the heavenly gang sword formation. To use such energy was tantamount to a suicidal act for the two, yet at that moment, their pride and final defiance surged forth. The sword formation erupted in a dazzling display of light. And with the formidable strength of 2 semi-sword cultivators contributing, the power of the formation experienced a qualitative leap. A massive luminous sword gradually took shape, infused with an abundance of true energy and the very essence of the 2 elders' lives. With a single stroke, The might of this weapon would likely be insurmountable, even for a peak ascendant. However, they were confronted by a calamity, the demon god in the tribulation phase, with a swift strike of his palm. Crimson light burst forth, and at that moment, the blood-marked palm of the divine demon emerged. This attack was exceedingly malicious. Anyone struck by it would not only suffer grievous bodily harm, but would also endure relentless torment upon their soul until it painfully dissipated. Those of lesser strength would find themselves obliterated, their souls scattered. The most insidious aspect of this palm strike was its ability to continuously siphon the life force from its victim, causing their blood to flow backwards until they met a wretched end. As the blood-red imprint clashed with the radiant giant sword, the very ground beneath the sword gate trembled. Suddenly, a tremendous explosive chapter 46, reversing heaven and earth indeed, as the demon gods stated. They required time to prepare, to harmonize their true energy within their bodies, and to maintain the normal operation of the yin-yang taiji formation. If the divine and demonic forces continued their relentless assault, they would be deprived of the necessary time for preparation. Only by allowing the divine and demonic entities to lower their guard and cease their attacks could they gain sufficient time to stabilize the formation and adequately prepare for this impending move. This technique, named reversing heaven and earth, could only be utilized once in a lifetime. Once executed, the sword sect would no longer possess any means of protection. It was imperative that it not be employed lightly unless in dire circumstances. Reversing heaven and earth siphoned the entire life force and true energy of the practitioner, simultaneously summoning the souls of past sword immortals to briefly reappear in the world, possessing 70% of their former strength. Just imagine what would transpire if a dozen such formidable beings emerged at once. However, this technique was a transgressive art, fraught with severe repercussions. The practitioner's soul, along with those of the sword immortals, would be eternally trapped, unable to transcend, confined to this place until their essence dissipated. Originally, the sect leader Zhang Lingfeng alone could perform this art, but now he was undoubtedly poisoned, and the immense energy required to maintain the formation necessitated the assistance of others. Thus, the sword sect found itself devoid of successors, fading from the public eye. The demon god, sensing the precarious situation, hastily turned to flee, running as swiftly as possible, for at this moment, even a single adversary could spell his doom, let alone the multitude pursuing him. What was the rush to depart? The voice belonged to Wuyang Zhenren, the founder of the sword sect and the first sword immortal, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the holy transformation stage. Regrettably, he had never managed to transcend that realm, passing away with lingering regrets. Senior, I implore your forgiveness. I dared not overstep my bounds. A moment of greed has led to a grave mistake. I am willing to repent. Please grant me another chance. Even a being as nefarious as the demon god revealed fear in the face of death. You have destroyed my sword sect. If I do not slay you, my heart will never find peace, the second elder declared, summoning the last of his strength in a fit of rage, casting his gaze upon the fallen disciples sacrificed to the reversing heaven and earth technique. In an instant, the sect leader and the two elders' physical forms collapsed, leaving only their souls, which conveyed the events that had transpired to the remaining sword immortals. You have annihilated my entire sect. Today, I shall use you as a sacrifice for my sword. The speaker was the last remaining sword immortal. The swords on the ground trembled violently, and the demon god felt an unprecedented pressure that rendered him breathless. Aware that even a mere flick of a finger could seal his fate, esteemed predecessors, I was momentarily foolish. I beseech you to spare my life. Does not your sword sect advocate for redemption? He implored desperately, if you truly can amend your ways, that would indeed be commendable, but our sect's principles. Wuyang Zhenren's words were interrupted as others took action. You have destroyed my sect. I shall ensure your utter obliteration. In a mere flick of a finger, the demon god was reduced to ash, his soul forcibly extracted. Very well, this sword is named Zhenxia, a divine artifact of the mortal realm. Today, I shall seal your soul within this sword and confine it beneath this sword mound as a form of punishment. With a wave of his hand, Wuyang Zhenren sealed the demon god's soul within the Zhenxia sword, which would gradually absorb his true energy, becoming an inseparable part of it. The spirit of Zhenxia was resolute in rejecting any malevolent entities. Thus, the sword sect faced a future devoid of successors. Within the sword mound, The souls of the gathered remained trapped for years, ultimately uniting their energies to send forth the most complete remnant of their leader, Zhang Lingfeng, until he encountered Lin Yin. Chapter 47. You want me to become the sect leader? All fell silent once again. The once grand sect vanished overnight. In his final moments, Jin Feng willingly sacrificed his soul to suppress the murderous intent of the Shirshan sword, which had absorbed too much evil thought, resigning himself to eternal imprisonment within the sword, losing himself forever. Upon hearing all this, Lin Yin sensed the lingering souls within the sword pool. They had remained here for a millennium, striving for justice, yet were ever alone, acutely aware of their gradual decay. Lin Yin, you are the closing disciple of Zhang Lingfeng and the new leader of the sword sect. Although we have not known each other long, I can sense the righteousness within you. An extraordinary aura surrounds you, evoking a sense of familiarity. Zhang Lingfeng dreaded the thought of the sword sect ending with him. He felt compelled to pass it on. Yet, to Lin Yin, this seemed an insurmountable challenge. Tio become the sect leader? I am the leader, the elders, and the disciples. Aside from a title, I seem to gain nothing. Nevertheless, Lin Yin steeled himself. Master, I am willing to join the sword sect. But it seems inappropriate for me to take on the role of leader. What is inappropriate about it? You are the sole remaining member of the sword sect. Rest assured, we will impose no constraints upon you. There is no expectation for you to glorify the sect. Simply ensure that it does not fade into oblivion and preserve its legacy. Zhang Lingfeng paused. We old souls will likely soon disperse into nothingness, which could be viewed as our liberation. Our final wish is to impart the remnants of our power to you. But first, choose a sword. Remember, it is best if the sword chooses you, if it acknowledges you as its master. Its power will be greatly amplified. Guided by the sword cultivators, Lin Yin slowly entered the formation and sat cross-legged, attuning himself to the surrounding energies. Initially, the swords closest to Lin Yin began to tremble, as though they were poised to rise at any moment. As time passed, the swords at the two formation nodes also began to shake, while the remaining swords fell eerily silent, seemingly intimidated by their peers. Wuyang Zhenren remarked, who would have anticipated that this youth could bring us such astonishment? To evoke a resonance from both the Xinyuan sword and the Shirshan sword simultaneously. If either of these swords chooses Lin Yin, it would indeed be a blessing for our sect. The effort I expended to earn the Xinyuan sword's recognition was immense. Yet, I can sense a familiar aura emanating from this youth, though I cannot recall why. However, the situation evolved far beyond their expectations. Soon, the two swords abruptly ceased their movement, causing a wave of dread to wash over the assembled. What did this mean? It indicated that neither sword had chosen Lin Yin. These swords were far from ordinary. Some had even developed their own spirits. If they did not recognize their master, using them could lead to backlash. Even if a mere mortal artifact were to choose Lin Yin, it would be acceptable. For instance, the artifact that had chosen Zhang Lingfeng was the legendary Zhanlu, crafted by Oyezi. Though it had not yet birthed a sword spirit, it already possessed independent thought, making it challenging for one unrecognized to wield it. Perhaps it was fate's cruel jest, or perhaps this transgressive power had exhausted the luck of our sword sect entirely. Was there truly no path forward for us? Zhang Lingfeng lamented sorrowfully. At that moment, the entire sword pool began to tremble violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances. Chapter 48. All laws return to the universe. Could it be that sword? Impossible. That sword is one of the few celestial artifacts. Even we have not gained its acknowledgement. From the center of the sword pool, a sword, entirely black and remarkably unadorned, slowly emerged from the earth. Although it radiated no brilliance, the other swords seemed to dim in its presence. Zhang Lingfeng inhaled sharply, having heard tales of a sword born from the essence of heaven and earth, reputedly the strongest within this sword mound. In all his life, he had never encountered this sword, which was said to sever all ties to time, returning entities to their essence, embodying the laws of the universe. Indeed, this sword is known as the Wandering Law Sword. A convergence of the world's principles. It holds the essence of the cosmos. In my earlier days, I pinpointed its location but could not obtain it. Hence, I constructed this sword mound, awaiting a worthy individual. Regrettably, no one has succeeded in earning its recognition. The Wandering Law Sword's most formidable trait lies in its ability to revert anything it strikes to its essential form. For instance, for living creatures, their essence is cellular. It embodies the principles of creation. However, possessing this sword does not guarantee victory over all opponents. The user's ability and cultivation play a crucial role in scenarios where the user is of comparable strength or only slightly weaker. This sword becomes an unparalleled force. At that moment, Lin Yin instinctively grasped the Wandering Law sword. He felt as though all his strength was being drawn away, leaving him utterly fatigued. The Wandering Law sword finally emitted a golden glow. Even its scabbard sparkled resplendently. As Lin Yin rose, he felt darkness enveloping him, nearly causing him to fall. He had not anticipated the sword's immense power. Before Lin Yin could utter a word, a small girl, appearing to be merely 10 years old, materialized from the sword. Stretching as if awakening from slumber, she looked at Lin Yin with excitement and exclaimed, "Daddy!" This exclamation left Lin Yin utterly stunned. Lin Yin felt an overwhelming bitterness within. For though he had yet to marry, a girl not much older than a decade approached him, calling him father. If others were to witness this, he feared that even plunging into the Yellow River would not cleanse the shame. Shortly thereafter, the spirit of the Wanfakongjian sword turned and unfriendly remarked, "What do you old men want here? Why are you surrounding my father? Looking for a fight?" At that moment, Wuyang Zhenren understood. After millennia of slumber, no one could awaken the Wanfakongjian. The sword spirit had never experienced anything, nor had anyone wielded it, thus it knew nothing. Yet that did not diminish its status as the most formidable sword. No offense intended. We are but remnants of souls, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. This Lin Yin is the current master of the sword sect, and we harbor no malice. Please rest assured. Esteemed sword spirit. Wuyang Zhenren's address of the sword spirit as esteemed was not unwarranted, for the sword Immortal had regarded the spirit as a companion, and this Wanfakongjian sword spirit had existed for over 10,000 years, naturally surpassing Wuyang Zhenren in years and strength. Thus his respectful address was justified. "Master, why does she call me father as soon as she appears? What is going on? This could jeopardize my lifelong pursuits." The crowd exchanged glances and burst into laughter. At which point Zhang Lingfeng remarked, "She is the spirit of the Wanfakongjian, having just absorbed your true energy to awaken. She believes you are her creator, hence she calls you father." "No, listen to me from now on. You shall call me brother," Lin Yin awkwardly replied. The sword spirit scratched her head. Why? At this moment, Lin Yin felt utterly exasperated. "Look, I am not much older than you. It is inappropriate for you to call me father. Brother is much more fitting. Don't you think? By the way, what is your name? From now on, you will be my sister. Oh, well then, I don't really know what name to choose." "You can name me," she replied. Lin Yin felt that calling a little girl the spirit of Wanfakongjian was rather cumbersome and unappealing. As he gazed upon the sword spirit's appearance, inspiration struck him. "You see, you are a sword spirit, and your voice is as melodious as the sound of wind chimes. How about we call you Lingling?" "Lingling? Sounds good. I like it. But I don't want to go back into the sword. It's so dark in there, and there's no one around." "Please don't make me return," the sword spirit pleaded pitifully. "And of course, you need only listen to me. Moreover, regardless of the circumstance, you must call me brother or big brother. Understood?" "All right, big brother," the sword spirit responded, clearly still possessing the mindset of a child. At that moment, Wuyang Zhenren interjected, Now, let us not forget our purpose. You two may nurture your bond later. Our time is limited. We have just conferred and concluded that it is better to dissipate quietly in this endless solitude than to cling to the remnants of our cultivation. We shall impart all that remains of our power to you. Though the enhancement may be slight, it will set you upon the path of cultivation. But by doing so, you shall have no hope left. While you remain here, there is still a glimmer of hope." Lin Yin, touched by their generosity, immediately considered the fate of the elders of the sword sect. "Master Lin, the last act of defiance has already plunged the sword sect into irreparable ruin. Even if we possess the ability to resurrect ourselves, it is likely the sword sect would never rise again. You are now our last hope." Wuyang Zhenren's address to Lin Yin had shifted, acknowledging him as the last remaining hope of the sword sect. "Elder, I do know a method that could revive souls, known as the yin-yang rebirth technique. However, reviving a single person requires the lifespans of 10 individuals, and one must willingly cede their body to the revived soul. which would condemn the original soul to the boundless abyss, suffering endlessly without hope of rebirth. Lingling, being well versed in the rules of the situation, found such knowledge unsurprising. Lin Yan's eyes widened in realization. There was indeed a method, albeit not feasible at present. Before Wuyang Zhenren could speak, Zhang Lingfeng retorted, "Not 10, not even 1. I would never agree to such a thing. Lin Yan, should you dare pursue this course of action, it would be an act of treachery. Such wicked and sinister practices are beneath our dignity." Wuyang Zhenren chuckled, "Lin Yan, this matter is not to be trifled with. Remember, our sword sect has always been a bastion of righteousness. We must not engage in acts of defiance against heaven. I implore you, esteemed sword spirit, do not subject us to such humiliation." Lingling, hands on her hips, huffed, "If you don't want to, then don't. What wicked practices? What humiliation? You all want to use me, yet you don't even tell me." Lingling, do not be disrespectful. These are undoubtedly the esteemed elders of our sect. Lin Yan, recognizing their limited time, declared, "I shall accept what remains of your power. This fulfills a wish of yours. Ensure the survival of our sword sect. You need not elevate it, merely ensure it continues." Upon finishing his words, Wuyang Zhenren was the first to act, directing a stream of true energy towards Lin Yan. Following suit, a dozen souls began to transmit their techniques to Lin Yan. Lin Yan emitted a pained cry, feeling as if he were an overinflated balloon on the verge of bursting. "Hey, what are you old men trying to do? Big brother, don't die on me. Fear not, he will not perish." Such a vast amount of true energy converging within him is initially difficult to adapt to. "But he will be fine shortly," Zhang Lingfeng reassured him. The entire process lasted nearly 2 hours, and indeed, as Zhang Lingfeng had said, the initial agony was unbearable, yet gradually, Lin Yan's body began to acclimate, akin to quenching a long-held thirst. This signified that Lin Yan had officially embarked on the path of cultivation. After the transference of power concluded, Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming strength coursing through his body. While the souls of Wuyang Zhenren and the others grew increasingly faint, Zhang Lingfeng softly murmured, Lin Yan, such a familiar sensation, Lin, haha. I understand now, old rascal. I have neither lost nor won against you. Old rascal, Lin Yan has become the master of our sword sect. You must be seething with rage right now, haha, what bliss." The others suddenly grasped the situation, exclaiming, "So that's how it is. No wonder. It seems to be the will of heaven." Lin Yan, puzzled, asked, "Could it be that I have some hidden lineage? Why do you all seem to recognize me?" Zhang Lingfeng replied, "This matter is lengthy. We have limited time. You must discover it for yourself. Depart now. We do not wish for you to witness our disappearance. Take the Sect Master S token and the Elder S token. The swords on the ground can be retrieved when needed. Hurry!" As he spoke, Lin Yan was swept away by a gust of sword energy, exiting the sword pool. He understood they wished to spare him the sight of their final moments. Lin Yan knelt thrice before the direction of the sword pool in reverence, then rose and traversed the passage back to the sword tomb hall. "Big brother, do not be sad. You still have Lingling," she comforted, sensing Lin Yan's sorrow. How could Lin Yan not feel sorrow? Watching his loved ones depart was not a new experience. It had occurred before. At the age of 4, he bid farewell to his parents, awaiting their return, only to be met with the devastating news that their remains were never found. Dio protect him. His family told him they were earning a fortune elsewhere, yet Lin Yan understood he would never see them again. This understanding forged a profound bond with those around him, instilling a determination to protect them fiercely. Thus, he cherished his grandparents, and despite only briefly encountering the sword sect, he had already regarded them as family. Yet again, he bore witness to the departure of loved ones, utterly powerless. "It's all right, Lingling, I merely feel that my abilities are too feeble. Had I been sufficiently powerful, many tragedies could have been avoided. From now on, you are my sister, and I will ensure your safety. Big brother, are you feeling unwell? How could I possibly need protection? I am the strongest sword in the world. I should be the one protecting you." This was the first time Lin Yan had been spoken to in such a manner, and he recognized that Lingling's words were sincere. "Thank you, Lingling." Lin Yan chose not to say more, but began to sense the changes within his body. His dantian had undergone a profound transformation, now filled with true energy that flowed effortlessly through his meridians without requiring his control. Yet Lin Yin sensed that this energy did not truly belong to him. It felt like a wild horse, uncontrollable, yet it showed no signs of causing harm, continuously nourishing his meridians. Lingling, why is the true energy within my body not responding to my command, as if it were a runaway horse? Yet it poses no threat to me and continues to nurture my meridians? Lin Yin, puzzled, asked, "Isn't Ling Ling an expert in this area?" Chapter 51. Officially entering the Foundation establishment stage. I believe it's because most of this true energy does not belong to you. It originates from those old men. Hence, this true energy is beyond your control. As for why it does not harm you, it is because they have willingly given it to you, rather than you taking it by force. Naturally, it would not pose a threat to you, but it often remains outside your ownership, Ling Ling explained. Lin Yin furrowed his brow and replied, "Then aside from nourishing me, does this true energy serve no other purpose? What if I cannot mobilize it during combat?" Ling Ling pondered for a moment and said, "This is merely temporary. You must attempt to refine it, integrating it into your body in your downtime, gradually control it, allowing it to merge with your own true energy, continuously refining it within your meridians. While it may indeed be difficult to mobilize at the moment, it will not significantly impact your combat effectiveness." Lin Yin, still perplexed, queried, "If I cannot mobilize the true energy, how could it not affect me in battle?" At this moment, Ling Ling cheerfully responded, "But you still have me, don't you? I'm quite formidable, able to take on 3 at once." Lin Yin felt speechless, unsure of how to respond. Noticing Lin Yan's awkward expression, Ling Ling laughed, all right, it's not that you can't use it at all. The amount you're utilizing is minimal, but when you're in danger, this true energy might just save you. Besides, with such a vast reservoir of true energy, your abilities will naturally improve, so there's no need for concern." Hearing Ling Ling's words, Lin Yin felt reassured. "Thank you, Ling Ling. I just sensed that I am currently at the Foundation establishment stage. I wonder when I will break through to the sword cultivation phase. You are at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, and the quantity of true energy you possess rivals that of a divine martial stage expert. Be content," she replied. "All right, I will refine it a bit more before we head out. There are many matters awaiting us outside," Lin Yin stated as he began to incessantly refine his true energy, merging his own with the wild, untamed energy coursing through his meridians. Just as Ling Ling had mentioned, with every circuit the true energy traversed throughout his meridians. The amount he could mobilize increased. Before long, Lin Yin stood up and said, "Ling Ling, the world outside is currently experiencing an apocalypse. It may be perilous for us, and death could lurk at any moment. However, I must venture out. Would you accompany me?" Ling Ling sat upright, her expression serious as she replied, "I am willing. Wherever you go, I shall follow. You awaken me. The purpose of the sword is to be a companion to its wielder." "Very well, then let us set forth." Lin Yin led Ling Ling to utilize his spatial abilities once more to open a passage. Upon exiting the sword tomb, Lin Yin was entirely transformed from the moment he had entered. Besides the addition of the girl-like Ling Ling by his side, he now bore a pitch-black long sword on his back, which appeared unremarkable to any onlooker. Light rain continued to fall from the sky as Lin Yin and Ling Ling allowed the droplets to cascade upon them. In this season of rejuvenation, the rain was a blessing for all living beings. Upon emerging, Lin Yin found his perception abilities greatly enhanced, allowing him to sense the surrounding flora and fauna, even the very raindrops. At that moment, Lin Yin felt a renewed sense of being watched. Ling Ling whispered, "There is someone nearby observing us. Their strength is not weak, and their concealment skills are impressive. If they were any stronger, I might not have detected them at all." Chapter 52. The Will of Heaven. Lin Yin replied quietly, "I sensed it too, but I cannot pinpoint their location. Their strength is likely greater than mine." Lin Yin channeled the majority of his true energy into his perception abilities, finally discerning an energy fluctuation in the nearby woods, confirming that the observer was concealed among the trees. Since they're already here, why hide in the shadows? Lin Yin mused, disliking the feeling of being watched and the danger lurking nearby. He decided to draw the watcher out, reasoning that even if he could not defeat them, escaping should not pose a significant challenge. The voice echoed in Lin Yan's ear. "I never expected you to see through my skills. I am increasingly intrigued by you, though I wonder if you have the qualifications to earn my admiration." Suddenly, Lin Yin drew the Wanfa Chinkuan sword to defend himself. Clang! A dagger collided with the sword, and in an instant, the dagger was severed. What a fine sword, capable of slicing through iron like mud. A man clad in black, shrouded in a dark cloak, appeared behind Lin Yin, his face obscured. "Who are you, and why are you monitoring me?" Lin Yin demanded. "I merely observed you because your skills intrigued me. I did not expect you to detect my presence. You are the first to do so. I am curious where you have been today, especially since you returned with a child. You are truly fascinating." The cloaked figure replied, "At that moment." Lin Yin leapt back, maintaining a safe distance from the cloaked man, sensing that he likely specialized in assassination, where distance was of utmost importance. Ling Ling, eager to engage, cracked her knuckles in preparation. Lin Yin raised a hand to stop her, saying, "Do not interfere. I will handle this." The cloaked man chuckled, "Do not worry. I have no intention of harming a child. To be honest, you are the first swordsman among the ability users I have encountered, and I find you genuinely interesting. I do not wish to kill you. How about joining us instead? I do not even know who you are. Why would I join you? From your actions, it is evident you are not good people," Lin Yin retorted. The cloaked figure sighed. "All right, I concede. From our brief encounter, I have lost my advantage. In a direct confrontation, I fear I stand little chance. Our organization is called Tianyun, and I am its third-ranking assassin, codenamed Shadow." Lin Yin held little interest in either Tianyun or Shadow. His sole desire was to reach City B and ensure his family's safety. "I am not interested in you or your organization. I hope you will not follow us. If you want to recruit someone, I suggest you look elsewhere." Shadow smiled. "Actually, our Tianyun organization has a global presence. Primarily aimed at eradicating the threats posed by this apocalypse, I can share a piece of information with you. We have developed a remarkable technology for creating artificial ability users. Ordinary people have transformed into ability users through our methods, and we have ways to enhance their powers. Interested?" While Lin Yin was not particularly keen on enhancing his abilities, he was intrigued by the prospect of creating ability users. "I do not wish to join any organization. But how do you transform ordinary people into ability users?" Shadow grinned. "That is our greatest secret. How about this? I truly admire you. Why not accompany me to our base in Zone C? It is conveniently located near City B. Let us go together." Chapter 53. The Familiar Assassin. Lin Yin felt quite conflicted. He held no interest in Shadow or the Tianyun organization, yet he was intrigued by the notion of creating ability users, especially since their base was near City B. "Ling Ling, I think we should take a look. What do you think?" Lin Yin inquired. Ling Ling shrugged. "I have no objection. Wherever you go, I will follow. Besides, this guy definitely cannot defeat you." Hey, I'm still right here." "That was rather hurtful," Lin Yin retorted. "Listen, Lin Yin, I assure you, life in Tianyun is quite pleasant. We are not bound by any constraints. Aside from protecting the base, we simply complete tasks to earn rewards. To be frank, our base is far superior to any refuge. Once you experience it, you won't want to leave, truly." Seeing Lin Yin's agreement, Shadow suddenly began acting as if he and Lin Yin were old friends. "If the organization is so great, why do you need assassins? Isn't that merely engaging in unsavory activities?" Lin Yin scoffed. "Come now, Lin Yin, that is a prejudiced view. We primarily target those who attack other ability users. If we lacked skill, we would merely be offering ourselves as sacrifices," Shadow explained. Lin Yin coldly retorted, "But you just attempted to attack me. Your explanation is far too strained." Shadow suddenly cried out, "Unjust, unjust. The fact that you could detect me proves you are stronger than I am. Right? Moreover, during our earlier encounter, I held back. I merely wanted to spar with you. You see, I did not act when you were unaware of my presence." All right, I accept your apology. It was my mistake." Lin Yin. "Brother, do not take it to heart. From now on, we are part of the same organization. Hold on. Even if your organization is wonderful, I will not join for the time being. Let us simply walk together. Shall we? If we walk, it will take at least 2 or 3 days to reach our destination," Lin Yin sighed, feeling helpless against Shadow's insistence. Shadow, ever the familiar character, replied, "Of course not. You are stronger than I am. To us, you are a distinguished guest. How could we let a guest walk? Rest assured, I have already contacted the base, and a helicopter will arrive shortly to take me there, I must tell you. In this day and age, water is exorbitantly priced, and fuel is even more costly. Just look at your standing. What level allows you to summon a helicopter? Ing remarked that the truth was indeed evident. The war has drained the oil reserves, and now, with the outbreak of the infected, over 90% of the global oil fields have ceased operations. Fortunately, due to the relatively late occurrence of the infection incident in Zone C, there are still some reserves available. Have you been here all this time? I suspect you were observing us while I was with my teammates. Ing did not deny this, stating that she had indeed been watching them. She had anticipated that he would charge in, but was surprised when his teammates held him back. That moment, she genuinely wished to assist, but to be honest, even if they had all gone together, it would not have sufficed. That horde of infected was far from ordinary. Lin Yin curiously inquired what made them so extraordinary. Were you nearby when the shelter was attacked? Ing replied that she had indeed been in the vicinity, and there were witnesses to the entire event. She had intended to rescue them, but the truth was, it was impossible to do so. Lin Yin asked if she had troubled his teammates after they left, and what exactly she had witnessed. What was it that made this group of infected so exceptional? Ing hurriedly responded, "Are you joking? Am I that kind of person? How could I possibly trouble them? As for what transpired, I can only describe it with the word terrifying." Chapter 54. The terrifying truth. Ing continued, explaining that she happened to be nearby at the time and witnessed a multitude of infected moving towards a single direction, seemingly in an organized manner. Among them, several infected displayed remarkable speed. However, when they were still about a kilometer away from the shelter, they all came to a halt, as if commanded to do so. Lin Yin, perplexed, asked whether a helicopter had entered the shelter before the infected arrived. It is also possible that the sound of the helicopter drew them in. Ing shook her head and stated that she was aware of the blue-haired girl among them possessing the ability to extract memories of plants. But as far as she understood, even the fastest-moving infected could not match the speed of a helicopter. Therefore, even if they attempted to follow the sound of the helicopter, it would take them several days to arrive. And at a distance, they would naturally no longer hear the sound. Lin Yin nodded thoughtfully and asked how she could say they seemed organized. Ing insisted on clarifying the situation so that he would understand. At that time, Ing had been active nearby and observed a large group of infected heading in the same direction. Utilizing her advantages, she observed closely and found that among these infected, several were continuously howling, their cries louder than those of the average infected, while the others around them were silent. Soon, she noticed faster-moving infected approaching from the shelter's direction, who then roared at the few leaders among them. With one of the infected's howl, the majority of the horde suddenly ceased their advance. They halted and began howling, as if engaged in discussion. Before long, the infected legion resumed their march towards the shelter. As they neared the shelter, Ing was astonished to see several robust figures leading the charge. Upon noticing them, the guards of the shelter immediately opened fire, yet these leading infected appeared impervious to harm. Bullets merely slowed their movements without inflicting damage. Ing discerned that their greatest weakness lay in their eyes. With these shield-like infected enduring the hail of bullets, the legion suffered remarkably few casualties. As they approached the guards, the latter, left with no option, opened the shelter's large door, seeking refuge inside while activating the external electronic weapons to mount an offensive. The guards' actions were entirely justified and could be deemed the best course of action at that moment. However, a shocking scene unfolded. A swarm of faster-moving infected surged forth, numbering in the dozens. Had this occurred earlier, the guards would have had confidence in eliminating them all, but now, in their retreat, they were disorganized. And most of the defenders were hastily assembled, capable only of withstanding minor assaults. Yet, facing such a coordinated attack, they found themselves unable to withstand it. The leading infected breached the guards' ranks, chaos erupted, and cries of agony, commands, and screams filled the air. The only stroke of fortune was that the shelter's entrance was relatively small, slowing the entry of the infected. Nevertheless, panic swept through the entire shelter as the abilities within also joined the fray. However, the sheer number of infected was overwhelming, and even with dozens of abilities present, they could not halt the relentless advance of the infected. Those fortunate enough to reach the helipad soon found themselves compelled to abandon Shelter 45. Marking its downfall, Chapter 55. A sinister foreboding. After listening to Ying's account of the events, Lin Yin fell into deep contemplation. He had previously encountered impervious infected, which posed a significant threat to ordinary individuals and even typical abilities. Now, with the emergence of two upgraded variants, speed and command capabilities, It was evident that the infected had developed a hierarchy and independent thought, which was far from auspicious news. Ing added that she had encountered those shield-like infected before. But this was her first experience with those capable of commanding others and moving swiftly. This outing had not been without merit, as the intelligence gathered was indeed crucial. Lin Yin expressed concern over the continuous enhancement of the infected and wondered what other forms might emerge in the future. He felt their evolutionary pace was alarmingly rapid. Ing concurred, sighing, at this rate, who knows what lies ahead? At this moment, Ling Ling interjected, stating that while she was unaware of the current happenings, she sensed that the infected's evolution was merely beginning, albeit in different directions. Brother, you speak of it as if it is something extraordinary. Is it really that formidable? Lin Yin had overlooked the fact that Ling Ling had only just emerged and was oblivious to the current situation. But her words resonated with a certain truth. He hurriedly recounted the present circumstances to her. Ling Ling, pondering, remarked that she did not fully understand, and without having seen, she hesitated to comment on the situation. However, she had a nagging feeling that the matter was more complex than it appeared. I suspect these infected may possess the ability to evolve further. We should remain vigilant. Lin Yin nodded in agreement. As they spoke, a helicopter from the Tianyun organization arrived, and a figure descended. Someone starkly contrasting Ing, clad in white attire and a flowing white cloak, with an air of superiority. The white-clad individual announced, I heard you have found a remarkably capable young man for our organization, so I came personally to escort you. Ing retorted, I told Guang, have you been speaking of me in front of the leaders? They have yet to agree to join. She turned to Lin Yin, saying, Brother Lin Yin, this is Guang, ranked 5th in our Tianyun organization. We are particularly close. She then looked at Guang, saying, this is the young man I mentioned. I claimed I couldn't defeat him. His strength is undoubtedly superior to mine. At that moment, Guang scrutinized Lin Yin, a gaze that made Lin Yin uncomfortable, as if he were a mere commodity being assessed. Realizing his behavior was inappropriate, Guang cleared his throat and suggested, Ahem, let us board the helicopter and return to the base. We can discuss matters once we arrive. Shouldn't you invite your esteemed guest aboard? Ing quickly replied, yes, how could I forget? Brother Lin Yin, let us speak more once we reach the base. Please, step aboard. Once they were seated, the helicopter ascended, heading towards Tianyun's base in City B. They soon arrived over City B, where Tianyun's stronghold was nestled within a mountain, fortified with towering walls to effectively prevent the invasion of the infected. Ling Ling whispered to Lin Yin, Brother, there are many formidable individuals here, and I sense an unsettling aura among them. We should proceed with caution. Lin Yin reassured her, do not worry. I will handle everything. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, Ing smiled and welcomed them. Welcome to Tianyun Organization's base in City B. Chapter 56. The gift upon entering the base in City B. Lin Yin felt an unmistakable complexity about the place. There were areas where his sensing abilities failed to reach, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. Inside the base, he was greeted by the sight of numerous researchers extracting substances from various sources. Ing introduced to Lin Yin, this is what enables ordinary individuals to become abilities users. We refer to it as the gift. Every day, individuals receive the gift. Not only does it allow the ordinary to gain abilities, but it also enhances the powers of existing abilities users. In this apocalyptic world, strength reigns supreme. Mere verbal constraints cannot govern many individuals. Only with power can one wield influence, would you not agree? Lin Yin remained non-committal before promptly asking, did you also use this gift to enhance your own abilities? Lin Yin understood that even the finest treasures could merely serve as a conduit for others' enlightenment, akin to a sword tomb imparting skills that were not truly one's own. The fundamental issue lay in the instability of his foundation. At present, Lin Yin found himself at a disadvantage. Although he possessed a significant amount of true energy, the practical application of it was disappointingly minimal. Naturally, he had no need for such gifts, as his strength was considerable in this realm. It was prudent to reserve such blessings for those in greater need. For divine favors were inherently limited. In that moment, Lin Yin felt a subtle discomfort upon witnessing the so-called gift, an ineffable sense of inappropriateness that he could not articulate, yet it weighed heavily upon him. Ing interjected, all right, Brother Lin Yin, let me take you to rest. We shall return tomorrow, where you will have the opportunity to meet someone who can explain everything to you. I assure you, you will come to love this place. Following Ing, Lin Yin and Ling Ling arrived at a spacious room. To avoid any potential awkwardness, Ing had thoughtfully chosen a room with partitions. Once Ing departed, Lin Yin and Ling Ling began to analyze the events of the day. Ling Ling was the first to voice her thoughts. Brother, this place makes me uncomfortable. It doesn't feel like a good place, though I can't quite put my finger on why. Ing seems all right. But that light, he appeared quite interested in you, and I noticed he occasionally wore a rather sinister expression while observing you. Lin Yin furrowed his brow and replied, when the light gazed upon me, it was as if an alarm had sounded within my body. Though there was no overt heat in his gaze, that internal warning suggested something was amiss. Even when I saw that so-called gift earlier, I felt an overwhelming discomfort. Ling Ling pondered for a moment before saying, it is highly likely that this is not a normal place. We should seek an opportunity to extricate ourselves swiftly, especially since your strength is still relatively weak, and I have only just awakened. My own abilities are not yet formidable. Lin Yin and Ling Ling resolved to thoroughly explore the area the following day and to investigate the organization known as Tianyun at a later time. Meanwhile, beneath the Tianyun base in City B, Ing knelt on one knee, reporting to an individual. Ing, how did it go? Did you bring someone capable? We require stronger individuals. Ing replied eagerly, rest assured, my lady saint. The one I brought is undoubtedly promising. His strength surpasses mine, and he is accompanied by a young girl. His sister named Ling Ling, the woman referred to as the saint, suddenly stated, Lin Yin, do not act rashly. Follow my lead on this matter. Understood. Though surprised, Ing complied, yes, my lady. Chapter 57. Illusion. Early the next morning, Lin Yin and Ling Ling accompanied Ing as he informed Lin Yin that the leader of Tianyun held great admiration for him and wished to meet with them personally. Encouraging them to stay longer for further exploration, Lin Yin interjected, I cannot remain here for long. I must go to the shelter in City B to ensure my family's safety. Ing waved his hand dismissively. To speak candidly, this place is far safer than any shelter. Allow me to arrange for your family to be brought here. You would feel more secure, would you not? A sense of unease crept into Lin Yan's heart. Why was this Ing so intent on keeping him here? If his family were truly brought over, it would become his greatest vulnerability. With a frown, Lin Yin replied, there is no need. I advise you not to involve my family in your plans. An awkward silence ensued, and Ing forced a smile. Brother Lin Yin, what is the matter? There is no need to be so agitated. Rest assured, we wouldn't dare act without your consent. Lin Yin chose not to respond. Ing led Lin Yin and Ling Ling onward, and it was then that Lin Yin observed commoners queuing for the injection of the gift. However, not everyone was granted access. Some were informed they could not receive it. Their eyes filled with disappointment. Ing explained, Brother Lin Yin, this is the process of administering the gift. Even commoners have the right to receive it. We at Tianyun genuinely exist to put an end to this calamity. Lin Yin observed silently, noting that those receiving injections appeared to be in good health, while those with poorer physical conditions were denied. He could not yet comprehend the rationale behind this. Suddenly, Lin Yin asked, how long after the injection do they acquire their abilities? Ing hesitated before responding, it varies. Some may obtain them within a day or two, while others may take several days. It depends on individual constitution. Lin Yin remained observant, yet internally he was profoundly shaken. If this were true, humanity might soon witness an army of superhumans capable of combating the infected, minimizing casualties. Turning to Ing, Lin Yin inquired, is it possible for me to have a sample of the gift? I wish to see it for myself. Ing replied directly, Brother Lin Yin, how about I take you for an injection instead? It would enhance your abilities once more. That is unnecessary. I merely wish to hold it for examination. Lin Yin stated. At that moment, Ing interjected, that is simply not allowed. The base has strict regulations. No one may take the gift outside. It must be administered on site.my sincerest apologies. Later that evening, Lin Yin continued to reflect on the day's observations. Ling Ling asked, Brother, have you made any discoveries? Should we leave now? I sense that things are not as they seem. I feel compelled to remain and observe. I hope my instincts are mistaken, Lin Yin replied. Ling Ling held up the gift they had seen earlier. Brother, look how impressive I am. Lin Yin's eyes widened. How did you manage that? In truth, Lin Yin had intended to obtain a sample to confirm his analysis. It should have been a simple task, achievable through his spatial abilities. However, he discovered that his powers were inexplicably suppressed in this place. Chapter 58. In-depth investigation. Ling Ling remarked, I found this peculiar barrier here. Many of your abilities have been restricted. That's why you feel powerless. However, this barrier doesn't affect me. Stealing something is a piece of cake, she boasted with pride. Ling Ling, you cannot take pride in thievery. Let us not discuss this matter now, but you must promise not to do it again. It is simply wrong, Lin Yin admonished sternly. Understood, brother, I only did this to clarify the situation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have resorted to such measures. Let us focus on examining what's inside. Ling Ling quickly shifted the topic, eager to avoid a lecture. Lin Yin shook his head in resignation as they began to analyze the gift. Lin Yin was quite unversed in such matters, as he was not a researcher, and Ling Ling could only gather scant information. After a prolonged examination, Ling Ling stated, Brother, I sense an energy emanating from this, but I can't draw any conclusions about its source. I feel we should disengage. This place is making me feel particularly uncomfortable. Each time we pass through the plaza, I feel as if I'm suffocating. I've never experienced anything like it. Initially, Lin Yin had no intention of meddling. Whatever Tianyun was doing was of little concern to him, yet perhaps out of curiosity or a sense of justice. He felt compelled to understand the situation better, particularly regarding the underground rooms, wondering why his perception abilities failed to detect them. With a firm gaze, Lin Yin addressed Ling Ling, I wish to investigate this matter thoroughly. I refuse to let anything pose a threat to us. Even if we cannot confront it, I want to know what it is or who it belongs to. Of course, if you insist on leaving, I will respect your decision. Ling Ling shook her head, brother, I'm quite curious too. Why don't we sneak into their underground base later? I haven't sensed anyone here who could overpower me. She flexed her small biceps proudly. Lin Yin chuckled. All right, let us rest for now. Later tonight, we will explore those areas where my perception fails to reach. They agreed to venture into the underground base at 2 o'clock in the morning. As the hour approached, Ling Ling eagerly opened the partition, exclaiming, Brother, let us go. This is my first time doing something like this, and I'm a bit excited. Lin Yin immediately regretted his decision, saying, This isn't a game. If we're discovered, it could be disastrous. Whatever happens, you must follow my lead. Otherwise, I won't take you. Understood, brother. I'll follow your lead, Ling Ling hastily promised. Lin Yin could only shake his head in exasperation. Soon, they skillfully evaded the patrolling guards, a task that posed little difficulty for the pair. Upon arriving at the entrance of the underground base, a few patrolling guards were present, yet the door remained firmly shut, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Brother, how shall we gain entry? One inquired. Patience, let us observe for a moment, came the calm reply. At that moment, an armored vehicle, laden with civilians, approached slowly. Chapter 59. The underground base. A figure descended from the armored vehicle and addressed the guards, stating that this was a new batch to be delivered to the 3rd level. The guard, upon inspection, remarked that the arrivals had dwindled significantly of late, questioning the cause. There are hardly enough left. He lamented. The man who had disembarked took a deep drag from his cigarette and replied, What do you expect in this world? It's not so simple anymore. I'm not the one in a hurry. It's those above us who are anxious. Their impatience spells trouble for us, the brothers down here. The guard, his tone icy, responded, However, I must warn you, there will be significant movement soon. You might find yourselves overwhelmed with the number of people then. He sighed. What if we face retribution for our frequent dealings in this manner? The man who had just arrived cast a wary glance around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and sternly warned, Are you trying to get yourself killed? Speaking of such matters here, what if the higher-ups here? Mind your words next time. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the guard panicked. I was momentarily careless. You mustn't let them know. Here, take your passage permit and go. I haven't said a word. Soon after, the man reboarded the vehicle, and Lin Yin and Ling Ling stealthily trailed behind, evading the guard's gaze as they entered the base. Lin Yin remarked, Indeed, this place is anything but ordinary. Their conversation reveals they are certainly up to no good. Let us follow this vehicle and ascertain their true intentions. The vehicle moved at a leisurely pace through the dimly lit passage, with Lin Yin and Ling Ling maintaining a discreet distance behind the armored car. The flickering lights in the shadowy corridor created an atmosphere of eerie silence, almost suffocating in its stillness. Suddenly, the roar of the engine shattered the tranquility. The entrance to the next area was firmly shut, devoid of guards, for none were required. All doors necessitated electronic access cards, should anyone attempt to breach the premises forcefully. An alarm would sound throughout the entire base, providing Lin Yan and his companion with a potential advantage. As the gate swung open, a large hall came into view, cluttered with various items that appeared to be supplies. The armored vehicle drove into the hall, and Lin Yan and Ling Ling cautiously entered, concealing themselves in a corner. The rear door of the armored vehicle opened, and two mercenaries emerged, herding a dozen or so civilians down from the vehicle. The civilians were ragged and some bore visible injuries, while the mercenaries displayed no compassion, resorting to violence and verbal abuse. Their earlier amiability vanished. As a young boy, appearing no older than 12 or 13, stumbled and fell, he was met with a brutal blow from the butt of a gun on his back. The sudden pain caused tears to stream down his cheeks, his mouth agape yet unable to utter a sound. A chorus of pained groans echoed throughout the hall, yet the other civilians merely observed, their expressions devoid of emo. Lin Yan initially detected fluctuations of energy emanating from them, yet he hesitated to ascertain whether they were supernatural beings. As the energy was exceedingly faint, Ling Ling, eager to take action, was restrained by Lin Yan, who articulated that before proceeding, they must comprehend the intentions of these individuals. Only then could they devise a strategy for rescue. As there likely existed more victims, Ling Ling wept silently, her mouth covered by Lin Yan to stifle her cries. Ling Ling, trust your elder brother. I will exert every effort to save them. All right? Ling Ling nodded gently in Lin Yan's embrace. The mercenaries continued to escort the group further inside, and at that moment, a figure clad in a white lab coat emerged, stained with splatters of blood. Why are there so few people this time? The experiment has entered its most critical phase, the leading mercenary knelt, addressing the man known as Lord Jean. Recently, the number of survivors outside has dwindled. We have done our utmost, and we hope for your understanding. The one referred to as Lord Jean replied, very well, hurry and bring them in. I am about to commence testing my new reagent. You are fortunate today. Stay and witness. The mercenaries, aware of Lord Jin's notorious ruthlessness, were reluctant to comply but felt compelled to acquiesce. Lin Yan and Ling Ling stealthily followed them inside. The surroundings resembled a laboratory, cluttered with various reagents. Were it not for the bloodstains on the floor and walls, one might mistake it for a mere laboratory. Lord Jean seized an individual and ushered him into a glass observation chamber, where the sight of blood-soaked floors instilled fear in the man, causing him to tremble. Subsequently, Jean injected the reagent into him before exiting the observation room. Chapter 62. The origin of the blessing. In truth, the blessing of Tianyun was derived from extensive human experimentation conducted by these researchers. Tianyun required the blessing, necessitating a substantial supply, for it was the only means to capture the hearts of the populace and compel the lower echelons to heed their commands. Jian aimed to enhance the existing blessing. Recognizing its myriad flaws, each division independently produced the blessing, necessitating the capture of numerous ordinary supernatural beings, whose blood contained vast reservoirs of energy. Under specific conditions, this energy could be absorbed by normal humans, resulting in supernatural abilities. However, the drawbacks were apparent. First, these powers were externally sourced, not innate, thereby causing the body to reject them. Secondly, prolonged reliance on the blessing fostered significant dependency, to the point where abstaining from it would induce profound discomfort. Ordinary individuals utilizing the blessing would naturally acquire corresponding powers, while supernatural beings, or those who had experienced the blessing once, would observe varying effects. Primarily, it would augment their abilities and expedite their ascension in rank. This was Tianyun's greatest trump card, as they believed that through this technology, they could manifest universal supernatural abilities. Yet, this was merely a fade presented to the uninformed. Naturally, no supernatural being wished to be drained of their essence by Tianyun. The organization required an abundance of the blessing, which could not be achieved by patiently awaiting voluntary donations from supernatural beings. Moreover, the standard blood donation yielded insufficient high-purity energy, necessitating significant sacrifices from the supernatural beings. Jean exultantly addressed the assembly. Next comes the moment of witnessing miracles. I tell you, you are all fortunate. You shall receive the greatest reward from Tianyun, becoming the new saviors of this world, and I shall be the one to bring you into existence. Jean was relentlessly pursuing various means to enhance the blessing, having also partaken in it himself, which subjected him to its backlash. He urgently needed experimental data to support his endeavors, thus necessitating copious experimentation. This time, Jin integrated the blood of infected individuals into the existing blessing formulation, seeking to determine whether it could neutralize the blessing and achieve his desired outcomes. Furthermore, the results of this experiment would significantly impact his standing within Tianyun. Should he succeed in improving the blessing, he could envision himself as Tianyun's benefactor. Thus far, he had never visited the headquarters, yet he yearned to be part of it, to become a central figure within Tianyun. Jin's madness instilled fear in all present. Not only the subdued civilians, but also the guards escorting them felt a sense of revulsion and dread at witnessing Jin's experiments. However, as their superior, they had no choice but to endure. Now, I shall commence, Jin declared, rubbing his palms together. You are all witnesses to miracles. I am proud of you. From this moment forth, you shall become heroes of humanity. With that, he pressed the activation switch. Another reagent was injected into the man, which was the newly refined blessing. The previous injection had merely been adrenaline. Author's note. These chapters contain numerous detailed descriptions that may be somewhat unsettling. I apologize to all readers. Chapter 63. The failed fusion inside the observation chamber. The man suddenly clutched his head, emitting anguished groans. As his entire body seemed to be enveloped in earth, Jin's excitement grew. If this research succeeds, we shall break through the final barrier, and we will become the saviors of all humanity. Yet, before he could finish, the man within the chamber erupted in fury, shattering the glass with a single punch. Charging towards Jin. What a pity, it still cannot achieve perfect fusion. Will it ultimately transform into a mere monster? Or has it all gone awry? As the man lunged at Jin, the latter reacted swiftly. Unleashing a powerful punch, his fist enveloped in a golden glow. Jin's ability allowed him to manipulate surrounding metals, and he could also transmute himself into metal. His defensive capabilities were commendable, and his offensive power was decent, yet devoid of intelligence, rendering it less effective. A massive claw materialized behind the man, seizing him before vanishing from the laboratory. Jan turned to the others, who were already trembling in fear. Let me inform you. The blood recently injected was that of a highly purified supernatural being. MY research reveals that if their blood possesses sufficient purity, it harbors immense energy. An ordinary person might unlock latent potential with such energy, but failing to endure it will lead to a fate akin to that of the man just now. Hovering at the precipice of life and death and truth, Tianyun's research had commenced long ago. Albeit covertly, they aimed to transfer the energy of supernatural beings to civilians, yet such high-purity energy was beyond the capacity of ordinary individuals. Tianyun sought out civilians not because they could withstand it, but because they could dilute the energy to a manageable level, subsequently extracting it for direct use by ordinary people, which they labeled as the blessing. Currently, Jin intended for these pure energy entities to directly affect ordinary individuals. To intensify his research direction, he had begun incorporating the blood of infected individuals into the energy entities. While some could endure this power, it also precipitated the recent outburst of the civilian. Do you see? We are your gods. I can bestow upon you supernatural abilities. Would you prefer to live a life of mediocrity or dare to gamble? Jin sneered. All the civilians instinctively recoiled a step. At that moment, Jin approached a young boy. I believe you can accept external influences more readily, and you possess the most crucial asset, youth. The boy was terrified by the scene. At such a moment, even adults would find it hard to remain composed, let alone a child of merely 10 years. No, please, spare me. I beg you, uncle. I do not wish to die. Tears streamed down the boy's face, his eyes filled with dread. Jin replied, this is a contribution to the progress of all humanity. We are proud of you. 2 mercenaries pinned the boy down, and in the next moment, Jin slapped each of them, mockingly stating, how could you treat our hero so? How could you allow our hero to lie on the ground? However, in the following instant, Jin seized the young boy by the collar. Just as he was about to stride towards another glass laboratory, a pitch-black sword sliced through the still air, aimed directly at Jin. Chapter 64. Brother, leave this one to me, Jin mockingly remarked. You dare attempt to slay me with a sword? How utterly absurd. Gold embodies the essence of metallic prowess. However, it is often the case that those endowed with such abilities primarily wield skills that allow for the generation of metallic weaponry or possess an invulnerable physique. Yet, gold is a rarity among those of his kind, for he possesses the extraordinary capacity to manipulate the very metals surrounding him. This ability, though seemingly trivial, can deliver a sudden and lethal strike, allowing him to control metallic objects from beyond barriers to execute stealthy assassinations. Being a researcher by nature, this skill enables Gold to operate all metallic instruments with unparalleled precision during his experiments. Initially, Gold intended to seize control of a sword to retaliate, but upon activating his power, he was met with a stark realization. His reliable ability had utterly failed against this sword. Startled, Gold released the boy and swiftly evaded. Though the effort to escape was evidently strenuous, the sword stood resolutely embedded in the wall of the laboratory. What a remarkable weapon! It nearly ended my life. Who would have thought a rat could infiltrate here? With that, Gold moved to retrieve the sword. Don't touch me, you pervert. You have no humanity, and you are the true rat. Your entire family is a bunch of rodents, Lingling exclaimed, hands on her hips, fuming, as her words echoed. The sword suddenly darted back into Lin Yan's grasp with astonishing speed. Gold was taken aback. Could it be the I apologize, but I cannot place my trust in you. If I were to entrust this child to your care, it would be all too effortless for you to take my life thereafter, would it not? As he spoke, Jean indeed fulfilled his promise and set down the scalpel. Jane harbored no intention of sparing Lin Yan, plotting to draw him into the second area, where he awaited the combined onslaught of light and shadow to eliminate Lin Yan. At that moment, Lin Yan thrust his sword towards the young boy. Jean was taken aback. Did he truly intend to kill this child? He shattered the hopes of the little girl. Lingling, it's your turn now. Lin Yan addressed her in an instant. Lingling comprehended Lin Yan's intent, for it seemed that the sword spirit and the sword master shared a certain telepathic connection. Just as Wanfa Qianquan was about to make contact with the boy, it came to a halt, and Lingling conjured a blade of energy that enveloped the small child. All the surgical knives attempting to assault the boy were deflected. Brother, hurry! I can't hold on much longer. This is the extent of my capabilities at present. The author has something to say. I apologize for the late update. There were matters at home today. Here are 4 chapters. Chapter 67. Everything can be a sword. Jean was perplexed by the emergence of such formidable abilities from 2 young individuals. He had never anticipated that you possess such power. If given time, you would indeed become a genuine threat to us. Should you escape today, the consequences would be unimaginably dire. At this juncture, Lin Yan decided to resolve the situation promptly without relying on Wanfa Qianquan. He understood that, for now, he could only be considered a swordsman. Yet, his master had once proclaimed that a true swordsman can wield anything as their sword, even a mere wisp of a remnant soul. Grasping a twig could exhibit such overwhelming strength. However, it seemed that following this incident, he would need to revisit the sword tomb to select a more suitable sword for future contingencies. Nevertheless, the immediate concern lay with Jean. If he held Wanfa Qianquan, Lin Yan would naturally have no fear, yet the laboratory was devoid of any suitable weaponry. Brother, a true sword immortal is, in essence, a sharp blade, an invincible sword. Though you may not yet embody this, you can infuse your sword energy into any object you desire, and it shall naturally become your sword, Lingling reminded Lin Yan. At that moment, Lin Yan understood. The reason his master could wield a twig so powerfully was likely due to this very method. Unfortunately, without anyone to guide him, he had been unaware of how to employ it. Lin Yan casually picked up a scattered glass rod from the table. There were quite a few in the laboratory, and glass items fell outside the realm of Jin's control. Jin revealed a chilling smile and said, "What? You wish to fight me with that? If you were wielding a proper sword, I might truly be concerned. But look at you now. Not even a usable weapon in hand. What do you intend to combat me with?" Lin Yan remained silent, simply infusing his true energy into the glass in an instant. The rod was imbued with formidable sword energy, although Lin Yan sensed his true energy rapidly depleting. This method allowed Lin Yan to possess a weapon, yet the intensity of energy output meant his combat duration would be limited, as this expenditure could only sustain itself for about 5 minutes before exhausting his available true energy. Although he still had a considerable amount of true energy remaining, he could not utilize it. Lin Yan felt an indescribable frustration at this moment. Nonetheless, he needed to act swiftly and conserve as much true energy as possible to prepare for the incoming reinforcements. He had already devised a plan to deal with Jean, ensuring he could eliminate him in the shortest time possible. Before Lin Yan could make a move, Jean struck first. manipulating the surgical knives soaring through the air to swiftly attack Lin Yin. Yet, Lin Yin remained unfazed, augmenting the glass rod with his inherent fire attribute. After all, the demon sealing slash could be combined with any attribute, and since his own demon sealing slash had evolved from a fire attribute skill, he retained a certain affinity for fire. Just as the surgical knife was about to make contact with Lin Yin, he unleashed his ability, the demon sealing slash. If he were to harness an external fire attribute, the strike would likely yield tremendous power, but given his diminished fire attribute, the sword energy was accompanied by waves of heat. Subsequently, flames erupted like waves, surging forward, and the metal surgical knife softened under the heat, being mercilessly deflected wherever the sword energy passed. Terror flickered in Jin's eyes. Chapter 68. Jin's counterattack. Jin sensed a life-threatening peril. Should he be struck by this attack, it could spell his doom. He rapidly contemplated a counter-strategy. Lingling, witnessing this scene, exhaled in relief, for it seemed Jin was essentially subdued. However, Jin exerted all his strength to manipulate the surrounding objects to obstruct the sword energy while simultaneously sidestepping. At that moment, Jin maximized his evasion potential, but he had not anticipated that he had already devised a countermeasure, a peculiar smile creeping onto his lips. Suddenly, several surgical knives shot towards Lingling in that instant. Lingling failed to react. Jin's strategy was to target the one he deemed essential, willing to perish alongside her if need be. Lin Yin, too, was blindsided by Jin's choice at that moment. If he sought to find something to obstruct the attack now, it would likely be too late. He could not swiftly execute such a series of actions. Lingling's pupils constricted as she beheld the surgical knives hurtling towards her. If she wished to summon Wanfa Qingquan back to protect the young boy, it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Jin's arm was severed cleanly, the wound cauterized by intense heat, and the unmistakable scent of roasted flesh wafted through the air. The surgical knife plunged into flesh, blood splattering forth. Lingling, caught in a haze of confusion, remained unharmed. In a critical moment, Lin Yin dashed in front of Lingling, embracing her and using his back to shield her from the onslaught of surgical knives. "Humph, if you wish to kill me, you shall not fare well either." Jin coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, grievously injured. Without timely assistance, he feared his life would soon expire. Several mercenaries and civilians cowered in the corners, trembling in fear, witnessing a battle of divine beings. "Brother, why are you so foolish? What are you doing?" Lingling wept. "I am but a mere tool. Why would you go to such lengths?" Blood trickled from Lin Yan's lips. Although the blade had not struck a vital spot, the wound was deep. He smiled at Lingling and said, "I must save you, for you are my sister. From the moment you called me brother for the first time, you became my true sister. I promised you I would never let you come to harm, and I have stated that you are my sister, not merely a tool." Suddenly, Jin realized, "I understand now. I have heard tales of a sword in Area C that can give life. This little girl must be that legendary sword spirit. Indeed, quite powerful. However, I have also heard that a sword spirit loses its master and becomes a formless entity. At that time, I shall make you my sword spirit and have you slay this child with your own hands." Ha ha ha. These words struck deep into Lingling's heart, and tears welled in her eyes. "Brother, rest now. Leave the rest to me." With what remained of his right hand, Jin yanked out all the surgical knives embedded in Lin Yan's back, prompting a pained cry from Lin Yan. "You all believe I can manipulate metal, but my abilities extend far beyond that. I cannot survive now, but I shall take someone down with me with that." Jin clawed at Lin Yan's wound, causing it to bleed profusely. The blood moon contains iron ions. My abilities have yet to reach such strength. Otherwise, I could extract all the blood from a person through their skin. But now that there is a wound, I can use my power to drain your blood entirely. Ha ha ha. Chapter 69. The berserk version of Lingling. Upon witnessing this scene, Lingling was utterly enraged, her eyes aflame with murderous intent. In an instant, this intent cascaded throughout the laboratory, causing the surgical knives under Jin's control to fall helplessly to the ground. As if paying homage to Lingling, Jin was gripped by sheer panic. He had never experienced such despair. Even the sword energy from Lin Yin could be countered with an escape plan, but now, he found himself utterly bereft of options. Lingling's sword energy and murderous intent filled the room, causing several civilians to faint from the overwhelming pressure. Jean had nearly surrendered to despair, feeling as if he were being dominated by an omnipotent force. The sword energy enveloping the young boy dissipated, and Wanfa Qianquan returned to Lingling's grasp. The boy was now terrified, having faced multiple brushes with death within mere minutes, teetering on the brink of collapse. I will spare you. I will give you anything. Before Jean could finish his plea, a sword severed his right arm. His mouth fell open, yet no sound escaped. The sudden agony rendered him voiceless. As Jean lost his arm, the bleeding from Lin Yan's back finally ceased. Exhausted from the recent battle, Lin Yan struggled to remain standing. Those who harm my brother shall die. When Lingling uttered these words, her expression was devoid of emotion, and her tone was utterly monotonous, lacking any semblance of vitality. Her words, though plain and unembellished, struck straight to the heart. I implore you, spare me. I would do anything for you. I no longer possess any leverage against you. Jin's pleas echoed in despair. Yet deep down, he understood that nothing he said at this moment would alter his fate. The sound of a blade slicing through the air and the splatter of blood resonated simultaneously. This time, Jin still clung to life, while Lingling resembled a deity of death, inflicting endless torment upon her prey. Pain surged through Jin once more. How he longed to shield his eyes with his hands. In that moment, Jin irrevocably lost his sight. If there existed a remedy for regret, he would undoubtedly have refrained from crossing paths with these two harbingers of doom from the very beginning. At this juncture, Lingling's murderous aura intensified. Her gaze, once a clear azure, morphed into a crimson hue. Her voice transformed into one of bloodlust as she declared, I want you to be pierced by 1,000 swords. To die slowly in agony. As she spoke, her malice conjured countless illusory swords, all aimed at Jean. Blinded, Jean was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, yet he felt an excruciating pain in his chest, and in the next instant, all vitality drained from him. Jean was dead, but Lingling did not cease her assault. She relentlessly attacked his lift. Lin Yin cast a subtle glance at Ling Ling, clasping her hand firmly. It seemed that Ling Ling understood Lin Yan's intentions, as she willingly transferred the wand of all laws into his grasp. Witnessing this scene, Guang furrowed his brow. He had not witnessed the battle between them and Jean, and thus remained oblivious to who the primary aggressor was. All he knew was that Lin Yan had sustained injuries and was now in a vulnerable state. Slowly, Lin Yan and Ling Ling began to maneuver towards the sides. Guang's offensive tactics on the ground were rather simplistic, and he found himself vexed by the duo's strategy, ultimately retreating to a relatively confined space, exactly where Lin Yan desired to be. Suddenly, Lin Yan surged forward, his sword aimed directly at Guang. At that moment, Guang realized that if he were to attack, he would assuredly kill Lin Yan, but in doing so, he would also seal his own fate. All Guang could surmise was that Lin Yan was risking himself to ensure his own survival. Leaving the young girl behind, as Lin Yan charged past Guang, he did not halt his advance. A smile crept onto Guang's lips. He believed he had deciphered Lin Yan's intentions, that he meant to shield the young girl he had just saved. However, Lin Yan charged straight towards the bound supernatural beings, whose bodies were riddled with tubes. His plan was to harness their powers in conjunction with his own demon sealing / to achieve maximum effect. Aiming to eliminate Guang in one fell swoop and escape with Ling Ling. Friends, lend me your strength. I shall avenge you. Though we are strangers, we share a common enemy, Lin Yan declared, placing his hand upon one of the still conscious supernatural beings. At this moment, Guang's brow furrowed in confusion. He could not fathom Lin Yan's reasoning, which clearly extended beyond mere appearances. Guang was a person of considerable logical prowess, unlike Jean, who was excessively arrogant. The only thought occupying Guang's mind was that he must thwart Lin Yan's intentions. Lest he find himself in peril, Guang raised his hand, preparing to confront Lin Yan, but before he could act, Ling Ling had already picked up a shard of metal from the ground and hurled it at Guang. Forced to evade, Guang's beam of light missed its mark and struck another bound supernatural being instead, liberating them from their torment, a fate far better than the continuous bloodletting they endured. Guang became even more convinced that Ling Ling was indeed buying time for Lin Yan. The supernatural being Lin Yan had chosen wielded earth-based powers, which primarily focused on defense. Coupled with Lin Yan's sword energy, this would yield a balanced offensive and defensive strategy. The sword energy swirled, enveloping the room in a tempest of sand and dust, obscuring all visibility. For Lin Yin, this was an unexpected boon. He remained unaffected within the storm, while Guang was rendered blind to his surroundings. Guang aimed a beam of light in the direction where Lin Yin had been, only to find that his attack was thwarted by the swirling sand. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he attempted to dodge, only to discover his feet ensnared by a thick mound of earth. As he looked down in dismay, he found himself trapped. The sword energy surged towards Guang, and he could sense that should it make contact, the outcome would be nothing short of catastrophic. Yet, as he braced for impact, a hand seized him and pulled him to safety. Having narrowly escaped this lethal assault, Guang turned to see who had come to his aid, only to be met by the long-absent Ying. "Where have you been? Hurry up and eliminate Lin Yin. He seeks my life." Guang snarled with indignation. Despite his usual suave demeanor, clad in white, Guang now appeared disheveled and covered in dust. "If I had been any later, you would have perished here. It's a miracle I arrived at all," Ying replied, shrugging nonchalantly. "Enough chatter. Just kill Lin Yin and that girl," Guang directed fiercely towards the laboratory corridor. "Where is everyone? When I arrived, all I saw was sand. I barely found you here, and you almost met your end," Ying remarked, glancing toward Lin Yan's direction, only to find that he had vanished. Ling Ling and the young boy were nowhere to be seen, leaving behind only a group of terrified civilians and mercenaries cowering in the corner. Chapter 73. The frustration of Ying taking advantage of the swirling dust obscuring Guang's vision, Lin Yin swiftly pulled as the conversation unfolded. Ying swiftly caught up, hesitating to act against Lin Yin. "I assure you, I mean no harm. Please, do not flee. Return with me. I can guarantee your safety. Trust me." It's he that moment. Ying leaped in front of Lin Yin, blocking his path. "Trust me, our revered saint wishes to meet you. She will not harm you. Please, believe me." Lin Yin scoffed. "Do you truly think I would trust you? What sort of deeds have you committed? You dare to bring my family to such a place?" Ying was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yan's inquiry. Indeed, his initial intention had been to deceive Lin Yin, seeking to use such a powerful esper as a subject for experimentation. Capturing Lin Yin would not only procure more resources but also elevate his standing with higher authorities. However, Ying's calculations had not accounted for two unforeseen events. First, Lin Yin infiltrating the underground facility and witnessing its inner workings. And second, the saint's unexpected interest in Lin Yin, leading Ying to suspect that Lin Yin might be the saint's lover. Enough with the words. Let us fight. Lin Yin stood resolutely, sword in hand, his eyes closed as he gathered the meager life force within him. Suddenly, as he channeled his energy, it erupted outward, forming a fierce sword aura that forced Ying back several steps. Ying recognized Lin Yan's strength but was astonished by the intensity he displayed after enduring 2 battles. Lin Yin, too, was surprised to find that, despite his near demise, his energy seemed to protect him, responding to his will. With a flick of his sword, a glimmering beam shot forth, catching Ying off guard and wounding his right arm. Ying's face paled in shock. Lin Yin was more formidable than he had anticipated. Just as Lin Yin prepared to unleash another strike, a familiar voice rang out, "Lin Yin, stop!" Upon hearing the voice, Ying quickly turned, clasping his fists. "Saint?" Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "You? How are you here? You are the saint. What is happening?" To his astonishment, the saint Ying referred to was none other than Wei Wei, his girlfriend. Ignoring Ying, Wei Wei strode directly to Lin Yin. Lin Yin retracted his energy, his voice strained as he asked, "What is going on? Why did you leave me? How can you be the saint of destiny?" Wei Wei replied coolly, "Lin Yin, we are finished. I have always been the saint of destiny, and Wang Hao is the saint's son. We belong together, while you and I, it is impossible." Lin Yan's heart ached. Though he had anticipated such an outcome, he could not accept it. Wei Wei held an irreplaceable place in his heart, an undeniable goddess who had captured his soul at first sight. "Am I merely a pawn to you? Do you not find this destiny repugnant?" Tears streamed down Lin Yan's cheeks, for this was his first love after 20 years of solitude. How could he not be heartbroken? "I will not kill you. Leave now, and I wish never to see you again. You have caused enough chaos at our destiny base today. I will let you go, but this will be our final separation." Wei Wei's expression remained impassive. Meanwhile, Ying stood dumbfounded, realizing that Lin Yin was indeed the saint's lover. "Tell me why. Why are you doing this?" Lin Yan's heart still fought against despair. There is no reason. If there were, it would simply be that you are not worthy of Wang Hao. I advise you to leave before the others arrive. Otherwise, you will not escape. Wei Wei stated flatly, little sister, why aren't you taking him away? Do you want him to die here? Ling Ling scoffed. Hey, how can you be so despicable? You abandoned such a good man for your own gain. I truly look down on you. Brother, if this old woman no longer wants you, what are you still doing here? Come with me, lest you become a laughingstock. As Ling Ling pulled Lin Yin away, he was bewildered. Wei Wei had never been a vain person. She had been sincere during their time together. Otherwise, they would not have made such a commitment. Yet now, she seemed like a different person entirely. Brother, there are countless girls out there who would cherish you. Why cling to this one tree, especially one as crooked as this? Lin Yin said nothing. Allowing Ling Ling to lead him away, Wei Wei's eyes brimmed with tears, though she fought to conceal them. Once Lin Yin had distanced himself, she whispered to Ying, do not speak of today's events to anyone. Otherwise, your fate will be dire. Understood, my lady. Very well, you may leave. As soon as Wei Wei's words fell, Ying vanished from sight. Lin Yin, you will never understand. If I do not leave you, the means of destiny would ensure your demise. Your family has already caused significant trouble for them, and I can assist you no further. I hope you can live well from now on, and I wish never to see you again. Wei Wei murmured softly after Lin Yan's departure. Finally, Ling Ling had guided Lin Yan outside, where a profound transformation was taking place within him. Author's note. I apologize to all readers. There was an urgent matter at home. Hence the lack of updates yesterday. To grow stronger, one must endure pain. A lowly individual seeking transformation must learn to let go. This is my belief. Chapter 76. The sword spirit becomes jealous once Lin Yin and his companions exited the Destiny base. Dawn broke in the east. For safety's sake, they decided to retreat to the outskirts for rest. Brother, are you still thinking of her? She has abandoned you, Ling Ling remarked, attempting to shift the topic. How did you suddenly unleash such powerful energy? Lin Yin turned to Ling Ling, assuring her, do not worry. Your brother will be fine, just feeling a bit unwell for a while. I sense a change within my energy. After encountering Ying, it seems to act to protect me, allowing me to manipulate it at will. Although I cannot control it as before, I feel that nearly half of my energy has fused with my free energy, especially after my connection with Wei Wei was severed. Ling Ling contemplated for a moment and said, this is not difficult to understand. Historically, sword cultivators and sword immortals have never been burdened by romantic entanglements. To grow powerful, one must learn to let go. I cannot recall which elder said that. Lin Yin acknowledged, I understand. Nevertheless, thank you, Ling Ling. I still do not comprehend why you insist on saving this child. Is it merely pity? After a night of turmoil, the young boy had finally fallen asleep, having endured far too much. Ling Ling replied, it is not just pity. I sense he is no ordinary child. There is something familiar about him, and I am certain he is extraordinary, which is why I wanted to save him. Lin Yin questioned, you find him familiar. But aren't you born from the transformation of heaven and earth? Could he also be a product of that? Ling Ling shook her head, I do not know. Since I gained consciousness, I have been enveloped in darkness, unable to escape until your arrival. Yet this boy truly feels familiar, as if I have known him. I cannot explain it. Lin Yin pondered for a long time but could not find a satisfactory answer, so he decided to let it be. Ling Ling, I think we should return to the sword pool and retrieve a suitable sword. That way, we can effectively fight together. What do you think? Ling Ling crossed her arms and pouted. Are you interested in someone else? Is having me not enough for you? Seeing Ling Ling's reaction, Lin Yin couldn't help but laugh. No, no, no. I just want an emergency backup. Why are you getting jealous? Ling Ling replied, I am discussing something serious with you. This is not about jealousy. What are you thinking? Lin Yin countered. Then what are you worried about? Look, if we had another sword back in the Destiny base, wouldn't we have been less passive? Ling Ling tilted her head in thought and said, that is true. Fine, but we can only choose one. We cannot take more. Lin Yin shook his head helplessly. All right, I will follow your lead. For safety's sake, Lin Yin decided to return to the sword tomb to acquire a suitable sword before heading to the refuge, as entering now would leave them uncertain of when they could exit or reach H City. That moment, Lin Yin resolved to check on his own condition. Introspecting into his dantian, Lin Yin was astonished to perceive that the true energy within was rotating in a predetermined sequence. After completing a full rotation, this energy re-entered the meridians, and the energy traversing the meridians returned to the Dantian to commence the cycle anew, perpetually sustaining itself in an unending rhythm. Chapter 77. The boy has a secret. Lin Yin now sensed that the true energy he could control intertwined with that which eluded his grasp. Continuously nourishing his meridians and Dantian, he realized that he had likely entered the foundation-building stage. Indeed, such battles of life and death could awaken latent potential. Observing the peacefully sleeping Lingling and the young boy, Lin Yin shook his head in resignation, pondering whether this sword spirit truly required slumber like an ordinary person. At that moment, Lin Yin contemplated a bold experiment. He summoned the spatial sword he had previously crafted, intending to channel his true energy into it to discover the outcome. As he began to guide the true energy to envelop the spatial sword, he was abruptly struck by the realization that he could not impart any sword energy. Frowning, Lin Yin mused that, logically, true energy should be applicable to any object. Why then could it not be applied to the spatial sword? Did the spatial sword, perhaps, not qualify as a tangible entity in relation to true energy? He picked up the Wanfa Qiankuan and, upon utilizing true energy once more, noticed that this object could indeed be enveloped. It dawned on him that while the spatial sword was formidable, it was presently beyond his reach. He speculated about the effects of pairing his demon sealing slash with spatial attributes and resolved to experiment with it in the future. After a brief rest, he intended to set out, ensuring he maintained his condition to avert any troublesome occurrences along the journey. After a simple meal post-noon, Lin Yin inquired, "What is your name? How did you come to be captured by Tianyun?" The young boy softly replied, "I grew up in an orphanage. Our director named me Lu Yu, hoping I would be like Uncut Jade. Since our director's surname is Lu, I took on the same surname. Later, when the apocalypse erupted, the director led us to escape, but we became scattered, and many perished. Only 5 of us remained, hiding in someone else's home. Eventually, we heard of a safe zone that promised protection, so we sought a way to reach it. On the way, 2 brothers sacrificed themselves to help us escape. But upon arrival, we were captured and sent to different locations." Lin Yin understood why Tianyun could locate so many individuals for experimentation. They had lured others through the guise of a safe zone to fulfill their insidious objectives. "Xiaoyu, would you like to join us?" Before Lin Yin could speak, Lingling had already interjected. However, Lu Yu's subsequent words left Lin Yin utterly astonished. "Sister, you feel incredibly familiar to me, as if we've known each other for a long time, though I cannot recall when." Lu Yu scratched his head as he spoke. Lin Yin fell into deep contemplation. While he could attribute Lingling's familiarity to a protective instinct towards the young boy, the fact that both claimed to recognize each other suggested a more intricate reality. Was this boy named Lu Yu also a sword spirit? Yet, a sword spirit distanced from its original entity would become significantly weakened. If the separation were considerable, it might even dissipate entirely. "Brother, can we keep him?" "He would surely be obedient," Lingling implored with wide, innocent eyes fixed on Lin Yin. Lin Yin sighed, "If that pleases you." For Lin Yin, safeguarding the child was not an issue, but after enduring so much, he was no longer the same as before. In his past, he would have softened, seeking ways to rescue others. But now he realized that merely surviving was a considerable challenge. Chapter 78. Storms and Gales. As Lin Yin journeyed towards H City, he found himself devoid of transportation and reliant solely on his own means to reach the destination. However, he still possessed the ability to utilize spatial powers, rendering the task manageable. The challenge lay in his current capabilities, which could only facilitate short-range teleportation, limited to a few kilometers. Moreover, utilizing spatial teleportation was quite taxing on his true energy. He resolved to teleport while walking, avoiding large cities in favor of suburban or forested areas for safety. However, Lin Yin could not have anticipated the arduous journey that awaited him. Without the child, his pace would have been swift, likely reaching the outskirts of H City in less than 2 days. Yet carrying the child meant that if he were to shoulder him, the rapid movement would be too taxing. Consequently, they could only proceed at a slower pace towards H City. Meanwhile, in the underground base of Tianyun in B City, the Saintess coldly addressed her 2 visitors. "What, do you both believe I intentionally released Lin Yin? Let us not forget that Lin Yin is an enemy of Tianyun. The Lin family nearly decimated Tianyun. Whose side are we on here?" Before her stood 2 emissaries dispatched from headquarters, known by the codename Gale and Storm. Their physiques, however, belied their names. Gale was tall and stout, resembling a mountain, while Storm was notably slender and diminutive. Gale seized Shadow by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. "Speak the truth. What is the matter? Do you think we are fools? You, Guang, and Jean cannot possibly be outmatched by a single Lin Yin. Do you expect us to believe that?" Shadow's face was drenched in cold sweat. Having reached the small Earth stage's first star, he recognized that Gale was a formidable fifth star in the small Earth stage, while Storm had ascended to the first star in the large Earth stage. Their rapid advancement was entirely attributable to their granted powers, yet these boons came with significant drawbacks. Gale, for instance, struggled with unstable breathing due to the boon, forcing him to suppress the turbulent energy within, rendering him exceedingly lethal, yet he had been devoid of combat capability for some time. This was why Jean was so eager to amend the boon and resolve such issues. Yet they had encountered no breakthroughs. "Gale, enough. Do you wish to cast the Saintess under suspicion of harboring fugitives? We have no doubts about her loyalty. Yet Lin Yan's current strength is astonishing. We should have dealt with him sooner." Storm remarked coldly. Upon hearing Storm's words, Gale tossed Shadow aside with a grunt. "We should not have shown mercy. Knowing his background, we ought to have eliminated him without hesitation, yet we entertained fantasies, whether the two emissaries were there to assign blame or for other motives. It seemed that Tianyun was no longer under the command of the Saint Lord, as Foreign Affairs representatives. It was rather audacious of them to come here under the guise of scrutiny." Mitsai remarked coldly. "Forgive us, Gale's temperament is a bit hasty. Rest assured, we understand our purpose. Since Lin Yin has escaped, we shall not linger. He must pay for daring to challenge Tianyun. Saintess, we shall proceed to pursue Lin Yin," Storm declared, leading Gale out of the base. At that moment, Mitsai remained seated within the base, concealing a subtle, imperceptible smile. Chapter 79. Encirclement. Lin Yin was now en route to H City, though his pace was significantly hindered. However, this allowed him a welcome respite from the tension that had gripped him for so long, providing ample time for reflection. His primary concern remained how to effectively harness the true energy within him. Despite being inferior to his master, the energy he had encountered thus far was the most potent he had wielded. The speed at which he had unleashed a sword strike had left Shadow entirely defenseless. Barely managing to evade a fatal blow, a testament to its swiftness, it became evident that only battles of life and death could unlock greater potential within him, accelerating the fusion of that true energy. Yet, such life and death confrontations posed constant peril. Whenever possible, he should strive to avoid them. He resolved never again to act so recklessly, especially without understanding the situation, for in this apocalyptic era, losing one's life was not uncommon. As Lin Yin and his companions traversed the forest, he suddenly sensed a multitude of infected individuals approaching, their numbers alarmingly exceeding 100, and their speed far exceeding that of previous encounters. Lin Yin realized something was amiss. Typically, infected beings would only approach when they were within close proximity to living humans or had detected sound. Yet now, the opposite was occurring. They seemed to be converging on his location from a considerable distance. It was evident they were aware of his position, as they advanced collectively towards him, but of course, these infected beings posed little threat to Lin Yin. With his current abilities, he could swiftly resolve any combat situation. Should he wish to avoid confrontation, his spatial powers could facilitate a timely escape, alleviating any concerns. "Lingling, a horde of infected individuals is approaching us. We may face danger shortly. However, I still wish to attempt the skill I had previously considered but never utilized." Lin Yin addressed Ling Ling, who surprisingly showed no objection, saying, "Whatever you decide is fine by me. But to be honest, I have never encountered the infected ones you mentioned." At that moment, Liu interjected. "Sister, these infected individuals are quite terrifying. They were once normal people, but for reasons unknown, they have transformed into their current state. They will devour humans, and if you are scratched or bitten by them, you too will become infected." Ling Ling patted her chest proudly and assured, "Don't worry, I'm here, and I'm quite formidable." Liu nodded vigorously in agreement. However, when the infected arrived, Lin Yin was taken aback. These creatures did not immediately attack, but rather observed from a distance as if awaiting the arrival of more of their kind. A sense of foreboding filled Lin Yan's mind, for it appeared that these infected had developed a semblance of intelligence. Exhibiting a primitive awareness and the understanding to wait for their companions, it seemed they had reached the third stage of infection, and the infected were evidently evolving continuously, each advancement likely leading to varied developmental paths. Even the lowest tier among them had gained enhanced speed. Through Lin Yan's analysis, it became evident that there was a leader among them, one who commanded the other infected. This individual must be located first, as the rest would be nothing more than a disorganized mob. In Chapter 80, attempting a new formula, Lin Yan endeavored to sense each infected presence around him, easily identifying one with commanding abilities. This leader cleverly concealed itself among other robust infected, who acted as its protectors. Lin Yan was in no hurry to eliminate this commanding figure. He was rather intrigued to observe the current state of the infected. Confident in his ability to handle them, the influx of infected continued, and as the encirclement grew tighter, they finally began to move. Their method of approach mirrored what Ying had previously described. The more physically imposing infected led the charge, moving at a slow pace yet possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Lin Yan pondered the extent of their defenses, questioning whether they could withstand his spatial abilities. He retrieved a bow and arrows crafted from spatial energy and leisurely prepared to shoot. An arrow was loosed, aimed directly at the forefront of the infected, and the outcome was clear. Despite their impressive defenses, they could not withstand the damage inflicted by spatial rift. Moreover, the arrow, which should have taken 5 seconds to return, astonishingly returned immediately after striking one of the infected. Lin Yan understood that these infected indeed possessed extraordinary defensive capabilities, with their sole weakness being their eyes, though their defenses were significantly stronger than those he had encountered previously. The spatial arrows seemed to have depleted their energy after a single strike. Unlike before, it became apparent that under normal circumstances, without targeting their eyes, it would be challenging to eliminate such infected using conventional firearms, thus validating Ying's earlier assertions. The reason Lin Yan wished to engage these infected was twofold: to verify how his demon-slaying technique had evolved alongside his spatial abilities, and to ascertain the truth behind Ying's words. Thus far, it seemed Ying's claims held merit. The infected were indeed undergoing continuous evolution. The emergence of second-tier infected took merely a day, while the third tier appeared in approximately a week, indicating a rapid rate of evolution and a staggering increase in numbers. Finally, within 30 meters of the infected, a group of emaciated creatures surged forth from behind, moving at a relatively swift pace. Comparatively, they were slightly slower than an average person running, yet significantly faster than the other infected. This coordination was impressive. A fully armed squad would likely be overwhelmed in an instant. As Lin Yan activated his spatial abilities, he transported himself to the outer perimeter of the infected. All the infected lunged forward but quickly realized Lin Yan had positioned himself outside. With the standard infected lagging behind, Lin Yan concentrated his sword energy atop the 10,000 methods in universe, infusing it with his spatial abilities. The sword energy, initially white and slightly transparent, now shimmered with a unique blue hue as the spatial power took effect. In Chapter 81, Spatial Attribute Demon-Slaying Strike, Lin Yan unleashed a strike imbued with spatial energy, transforming the sword energy into a blue hue. He discovered that this energy was no ordinary force. He could control it. In an instant, the sword energy vanished, a curious phenomenon that would be perplexing to other ability users. Yet with the infected, the situation was different. Although the leader had developed a certain level of intelligence, it remained rudimentary, primarily focused on offense and self-preservation, unlike the lower-tier infected. Then, with a mere thought, Lin Yan summoned the sword energy once more, positioning it behind the sentient infected. The energy did not follow a trajectory but remained stationary. Expanding outward like a dispersing wave, the sword energy, infused with spatial power, swiftly engulfed all nearby infected, annihilating those it encountered. The intelligent infected was reduced to mere dust in this onslaught. Following the demise of their leader, the remaining infected, now devoid of direction, surged toward Lin Yan in a chaotic rush, leading to a stampede as the front lines faltered under the weight of those behind. The remaining infected posed little threat, and Lin Yan chose not to linger. Naturally, all infected must be dealt with swiftly, for leaving them unchecked would spell disaster. In truth, Lin Yan's close combat skills still required refinement, as he had never truly mastered a comprehensive sword technique. A sword master is not merely defined by raw power but by an intricate and well-honed swordsmanship. Lin Yan's array of skills, while seemingly diverse, were merely variations of the same technique adapted for different attributes. Before long, Lin Yan had dispatched the majority of this batch of infected. Given the nature of the battle, safety was no longer guaranteed, and he resolved to depart swiftly, leading Ling Ling and Lu Yu on the journey toward H City. Meanwhile, the duo of Jifeng and Bao Yu continued their search for Lin Yin, their initial destination being the shelter in B City. However, their journey yielded no sign of Lin Yin nor any evidence of conflict. Bao Yu remarked, "We must have taken a wrong turn. That fellow has likely returned to H City." Jifeng, though imposing, seemed somewhat lacking in intellect. But didn't Ning say he was heading to the B City shelter? How could he possibly return to H City? Bao Yu shook his head, advising, "You ought to engage your mind a bit more. Consider this. Throughout our journey, we have eliminated numerous infected, yet we have seen no signs of prior battles. If he intended to reach the shelter, he must have traversed this path where infected are plentiful. To pass through, he would have had to fight them off. And yet, there are no traces. Ing mentioned he encountered them in H City. Thus, I believe there must be something compelling him to return there." Typically, Bao Yu held sway in their decisions, given his superior strength and analytical skills over Jifeng. Had Lin Yin possessed the foresight to predict the future, he would undoubtedly have avoided conflict with the infected, a misstep that would later prove to be a significant concern. In Chapter 82, on Longyu Mountain and the Longyu Temple, Lin Yin and his companions arrived at J City, situated between B City and H City. "Let us rest in J City today," Lin Yin suggested. "I have heard that there is a mountain here, rich in spiritual energy, and the infected atop are surely few. Why not take refuge there for the night?" "All right, brother. I will follow your lead," Ling Ling replied. Since encountering Lu Yu, Ling Ling had grown more reserved than before. In the past, she would have chattered incessantly at Lin Yan's side. But now, for reasons unknown, she seemed transformed. Lin Yan attributed this change to the traumatic images Ling Ling had witnessed, sensing her melancholy. The mountain in J City was known as Longyu Mountain, home to a temple called Longyu Temple, reputed to house a sage who had attained immortality, known as the Longyu Immortal. Lin Yin had indeed heard of the legendary Yulong Zhen, or Ian.it is said that this immortal being is endowed with celestial aura, wielding a beautifully crafted flying sword atop a precipice. Previously, Lin Yin had dismissed such tales as mere tricks and deceptions, but now he found himself quite intrigued by the figure of Yulong Zhenren. A group of them arrived at the foothill of Yulong Mountain, where Lin Yin could sense a faint but palpable flow of true energy emanating from the summit. His curiosity was piqued regarding the mysteries that the Yulong Temple might hold. The scenery of Yulong Mountain was quite splendid. It was spring, and the landscape was vibrant with life. Unfortunately, Lin Yin and his companions had little interest in admiring the view at that moment. As evening approached, they finally reached the top of Yulong Mountain. The entrance of the Yulong Temple stood wide open, yet there was no sign of life within, nor any trace of infected individuals. It seemed that the temple was devoid of any such presence. Lin Yin and his companions selected 3 rooms to stay in, finding it preferable to lodging on the streets. Meanwhile, the swift wind and torrential rain had found their way to the dense forest where Lin Yin had previously battled. The swift wind remarked, "Humph, this battle was one-sided. That kid must have passed through here. It appears our direction is correct. Their speed isn't too rapid. I suspect this conflict has only just transpired. Reaching J City will likely prove challenging for them. Regardless, we must eliminate him. Otherwise, we shall face difficulties upon our return to headquarters. Prepare yourself. We shall rest here tonight and rejuvenate for tomorrow's pursuit." As catching up may lead to a fierce confrontation, Lin Yin had not slept so soundly in several nights. He felt utterly relaxed, shutting down his perceptive abilities, his mind free from the clutter of surrounding information. However, a shadow flitted past outside his room, and although Lin Yin remained alert, he failed to notice the figure. By the time he sensed something amiss, the person was already at his door. "Young friend? Are you awake? I wonder what brings you to my humble Yulong Temple at this late hour?" The figure outside inquired first. Noting the absence of malice in this individual and recognizing the agility of their movements, Lin Yin responded, "We are a party of 3 who have intruded upon your temple unannounced, seeking merely to stay for a night before departing in the morning. I hope the master will not take offense." The person outside replied, "No offense taken, no offense taken. May I be permitted to enter and converse with you, my young friend?" Lin Yin opened the door to reveal an elderly man with flowing white hair but a rosy complexion. Lin Yin rose and said, "My apologies, esteemed Taoist, for borrowing your esteemed abode without prior notice. I hope you will not hold it against me." Lin Yin could tell that this Yulong Zhenran was no ordinary figure. And despite having intruded, he felt it necessary to show the appropriate respect. Why Yulong Zhenran waved his hand with a smile. No need for concern. I am the only one remaining in this temple now. Most have fled, as this is hardly a safe place. Lin Yin inquired, esteemed Taoist, why do you remain here? Why not descend the mountain with the others? The Taoist shook his head. Everything in this world is predetermined. I have spent many years within this temple, having once discovered a heavenly vow. Should I attain enlightenment, I would willingly refrain from leaving the temple gates. Lin Yin was taken aback, reflecting on how many had made such vows. Yet few adhered to them. He felt a genuine admiration for this Yulong Zhenran and asked, esteemed Taoist, have you indeed attained enlightenment? The Taoist smiled. 3 days ago, I did attain enlightenment, and the path I have discovered is one of technique, distinct from your sword. Lin Yin was startled. After all, he had not revealed his sword to Yulong Zhenran. Even if he had, it was merely a weapon. What significance could it hold? Lin Yin pondered silently. Realizing that this Yulong Zhenran was not to be underestimated, he only hoped he was not an adversary. When I attained enlightenment 3 days prior, I knew that you, Lin Yin, would visit my temple. I have been waiting for you for quite some time. Lin Yin was prepared for a confrontation, having never disclosed his name. How did this Yulong Zhenran know who he was? Could it be that a pursuer from Tianyun had come for him? Yulong Zhenran seemed to read Lin Yan's thoughts, smiling as he said, do not be alarmed, my young friend. The path I have discovered is one of techniques, one that reveals omens of fortune and disaster, allowing one to foresee events. Furthermore, I know you, Lin Yin, to be the current leader of the once-renowned sword sect. Our destinies are intertwined. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin could ascertain a few things. First, this person was certainly not affiliated with Tianyun. For aside from him and Ling Ling, no one else knew of his position as the sword sect leader. Second, Yulong Zhenran's strength was undoubtedly superior to his own. If he were a killer sent from Tianyun, Lin Yin would have had no chance of survival. The fact that Yulong Zhenran had not attacked suggested he was not an enemy. Lin Yin said, your strength is extraordinary, esteemed Taoist. I humbly request that you keep this secret. Why Yulong Zhenran replied, of course, Lin Yan.my purpose here is to present you with an opportunity, a gesture of goodwill to repay the favor owed to our sword sect by the founder of Yulong Temple. At this, Lin Yin found himself even more perplexed, as this was not a topic he had ever heard mentioned by the sword sect's past immortals. He inquired, does our sword sect truly share such a deep connection with your Yulong Temple? Indeed, Yulong Zhenran replied. The first leader of your sword sect, Wu Yang Zhenran, was in fact a half-master to our temple's founder in years past. He saved the life of our founder and subsequently assisted him in attaining enlightenment. Is that not a significant connection? It is a pity that we could not reach you in time during the sword sect's demise. I feel a deep sense of shame. Why Yulong Zhenran sighed as he recounted the past. Lin Yin quickly reassured him, this is not the fault of Yulong Temple. Please do not belittle yourself. Why Yulong Zhenran then said, time is of the essence. Take your sword spirit and the young boy you rescued, and follow me. Lin Yin awakened Ling Ling and Lu Yu, leading them to the main hall. Once seated, Yulong Zhenran spoke, Master Lin, do you know the true origins of the Wan Fa Qian Kuan sword? Naturally, Lin Yin was aware of the tale passed down by Wu Yang Zhenran, and he replied, of course. Our ancestor spoke of Ling Ling as the essence of heaven and earth, formed over millennia, born of the cosmos. Why Yulong Zhenran smiled and said, indeed, that is partly true, but not entirely. Why did the essence of heaven and earth gather in this place? This question caught Lin Yin off guard, as he had never contemplated it so deeply. Why Yulong Zhenran continued, the true origins of Wan Fa Qian Kuan can be traced back a long time, to Nu Wan Yang Yang. Are you familiar with her? Lin Yin responded, of course, I am familiar with her. Why Yulong Zhenran explained, in ancient times, heaven and earth were unified, supported by 4 celestial pillars holding up the unyielding mountain, which was originally the domain of the ancient deity Zhu Jiuyin. Eventually, it became the dwelling of various immortals. During that time, Gong Gong and Zhuang Su contended for the throne. Gong Gong ultimately failed and, in his rage, struck the unyielding mountain with his head, causing the celestial pillars to collapse. The waters from the heavens cascaded down, flooding the earth and prompting Nu Wan Yang Yang to mend the sky. She used 5 types of earth to craft 5 colored stones, but as she repaired the sky, some stones inevitably fell to the mortal realm. Observing the chaos and bloodshed among mortals fighting for these stones, she decided to bury the 5 colored stones underground. While burying the stones, she was moved by the devastation wrought by the flood and shed tears, which fell upon the stones. Thus, the 5 colored stones absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, gaining sentience. Because of Nuwa's tears, this sword spirit embodies the benevolence of the world. Lin Yin glanced at Ling Ling, astonished that she had such a remarkable origin. Ling Ling, brimming with excitement, jumped up and exclaimed, "See, I am amazing. I am incredibly powerful." Her demeanor was that of a child, unreservedly proud. At this moment, Yulong Zhanren spoke again. "Do you know why the sword spirit felt such familiarity upon seeing this young boy?" Lin Yin shook his head, admitting, "I truly do not know. I hope you will enlighten me, esteemed Taoist." Hearing this, both Ling Ling and Lu Yu began to listen intently to Yulong Zhanren's words. Yulong Zhanren continued, "The 1Fa Qian Kuren sword you currently possess is not the complete version. The sword spirit's intellect is underdeveloped due to being buried underground for an extended period, resulting in the emergence of 2 separate entities. One of them escaped into this vast world, leading to the current incomplete state of the sword spirit." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin and Ling Ling immediately turned to Lu Yu, who pointed to himself, bewildered. "Are you saying it refers to me? But I know nothing." Lin Yin interjected, "Esteemed Taoist, might you be mistaken? Generally speaking, a sword spirit cannot stray too far from its original form, or else it will dissipate." Why, Yulong Zhanren affirmed, "That is true for ordinary sword spirits, but do you believe that the sword spirit of 1Fa Qian Kuin is an ordinary one?" This question genuinely stumped Lin Yin. Continuing, Yulong Zhanren elaborated, "A single tear from Nu Wan Yang Yang has granted the 1Fa Qian Kuin sword spirit emotions. With such divine tears, its dissolution would be a formidable challenge." Chapter 85. The true identity of Lu Yu. Lin Yin promptly inquired whether it was necessary for Lu Yu and Ling Ling to reunite with their true essence in order to fully become the sword spirit. Master Yulong affirmed this, stating that while it was indeed the case, neither of them could offer assistance. It was solely up to the 2 of them to achieve their ultimate fusion. At that point, the sword spirit of 1Fa Qian Kuin would likely possess formidable power. Ling Ling, suddenly enlightened, exclaimed, "So that's why I felt such a profound connection upon meeting him. We are, in fact, one and the same." At that moment, Lu Yu abruptly clutched his head, wailing in agony, "My head hurts so much." Lin Yin hastily asked, "Master, what is happening?" Master Yulong replied, "This half of the sword spirit has likely been manifesting for quite some time. Its psyche has been influenced by the myriad of worldly experiences. The more it encounters malevolent individuals and deeds, the more its mind may gravitate towards darkness. Conversely, if it interacts with benevolent people or matters, it will naturally lean towards goodness. It is perhaps inevitable that both good and evil occur in this situation, causing its mental state to waver. We cannot be of any assistance. If anyone can help, it would be the other half of the sword spirit." Ling Ling anxiously asked, "What should I do? What can I do?" Master Yulong shook his head, saying, "I do not know. You must find a way yourself. Among the 2 of you, you are the principal, and he is the secondary, or rather, he is a fragment of you. Only you can find the solution." Ling Ling, in a state of agitation, felt lost and could only hold Lu Yu tightly in her embrace. As Ling Ling held Lu Yu, he realized that the pain in his head had significantly diminished. Lu Yu questioned, "Sister, will I die?" "I do not wish to die, if I am a part of you." "Will returning to your essence mean I am dead?" Ling Ling, at a loss for words, struggled to respond. Perhaps it was Lu Yu's experiences with life and death that led him to such thoughts. At this moment, Master Yulong interjected, "How can returning to your essence be equated with death? You will become your true self, which is a good thing for both you and your sister. Moreover, remaining outside for too long poses a greater risk to your life." Upon hearing Master Yulong's words, Lu Yu seemed to grasp something profound, stating, "I feel as though I am beginning to remember something. Throughout this time, the moments spent with my sister have brought me the greatest joy. I must have instinctively chosen to forget the overwhelming darkness I witnessed. If I return to my sister, all the suffering will rest solely upon her shoulders." Ling Ling reassured him, "Do not forget, sister is very powerful. Remember when you first met her at the Tianyun base. You were even beaten by that mercenary and cried like a child. And later, did you not witness sister's might? How could she possibly be afraid? Ling Ling smiled, yet tears betrayed her composure. Flowing unbidden down her cheeks, it seemed that the emotional toll had prompted her to forget that unhappy incident. And now, Lu Yu still feared the pain that returning would bring him. Lu Yu confessed, "Sister, I am afraid of pain, my head hurts so much, and I do not want to recall those dreadful memories. Some things are too terrifying. I just want to be with you forever." Ling Ling embraced Lu Yu, and to their astonishment, Lu Yu's body began to emit a gentle glow. Chapter 86. The cold and distant Ling Ling as the radiance gradually faded. Lu Yu vanished, and so did Ling Ling, replaced by a graceful young woman, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, with an exceptionally sweet visage and flowing long hair, though an aura of sword energy emanated from her brow. Lin Yin gazed at the young woman, questioning, "Ling Ling?" The woman merely regarded Lin Yin with a detached expression, devoid of the previous Ling Ling's vivacity, nodding expressionlessly. Lin Yin felt an inexplicable sense of loss. He had grown accustomed to Ling Ling's incessant chatter, which had initially irritated him, yet now it felt as if he were facing an entirely different person. Master Yulong discerned Lin Yan's disquiet and remarked, "The sword spirit has achieved a complete consciousness, thus it will not behave as it once did. This is normal. However, after some time together, you should find it more familiar, as part of her essence has yet to resonate with you." Lin Yin expressed his concern. "What troubles me is that Ling Ling seems to not recognize me at all." Before Master Yulong could respond, Ling Ling spoke, "The entity of this caliber is not something just anyone can touch. Out of respect for the contract you signed with my essence, I shall temporarily accompany you." Upon hearing this, Lin Yin felt an awkwardness in his heart, wanting to voice something but ultimately refraining. Master Yulong then stated, "Wan Fa Qian Kuan is not an ordinary entity. It possesses distinct qualities, which is entirely normal. I believe that after some time together, things will improve." Lin Yin sighed, "In truth, I have long considered Ling Ling as family, as my sister, but now—" He left the latter half of his sentence unspoken, unsure of how to articulate his feelings. Ling Ling sat silently beside him, saying nothing. At that moment, Master Yulong addressed Lin Yin, "Do not be sorrowful, young friend. Given time, you and she will restore your previous bond. The sword spirit of Wan Fa Qian Kuan is not a mere spirit. It possesses emotions, and it is not unusual for those emotions to differ at times." Lin Yin remained silent, gazing at Ling Ling, lost in thought. Master Yulong then declared, "Next, I will impart a few insights to you. Beginning with swordsmanship. I observe that your strength is commendable, yet you seem unacquainted with sword techniques. Today, I shall teach you the foundational sword techniques of your sect, returning it to its rightful place." With that, Master Yulong rose, using the feather duster in his hand as a sword. His swordplay was exquisite, each movement precise and fluid. While demonstrating, he explained, "This sword technique is known as the 16 styles of sword control, created by the ancestors of your sect and later taught to the founder of Yulong Temple. Today, I shall pass it back to your sect. This technique comprises 16 styles, including thrusts, sweeps, parries, and lifts, emphasizing that the sword is born from the heart, not merely the hand. The essence of mastering this technique lies in the belief that I am the sword. When perfected, all things can become your sword." Lin Yin observed intently, recognizing that some of the sword styles mirrored those used by his master, Zhang Lingfeng. Before long, Master Yulong concluded his demonstration and returned to his seat. "Young friend Lin Yin, time is of the essence. I cannot demonstrate a second time. Can you remember?" Before Lin Yin could respond, Ling Ling interjected, "Whether he remembers or not is irrelevant. I can learn this sword technique with a single glance. If he does not comprehend it, I shall teach him until he does." Ling Ling's tone remained as cold as before, sending an unsettling chill through Lin Yin. Master Yulong chuckled, "Very well, let us proceed. From here on, no one can assist you. It will be up to you alone." Chapter 87. Enlightenment. Master Yulong inquired, "Young friend Lin Yin, what is your sword path?" Lin Yin found himself momentarily speechless. The term sword path merely referred to swordsmanship to some. His own sword path? He was utterly perplexed, replying, "I am unclear about what you mean by sword path, Master." Master Yulong smiled gently. "Every sword immortal possesses their own sword path. The sword path is the way of the sword immortal, akin to the pursuit of truth by practitioners of the arts. It is the lifelong quest of each sword immortal. Each sword immortal's pursuit of their sword path is unique. For example, the first sword immortal, Wu Yangzhenren, sought the path of goodness, promoting benevolence throughout the world. Upon attaining this path, his cultivation sword, rendering him unmatched at the time, though he ultimately failed to breach that barrier. Similarly, Zhang Zhangmin, who sealed the demon with his life, pursued the path of eradicating evil. Thus, every time he drew his sword, it marked the demise of those steeped in malevolence. Although he never reached the level of a sword immortal, he could still contend with those of higher cultivation, due to the potency of his sword path, which incited a wave of bloodshed in the martial world, making him a target of ire. Regardless of whose sword path it is, there is no right or wrong. It is merely a lifelong pursuit. Now, you too must discover your own sword path. Generally, only sword cultivators seek their path, yet you are now the leader of your sect. And you must understand what your path entails. Of course, this may pose dangers, and you may choose to abandon it. Without hesitation, Lin Yan responded, I wish to have my own path. What must I do? Master Yulong replied, you must attune to your inner self. The path arises from the heart. Only by sensing your path can you possess it, allowing it to become your lifelong quest. Lin Yan closed his eyes, attempting to quiet his tumultuous thoughts, yet his mind remained chaotic and disordered. At that moment, he heard Master Yulong's voice. To discern the path within your heart, you must still your mind and truly feel your inner self. To perceive your path, Lin Yan endeavored to quiet his tumultuous mind, yet it seemed as though his inner self persistently sang a discordant tune. The more he sought tranquility, the more chaotic his thoughts became. At that moment, amidst the gravity of Yulong Zhenran and Ling Ling, Lin Yan exhibited signs of profound distress, unable to suppress his frowning and shaking head. While Yulong Zhenran shook his head and remarked that no one could assist him. He could only rely on himself. Within the depths of Lin Yan's mind, he clutched his head, agonizingly screaming, yearning for inner peace. Just as Lin Yan opened his eyes, everything around him transformed, plunging into an utter silence. To his astonishment, he realized he was no longer within the confines of Yulong Temple. Darkness enveloped him, and there was no one around. No matter how much he shouted, he heard only the echo of his own voice. In truth, as Lin Yan forced himself to quiet his mind, he had already entered the realm of his inner self. Upon closer inspection, he discovered he was standing above the surface of the water. Yet somehow, he felt he would not plunge into its depths. At this moment, Lin Yan comprehended that he had likely entered his own inner world, and his task now was to seek the path that lay within his heart. With nothing around him, Lin Yan felt lost, uncertain of where to begin. If there had been something, perhaps he could have found a clue, but with nothing in sight, he was devoid of any leads. As he lowered his gaze towards the water once more, he suddenly noticed a multitude of figures emerging within its depths. Chapter 88. Good and evil. The silhouettes became increasingly distinct, drawing closer to Lin Yan. However, he soon realized that these were not mere humans, but rather infected beings, their visages twisted in torment, all rushing toward him. Instinctively, Lin Yan attempted to evade them, yet they seemed to close in on him with alarming speed. He sought to escape using his abilities, but discovered that in this place, he possessed none. Even the act of running felt insurmountable. The infected beings surfaced, grasping Lin Yan but refraining from tearing into him. Instead, they began to speak, asking, "Why did you kill us? We are in such pain. Why did you take our lives?" At this, Lin Yan was utterly bewildered. Who could endure such a spectacle? He yearned to break free from the clutches of these infected souls, but found himself powerless to do so. As his mind grew increasingly chaotic, the surroundings began to reflect his inner turmoil, akin to tumultuous waves crashing about him. The infected beings remained unaffected, while Lin Yan felt as though he were but a leaf caught in a tempest or a small fishing boat adrift in a raging sea. He sought to calm himself, yet it seemed an impossible endeavor. Outside, Yulong Zhenran observed Lin Yan's profound suffering, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He turned to Ling Ling, stating that he could assist him no further. Whether Lin Yan could overcome this trial now rested solely upon his own fate. Ling Ling scoffed, declaring, "Humph, someone who cannot even find their own path is hardly worthy of being my sword master. I am not one of those mediocre sword spirits, merely a trifle. If he cannot discover his own way, it would be a liberation for me, would it not, old man?" Yulong Zhanren shook his head, rising to his feet. Regardless of the path he walks, he remains your sword master. He has his destiny, as do you. In truth, your heart is kind. You are meant to be one of the most virtuous beings in this world. The 5 colored stones crafted by the goddess Nuwa are your physical form, and her tears have manifested as your soul. Both your sword and your spirit can be said to be her handiwork. That droplet of tear embodies the essence of goodness, while the 5-colored stone represents the beauty of this world, beauty unmatched by anything else. Yet, a portion of your soul has wandered for millennia, enduring the ugliness of this world, while you have overlooked its goodness. For you are the embodiment of ultimate goodness and beauty. Thus, the goodness you perceive pales in comparison to what you desire, while the evil you witness is something you have never encountered, naturally magnified beyond measure. However, good and evil, beauty and ugliness, though opposites, are also interdependent. Ling Ling interjected, even if they are opposites, how can there be interdependence? Yulong Zhanren smiled. What constitutes good? What constitutes evil? People often speak of the distinction between good and evil, asserting that truth is synonymous with goodness, while its antithesis is evil. The greatest goodness is akin to water. It benefits all things without contention. Dwelling where others find aversion, true goodness knows no bounds. Some merely exploit goodness. When goodness is manipulated, all become accomplices of evil. In simpler terms, without evil, how can there be goodness? Ling Ling replied, good and evil are but a matter of thought. When one contemplates wrongdoing, they become a malevolent spirit. When one reflects on virtue, they transform into a benevolent deity. Why, Yulong Zhanren chuckled, indeed. You are both the epitome of goodness and the potential for great evil. To embody ultimate goodness or ultimate evil, only you can return to your true self. Chapter 89. Enlightenment. At that moment, Lin Yin found himself encircled by a multitude of infected beings, their voices clamoring. Why did you kill me? Why did you take my life? Once more, Lin Yin tightly shut his eyes, seeking to shield himself from any external distractions. Though he was grasped by countless infected beings, he paid them no mind, as if his body no longer belonged to him. An unparalleled sense of tranquility enveloped him, deeper than ever before. When Lin Yin opened his eyes, he proclaimed, it was not I who killed you. Just look at yourselves now. Neither human nor ghost. Do you truly wish to exist forever in this soulless state, as mere walking corpses? Upon hearing these words, the infected beings ceased their advance, swiftly vanishing from the water's surface. Lin Yin felt no emotion in that moment, as though nothing had transpired. Everything here was irrelevant to him. Just then, a tsunami of feelings surged within him, causing him to lose his footing and plunge into the water. Underneath, he beheld countless scenes. His family, friends, acquaintances, and the renowned sword immortals of the sword sect. Some bore fierce countenances, while others radiated warmth. Some called out to Lin Yin, while others remained occupied. However, in the blink of an eye, the scenes morphed into a grotesque tableau of bloodshed. Lin Yin was overwhelmed by the sensation of drowning, yet paradoxically, his heart remained serene. Wasn't the path he sought encapsulated within these visions? He had once yearned for too much, sought to hold on to too many things, and wished to accomplish far too much. What truly warranted his attention? Lin Yin feared he had nearly forgotten. He felt his path tugging at him, attempting to pull him upward, yet he resolved to delve deeper into his inner self, excavating his soul to clarify his path. In an instant, the scenery around him transformed into an endless desert, where he found himself engulfed by an overwhelming sense of hunger and thirst. Suddenly, his master, Zhang Lingfeng, appeared before him, asking, what do you desire? What do you wish to attain? Why are you still here? What is your path? Why not inherit mine? Lin Yin first bowed deeply to his master, then replied, at this moment, I seek nothing. I do not require the path of anything else. My path is my own. I may not yet know what my path is, but I shall soon discover it. With that, Zhang Lingfeng vanished. The next moment, Jin appeared before Lin Yin, still wearing that familiar expression, a trademark smile gracing his lips. Can you save all of humanity? He inquired. Perhaps I can. Why deny my potential? Do you believe you are correct? Lin Yin chuckled softly. I cannot save all of humanity, nor can you. I do not know if I am right. I merely pursue what I believe to be true. What you do is likely for your own benefit, not for the sake of all humanity. Jian seemed struck by Lin Yan's words, gradually fading from sight. In the next moment, Lin Yan found himself in a dark room, where a voice echoed throughout the hall, asking, "What do you desire?" Lin Yan replied unhurriedly, "Nothing." Chapter 90. The Path of the Sword. The voice resonated again. "What lies within your innermost depths?" Lin Yan answered, "Nothing at all." "Then you must now understand your path." Lin Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Ling Ling addressed Yulong Zhenren, saying, "I am both good and evil. Good and evil are inseparable. Without evil, what is good? Without good, what is evil?" Yulong Zhenren smiled and nodded. "Indeed, you are likely beginning to rediscover your true self. The goddess Nuwa bestowed upon you ultimate goodness, as well as the purity of this world. However, to exist in this realm, you must first comprehend it, perceive its essence, and ultimately integrate into it. Some aspects will inevitably change, while others will settle. Your goodness will forever reside within your heart, serving as your greatest ally. Your evil reflects your interpretation of the world you witness. There is no right or wrong. You shall become the singular, invincible sword of this realm, severing all that exists." Ling Ling then remarked, "I am grateful. Though our two souls have yet to merge, they are no longer unable to connect. Now, the two souls coexist within one another." Why Yulong Zhenren responded, "There is no need for thanks. It is a matter of fate. I anticipated your arrival here. Perhaps this is a trial or task bestowed upon me by the goddess Nuwa. Since Ling Ling's soul has ascended, she is transformed entirely, no longer the carefree spirit of the past, nor the cold demeanor she recently exhibited, but rather akin to a swordsman, an invincible swordsman." Ling Ling addressed Yulong Zhenren, stating that his actions in this instance might have cost him a considerable amount of his lifespan. Such immense secrets of heaven suggest that his days are likely numbered. Yulong Zhenren chuckled and replied that it matters not. He has comprehended the Tao, and this life holds no regrets at that moment. Lin Yin awoke. Yulong Zhenren resumed his seat. Lin Yin, now drenched in his own sweat, appeared transformed compared to the beginning of this ordeal. A subtle aura of sword energy emanated from him, elusive yet palpable, brimming with formidable power. Yulong Zhenren remarked that it seems Lin Yin has discovered his own path, and he extended his congratulations to the sect leader, noting that Jinmin has gained a rare talent. Lin Yin responded that he has indeed found it, yet his path may differ significantly from others. Yulong Zhenren waved his hand, stating that each person's path is unique. While pursuing the paths of predecessors may yield short-term gains, it will not lead far. Only the wisdom of one's own path is genuinely one's own. He inquired what path Lin Yin has discerned. Lin Yin replied that his path is nothingness. Yulong Zhenren was taken aback, then spoke, "Nothingness, even in its absence, encompasses all. It is both the origin and the end of all things, the strongest and the weakest of paths. Once again, I congratulate you, sect leader Lin, on your enlightenment, and I also commend the Wanfuzhong Kuan sword spirit for reclaiming its true self." Lin Yin glanced at Ling Ling and noticed her transformation, yet found himself at a loss for words. Ling Ling spoke first, declaring that she is no longer the Ling Ling of old. Having formed a contract with him, he is now her swordmaster. She congratulated him on his successful enlightenment and informed him that she would no longer govern Wanfuzhong Kuan. Given his current strength, it would be challenging for him to wield it, and he might even suffer backlash. Lin Yin reassured her that it was of no concern. His swordsmanship, without a sword in hand, remains formidable. In fact, in a state without a sword, he would surpass the strength of wielding a conventional sword. Though celestial artifacts are an exception. At that moment, Yulong Zhenren announced that he would present them with a final gift. Chapter 91. Pursuers. Yulong Zhenren slowly rose and presented Lin Yin with a book, stating that it was a method for calming the mind. By practicing from this book, within 6 months, the true energy within him would be harnessed, paving the way for an illustrious future and the revitalization of Jianmen. Lin Yin took the book, which prominently bore the title Calm Mind Technique. Before he could open it, Yulong Zhenren warned that 2 unfriendly visitors were about to arrive, and given their current strength, it would be difficult for them to contend with them. He urged them to leave, assuring them that he would handle the situation. Lin Yin was taken aback, immediately fearing that the people from Tianyun had come for them. He considered whether the duo of Ying and Guang, when united, would present a formidable challenge. Lin Yin could not allow Yulong Zhenren to face them alone and asserted that he had already battled those 2 individuals and found them lacking in strength. He was prepared to fight. Yulong Zhanren shook his head, cautioning that this confrontation would not be so simple. He urged them to descend the back mountain, assuring them he had strategies to repel the intruders. Just then, a loud voice rang out from outside, declaring that now that they had arrived, no one was to escape. Lin Yin recognized the voice as belonging to someone other than Guang and Ying. It must be two others. He was astonished at Tianyun's extensive resources, surmising that the most elite among the supernatural beings in H City might pale in comparison to even a single branch of Tianyun. At that moment, two figures entered the room. One was a gaunt, diminutive man, while the other was a robust, mountain-like figure. They were none other than the two formidable experts dispatched from Tianyun's headquarters, Jifeng and Baoyu. Lin Yin stood, warily observing them, acutely aware of their overwhelming strength. He inquired why they had come. Baoyu sneered, explaining that they had come because of Lin Yan's disturbance at the Tianyun branch, and if they did not respond, others might think Tianyun easy to bully. Lin Yin disdainfully retorted that they were merely vile outsiders daring to challenge him. Unbeknownst to him, his demeanor had subtly shifted, embodying the spirit of a swordsman. Yulong Zhanren interjected, urging the pair to conduct themselves with decorum, as they were within his domain. Baoyu, recognizing Yulong Zhanren's notable cultivation, sensed that while he was formidable, he likely lacked combat prowess and was not a primary combatant. The brothers felt no fear of Yulong Zhanren, for their own strengths and hidden cards were significant. Baoyu taunted, urging the old Taoist to step aside, as they sought Lin Yin and wished to avoid unnecessary harm. He warned that should Yulong Zhanren insist on interfering, they would not hold back. Yulong Zhanren calmly asserted that Lin Yin had a deep connection with him, and he implored them to reconsider and withdraw. As he spoke, Yulong Zhanren unleashed his true energy, filling the room with a palpable force. Yet, Jifeng and Baoyu remained unperturbed. In truth, Baoyu's assessment was accurate. Yulong Zhanren specialized in divination techniques, capable of perceiving heavenly secrets and foreseeing fortunes and misfortunes. While his cultivation was substantial, applying it in battle proved challenging. Baoyu remained silent, exchanging a knowing glance with Jifeng, who then shouted. Chapter 92. Chaos at Yulong Temple. A fierce wind, laden with energy, surged forth, threatening to disrupt Yulong Zhanren's true energy. Lin Yin was astonished by the strength of the two experts from Tianyun, unaware that although Jifeng was merely a 5-star minor Earth stage fighter, his attributes were exceptionally refined. Wind attributes, in terms of offense, rivaled fire attributes, capable of delivering both widespread and pinpoint explosive damage, and most critically, wind was invisible. Moreover, wind could synergize with many elements, including fire and water. Baoyu then addressed Yulong Zhanren, acknowledging his status as a sage but advising him not to interfere, as he could guarantee Yulong Zhanren's safety. Otherwise, Yulong Zhanren smiled and reiterated that Lin Yin had a significant connection to him and advised the pair to retreat to avoid dire consequences. Baoyu remained silent but signaled Jifeng, who clapped his hands together, unleashing an unseen blade of wind aimed directly at Lin Yin. Lin Yin remained composed, condensing his true energy into a short sword that met the wind blade. Although he successfully blocked the attack, he felt the intensity of the wind blade, the strongest opponent he had encountered thus far, forcing him to take 2 steps back, his insides churning uncomfortably at this moment. Yulong Zhanren and Lingling sprang into action. Yulong Zhanren wielded his whisk to sweep away the threat, while Lingling charged forth with Wanfa's Hongkuan. Baoyu coolly remarked that it seemed they would only relent upon facing death. Thus, they would have to eliminate them together. With a wave of his left hand, he conjured a water barrier that intercepted Yulong Zhanren's true energy, then swiftly directed a small water droplet towards Lingling. She had no choice but to deflect it with Wanfa's Hongkuan. Though the impact sent her staggering back, Baoyu, momentarily surprised, acknowledged the quality of her sword, noting it effortlessly countered his attack. Though the water droplet appeared inconspicuous, it contained immense energy and was difficult to perceive. The difference between concentrated and widespread explosive force was monumental. Despite being a 1-star major Earth stage fighter, Baoyu's strength far surpassed Jifeng's, highlighting the disparity between even a single star at their current levels. With the rain intensifying, he warned them to surrender promptly. As he spoke, it began to rain inside the room, the droplets imbued with energy striking the three like needles. Yulong Zhanren gathered his true energy into a dragon form, urging them once more to cease their actions, or he would not hold back. Acknowledging the formidable energy within the dragon, Bao understood that they could not face it head-on. However, failing to fulfill their mission would lead to unfavorable consequences back at headquarters. Declaring that Yulong Zhanren should mind his own business, Bao warned that if he persisted, he would surely meet his end today. Yulong Zhanren wasted no more words, launching the dragon formed from his true energy directly at Jifeng and Bao. Chapter 93. To hear the Tao in the morning and die in the evening with a resounding crash, smoke billowed around them, and Yulong Zhanren coughed blood, straining to maintain his footing. Lin Yan, upon witnessing the situation, rushed forward to support the master of the dragon. Accompanied by Ling Ling utilizing Lin Yan's spatial abilities, the three momentarily transported themselves outside. The smoke had yet to dissipate, and the torrential rain hinted at impending doom. With their departure, it seemed likely that one among them possessed the mastery of spatial manipulation, as the rain had failed to sense any signs of their movement outward. The downpour not only had the capacity to strike, but also provided the rainstorm with feedback on the entities it encountered. At that moment, the master of the dragon sat helplessly on the ground, appearing utterly disheveled. Lin Yan hastily inquired, "Master, have you exhausted your true energy? Let us find a place to recuperate." The master of the dragon waved his hand and replied, "When I attempted to glimpse the secrets of heaven, I had already become a withered tree. The secrets of heaven are not for everyone to uncover. They come at a cost. That last strike drained all my true energy. I had long foreseen this day as my impending demise." Lin Yan was taken aback and urgently asked, "Master, if you had foreseen it, why not evade? With your strength, escaping would be no challenge." The master of the dragon smiled faintly and said, "I once vowed never to step beyond the confines of the dragon's view. When I attained enlightenment, I knew I would perish here today. It is a pity that I have devoted my life to aiding others in averting calamity. Yet I cannot save myself. It is truly ironic." Lin Yan declared, "I shall save you." He attempted to infuse his true energy into the master of the dragon, wishing to ensure his survival. However, the master of the dragon said, "There is no need, young friend Lin Yan. I have reached a profound understanding. To attain one's own path is a fulfillment in itself. Nothing brings me greater joy than this," a wise elder once said. "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." I had always found this perplexing. But now that I comprehend my path, I realize my lifelong pursuit has culminated in this. Having found my Tao, what more could I desire? Ling Ling, understanding the master of the dragon's sentiments, recognized that his lifelong aspiration had been achieved, even as he faced the imminent arrival of death. What could be more meaningful than living with purpose? At this moment, the master of the dragon grew weaker, using his remaining strength to say, "Young friend Lin Yan, if you wish to become a sword immortal, you must steadfastly uphold your own path. Regardless of the obstacles you encounter, never deny your Tao. Since you have discovered your sword path, this is what you have sought throughout your life. All things originate from the void. The void gives rise to the one gives birth to the two give rise to the three, and the three generate all things. Your sword path embodies both the void and all that exists. The void may limit your current strength, but it will render your future boundless. You may soon break through the barriers. After my passing, young friend Lin Yan, please seek to return my corporeal form to the dragon's view if the opportunity arises." Subsequently, the master of the dragon let out a long howl, expressing his lifelong desires and achieving fulfillment. What more could I desire? With that, the master of the dragon breathed his last, leaving Lin Yan standing in a daze, the master of the dragon frozen in his final pose. A light rain began to fall from the sky, pattering against Lin Yan and the lifeless form of the master of the dragon. Yet, this rain was no ordinary precipitation. Lin Yan sensed a trace of energy within it, likely a creation of the rainstorm. Chapter 94. The wrath of Lin Yan. At this moment, Lin Yan's eyes brimmed with hatred. The heavens conspired against him, intent on his demise, employing deceitful tactics to achieve this end. It was likely that his family and friends would soon be threatened. Lin Yan's fury surged within him, his sword energy bursting forth uncontrollably. The true energy that had previously eluded him now seemed to submit entirely to his will. Beside him, Ling Ling sensed a profound mental connection with Lin Yan, for she had fully transformed into a sword spirit. Recognizing the peak of Lin Yan's fury, Ling Ling, having never witnessed him in such a state, simply remarked, "To protect those around you, you must possess formidable strength. Without sufficient power, You cannot safeguard anyone. Now you finally resemble a true swordsman. As she spoke, Ling Ling presented him with the wand of all laws. Lin Yin said nothing, accepting the wand, and in that instant, Ling Ling vanished, returning to the wand. Standing resolutely in the storm, Lin Yin emanated an aura of immense power. In truth, the rainstorm felt a sense of frustration. This task had initially appeared simple, merely eliminating a rat that had infiltrated the base. Even someone as inept as Jean could injure him. Yet, they had arranged for two brothers to confront him together, which seemed overly cautious. Just as they had finally located him and initiated an attack, he had escaped. The master of the dragon had intervened, and now, having found Lin Yin through his powers, the rainstorm felt as though Lin Yin had transformed into an entirely different person. With the master of the dragon deceased and the sword-wielding maiden vanished, it felt as if they had encountered a bad omen. Before long, wind and rainstorm pursued Lin Yin. What? The old Taoist is dead? Lin Yin, if I were you, I would make haste to flee. Surviving another day is worth it. Isn't it? Look at your companion. She was clever enough to escape first, leaving you to hold the rear. Have you prepared for your own demise? The rainstorm boasted. Lin Yin remained silent, his grip tightening around the wand of all laws. His eyes bloodshot as he regarded the two. This gaze sent a chill down the rainstorm's spine. Very well, since you are so eager for death, my brother and I shall oblige. With that, the rainstorm acted first, sending droplets of water hurtling toward Lin Yin. Wind, in turn, unleashed his own gusts, accelerating the droplets and amplifying their potency. Lin Yin did not flinch. His sword energy surged forth like a torrent, dispersing the droplets with ease. Surrounding him, the sword energy radiated a power that was markedly different from before. Had the master of the dragon still been alive, he would have recognized that Lin Yin had reached the level of a sword cultivator. His true energy abundant and his sword energy unstoppable. Lin Yin positioned the wand of all laws before him, covering it with sword energy, and then thrust it forward, unleashing a surge of white sword energy. Seeing this, the brothers, Wind and Rainstorm, quickly sidestepped, but just as the rainstorm reveled in his apparent victory, he discovered blood seeping from his shoulder, as did Wind. Since the rainstorm had ascended to the earth stage, this was the first time he had been injured by an outsider. He could not fathom how, in such a short span, Lin Yin had elevated his strength to such terrifying heights. It seems I must take this seriously, the rainstorm declared, conjuring several ice spikes before launching them at Lin Yin. Chapter 95. The Demon God? Though the ice spikes had increased in size, their speed remained unimpeded. In fact, they accelerated further. Wind also unleashed his gusts once more, this time laced with razor-sharp wind blades, hurtling toward Lin Yin with lightning speed. Lin Yin concentrated his sword energy atop the wand of all laws and struck out, shattering the ice spikes upon impact. Upon witnessing the shattering of the ice spikes, a smile crept onto the rainstorm's face. These spikes possessed formidable offensive power, but their true strength lay in their fragmentation. If they remained intact, they would penetrate the target directly, but if shattered, they would unleash a barrage of icy shards, launching a secondary attack on the target. Coupled with Wind's gusts, which now carried the deadly wind blades, the devastation was unimaginable. Lin Yin stood amidst the tempest, allowing the storm to lash against him. Though his sword energy warded off much of the blizzard, some still struck him, resulting in minor injuries. Merely superficial scratches, akin to a blade's caress. A trickle of blood flowed from Lin Yin. Although he was but a temporary sword cultivator, he nonetheless wielded the essence of a swordsman. His physical form had not been augmented. Rather, he had enveloped himself with a layer of sword energy. Ultimately, he was not a true sword cultivator, and perhaps a genuine master would not have sustained even such minor wounds. The rainstorm bellowed in disbelief. Impossible. How could your strength have surged so dramatically in such a short time? You must have employed some method. Glancing at the lifeless form of the master of the dragon, a revelation dawned upon him. So, you have trained in the same techniques as our Lord. No wonder your ascension has been so rapid. My brother and I have underestimated you. Lin Yin, let us cease hostilities. After all, you are a fellow disciple of our Lord. Why must we persist in this conflict? With that, the rainstorm signaled for Wind to stand down. Lin Yin, disdainful, retorted, "Humph, You vile and wicked beings dare claim kinship with me? Even as kin, you are the dregs of our kind. The rainstorm, taken aback by Lin Yan's words, darkened his expression and replied, "We are all disciples of the demon god. Do not feign superiority. After all, the Lord is also your elder brother, is he not?" In truth, upon witnessing the lifeless body of Yulong Zhenren on the ground and Lin Yan's current prowess, the torrential rain could not help but conjure thoughts of the master, who was diligently practicing a certain technique known as the devouring demon method, designed specifically to consume the inner strength of others for one's own use. This was also the reason why the master incessantly sought to study the bestowals, enabling more individuals to acquire extraordinary abilities, thus ensuring there were enough to facilitate his cultivation. Naturally, the sight of Lin Yan absorbing Yulong Zhenren's inner power filled the torrential rain with a sense of foreboding. Chapter 96. The Devouring Demon Method. Lin Yan's heart surged with fury. Firstly, he was incensed that he was equated with heretical forces, even being accused of killing his benefactor, Yulong Zhenren. Secondly, the demon god was the architect of the sword sect's downfall. Yet these individuals dared to claim they were his disciples, an utter insult to Lin Yan and to the entire sword sect. However, at that moment, Lin Yan refrained from rash actions. He needed to ascertain how the demon god, who was supposedly sealed away, could still be known by others. Had the demon god not been slain? Had you found the demon god? Upon hearing this, the torrential rain felt a surge of joy. Realizing that Lin Yan was indeed aware of the demon god, confirming his suspicions, it was rumored that the demon lord had been slain many years ago. Yet their master had obtained the true teachings of the demon lord. Known as the devouring demon method, I suspect that Lin Yan, young friend, is also practicing this technique. It is truly extraordinary. If you have indeed mastered this technique, do you not know that if it is cultivated to the 9th level, one becomes the new demon god? We, unfortunately, are not so fortunate. We can only rely on meager bestowals for our current abilities. Lin Yan comprehended at this point that the demon god was not a singular entity. It was likely that many had practiced this sinister technique. However, only those who remained would be referred to as the demon geode. It seemed that the master's insistence on allowing Ping Ming to attain extraordinary abilities was closely tied to this technique. The reason for the torrential rain's abrupt shift in attitude towards Lin Yan stemmed from the belief that Lin Yan had absorbed Yulong Zhenren's inner strength. Though Yulong Zhenren was not skilled in combat, his cultivation was formidable. Furthermore, the torrential rain had witnessed the excruciating pain endured by those afflicted by the devouring demon method. This technique could drain an opponent's inner strength in one fell swoop, leading to their inevitable demise. However, upon reaching the 5th level, the technique transformed, allowing the practitioner to extract inner strength from others without completely depleting them, resulting in a continuous siphoning of power. Imagine a person subjected to relentless extraction of their inner strength daily. For them, even death would become a luxury. Once this technique reached the 9th level, it would not only consume inner strength, but also the very life force of the victim, granting the practitioner an extended lifespan. Lin Yan, maintaining a facade of calm, inquired, "Where is your master?" The torrential rain, sensing the situation had turned in his favor, felt a surge of triumph. He believed he had secured a favorable report to his superiors, and perhaps even earned the master's favor. Perhaps the two of them might receive higher positions and no longer have to bow to the whims of their superiors. The torrential rain, grinning, said, "Very well, Lin Yan, young friend, you shall accompany us back. We shall promptly report to our superiors, and the master will surely come to meet you." At that moment, Lin Yan revealed a look of disdain. "I never expected to encounter my enemies here. Since you both are disciples of the demon god, you shall leave your lives here today." Lin Yan could not allow these two to escape. For one, they would reveal his whereabouts, and for another, if the master learned of his current strength, it was possible that he would also discover the existence of the sword sect. If he allowed these two to return, relentless pursuit would surely follow. The only solution was to eliminate them now, thereby enhancing his own power. Chapter 97. The choice of Gale. The torrential rain was taken aback. He had not anticipated Lin Yan's response. Previously, he had thought Lin Yan had resolved to ally with the master. Yet now Lin Yan was intent on killing him. "Lin Yan, young friend, what do you mean by this?" Lin Yan retorted with rage. "The demon god annihilated my sword sect, causing the deaths of so many of my fellow disciples. Today, as the leader of the sword sect, I shall exact vengeance for our fallen brethren." Upon hearing Lin Yan's declaration, the torrential rain was left dumbfounded. He had certainly heard of the sword sect. The master had mentioned it before. The sword sect was irreconcilable with the demon god. While the sword sect had slain the demon god had also destroyed the sword sect in his final moments. Such was the version of events the torrential rain had heard. You are the leader of the sword sect? Lin Yin, young friend. No, Lin, sect leader. Let us speak civilly. My brother and I have no ties to the demon god. Believe us, we are truly innocent. We are merely pawns. If we do not obey the master, we shall meet a gruesome end. I implore you, sect leader, show mercy and spare my brother and me. Faced with life and death, the torrential rain cast aside any concern for pride. After all, the sword sect had slain their idol. The demon god, and Lin Yin had just displayed strength far beyond their own. Lin Yin scoffed, "You wretches! You of the heavenly fate have committed heinous acts, harming countless lives. Heaven's justice cannot abide this. And now you have turned to serve the demon god. Today, I shall take vengeance for the world's beings and for my fallen comrades of the sword sect." At that moment, Gale stepped in front of the torrential rain, saying, "Third brother, you must flee. I will hold him back. Remember to have eldest brother and second brother avenge me." The torrential rain slapped Gale on the shoulder, saying, "Do not worry. I will find a way to tear Lin Yin to shreds in revenge for you." The torrential rain then turned and fled into the depths of the forest. Lin Yin smiled faintly, finding the situation laughable. How grandiose these brothers had been upon their arrival, yet now they were fleeing in disarray. Before Lin Yin could make a move, Gale attacked first. With a single palm strike, the surrounding vegetation bent under the force of the wind. Lin Yin did not even need to move. His true energy not only dissipated Gale's attack, but also sent him flying far away. Lin Yin remarked, "You throw yourself into danger for him, disregarding your own life?" Gale, rising and wiping the blood from his mouth, said, "I am foolish. Though I possess some strength in the heavenly fate, everyone bullies me. And no one respects me. Only third brother is different. Whenever I am bullied, he always stands up for me. Third brother never calls me foolish. Without him, I might have perished long ago. Therefore, I must protect him." Lin Yin shook his head. "Do you not see that the actions of the heavenly fate are wrong? Why sacrifice yourself for such an organization?" Gale, with a naive expression, replied, "I only listen to third brother." With that, Gale let out a loud shout, spreading his arms wide and forcefully bringing them together, unleashing a powerful wind towards Lin Yan's position. Others may not perceive it, but Lin Yin sensed the countless blades of wind contained within. The surrounding saplings were uprooted and instantly shredded into splinters in the air. Lin Yin could only shake his head helplessly, once again infusing his sword energy into the void and, with a single strike, cut through the howling wind. Countless wind blades collided with a stream of sword energy in the air. Chapter 98. Slaying Gale. When the sword energy met the wind blades, the hurricane and blades instantly became chaotic. And soon after, both Gale and the blades dissipated into the air. Gale's technique, which he had employed successfully many times before, was typically unassailable. Its broad area and immense power made it formidable. Most crucially, few could perceive the wind blades hidden within the hurricane. Lin Yin pointed towards the direction where the torrential rain had fled, but Gale quickly obstructed Lin Yan's line of sight. Lin Yin disdainfully remarked, "Is this all the strength you possess? How do you expect to protect your third brother?" Gale replied, "Third brother does not need my protection. I only need to hold you back. My brothers will surely avenge me. I will not allow you to harm third brother." Lin Yin shook his head, smiling helplessly. If Gale had not been nurtured by the heavenly fate, he might have become a formidable protector of the innocent. "What a pity! Do you truly believe you can hold me back? If I wish to kill you, a single sword strike would suffice." Gale showed no signs of retreat, stating that he would delay as long as possible. With that, he prepared to unleash his hurricane once more. At this point, Lin Yin had lost all patience. He neither wished to squander more time here, nor could he maintain his current state for much longer. He needed to resolve this matter before his state dissipated. Before Gale could strike, Lin Yin thrust his sword forward. Meanwhile, the torrential rain navigated through the forest, eager to escape. Hearing the immense wind behind him, he was certain that, while Gale could not defeat Lin Yin, he would at least buy him some time. I never expected to meet my demise here today. Had I known, I would not have ventured out. What a predicament! Yet, perhaps, knowing that this lad is from the sword sect, I should not face punishment upon my return. The torrential rain mused I in an effort to evade Lin Yan's pursuit. The torrential rain maximized his abilities, enveloping the entire mountain in a fine drizzle. This rain contained a trace of energy. Whether one sought to follow his scent, the rain would wash away all traces, or if one attempted to perceive energy fluctuations, all that would be visible would be a mountain filled with energy waves. Moreover, these light rains can provide feedback to the downpour, enabling it to grasp Lin Yan's current position. After running for a while, the downpour perceives that two individuals are still standing over there. It seems that the swift wind has indeed managed to delay that fellow. If it can just return to headquarters, everything will be negotiable. The downpour contemplates that Lin Yan's reluctance to eliminate the swift wind might be an act intended for its benefit, making it feel that the two could jointly overpower him, thus encouraging its retreat to avoid being left behind. However, the downpour's assumptions are once again misguided. Just as it is about to escape the mountains, it senses through the rain that one person has vanished into thin air. Most likely, the swift wind has been slain. Yet, in the next moment, the downpour can hardly believe its ears and eyes. Lin Yan appears not far ahead, disdainfully asking if it has simply abandoned its companion to flee. Moments ago, the swift wind had not yet fallen. The swift wind was struck down by Lin Yan in a single blow, and before it could even collapse, Lin Yan utilized his spatial abilities to appear before the downpour. As for the downpour's little trick, it is hardly a challenge for Lin Yan, whose perception abilities are now nearly omniscient, covering a significant portion of the mountains. Do you not find yourself utterly shameless? Lin Yan scoffed at that moment. The downpour burst into laughter, retorting, "What of it? Should I allow him to escape while I remain?" No sooner had the words left its mouth than countless raindrops descended from the heavens, each imbued with immense energy. Chapter 99. The downpour's most powerful strike. Immediately, the downpour spread its arms wide, conjuring countless droplets that began to coalesce, growing larger by the moment. As the rain from above reached Lin Yan's body, he gripped the wand of all laws, sweeping it skyward, unleashing a blade of energy that dissipated all the raindrops upon contact. To this point, Lin Yan could harness a portion of the wand's power, and any form of energy would revert to its most primal state. The downpour was momentarily taken aback, but then hastened its movements, never anticipating that its rain would be effortlessly countered by a single sword strike from Lin Yan. The downpour's strength was still utterly incomparable to Lin Yan's temporary swordsmanship, especially with the wand of all laws granting him a substantial advantage. As the downpour concentrated the water droplets, it warned Lin Yan, "I advise you to let me go. I can explain to the organization that you have perished, thus sparing you much trouble. I merely wish to live, which benefits us both, does it not? Why must we engage in a futile struggle to the bitter end?" The downpour's intentions were clear. It simply sought to survive and, upon returning, would summon reinforcements, confident that such critical intel would absolve it of blame. Lin Yan replied with a disdainful smile, "Do you think I would trust you? Even if what you say is true, do you believe I would release you? I offer you an opportunity. Make your move, and I shall ensure your defeat is utterly convincing." At this moment, despair washed over the downpour. It realized that Lin Yan's lack of interference with its actions stemmed from the fact that it posed no real threat. The water droplets in the downpour's hands had swelled to the size of a ball. No longer merely droplets but transformed into a water sphere. This was the downpour's most formidable technique, one it was confident could severely injure an opponent, though the lengthy preparation time meant it was seldom utilized. It refused to believe that its strongest attack would be entirely ineffective against Lin Yan. With a gentle push, the downpour sent the water sphere hurtling toward Lin Yan, simultaneously making a hasty retreat. After executing this technique, if it failed to severely wound Lin Yan, it would at least buy itself some time to escape. Should Lin Yan be gravely injured, it could return to finish him off later. The downpour's calculations seemed sound. As the water sphere approached Lin Yan, it continued to expand, voraciously absorbing moisture from the surroundings, even drawing upon the very water within Lin Yan's own body. As Lin Yan slashed with his sword. The moment the blade neared the water sphere, it appeared to possess a sense of awareness, suddenly exploding. The lengthy preparation was necessary because at this moment, Lin Yan was also preparing to take action. For the time to maintain the current state was drawing to a close. He needed to act swiftly to bring matters to a conclusion, lest the night stretch on with more complications. The torrential rain concentrated the energy in its grasp, forming a colossal ice spear. Compared to the earlier deluge, the energy contained within this creation was significantly diminished, and thus its power was vastly inferior. Nevertheless, this was the most formidable ability that the torrential rain could wield at present. Lin Yin concentrated all his sword energy upon the myriad laws and principles, which erupted in a resplendent radiance. Upon witnessing this scene, the torrential rain recognized its inevitable fate. Such potent power was beyond its capacity to withstand. It surmised that only the Holy Lord or the foremost duo among the celestial guardians could possibly counter it. The two launched their attacks simultaneously. The ice spear in the torrential rain's grasp surged toward Lin Yin, who, with a flick of his sword tip, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that surged forth with the grandeur of a dragon emerging from the sea. The sound of the sword energy slicing through the air was unmistakable, resonating with the might of dragon roars and tiger howls. In the face of this magnificent sword energy, the ice spear was utterly inconsequential. Upon contact, it dissipated completely. This sword energy surged forth as if it were withering dry branches, racing towards the torrential rain. Wherever the energy passed, it carved deep ravines into the earth, and even the tender buds sprouting on nearby trees were reduced to dust in its wake. As the sword energy penetrated the torrential rain, it stood still, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Yan's strike was not only powerful but also a testament to his attempt to master the control of this energy. In the next moment, the torrential rain was riddled with wounds, blood gushing forth. It seemed to wish to utter something, yet only opened its mouth without a sound, succumbing to silence. This moment, Lin Yin's mastery over this vital energy reached its zenith, and he suddenly felt his body grow limp, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The sword spirit of myriad laws and principles, Ling Ling, reappeared, and upon observing Lin Yan's condition, she coldly scoffed. Is this all you can manage after such a brief exertion? Your strength is woefully inadequate. Were it not for the vital energy willingly bestowed upon you by those old geezers of the sword sect, and your own comprehension of your path, you would not even be able to wield this energy. I had expected you to sustain it longer, yet your endurance is surprisingly short, and your strength is far from sufficient. With your current capabilities, a mere ascendant could dispatch you before you even comprehend your demise. The little vital energy within you cannot even unleash half of my power. I truly wonder what I saw in you back then. This moment, Lin Yan's vital energy continued to churn within him, causing him great discomfort. He merely cast a glance at Ling Ling without uttering a word. Chapter 102. Refining Vital Energy. Ling Ling then advised, now is the perfect time to refine your vital energy. This is your best opportunity to break through your limits, and you may even achieve unexpected gains. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin hurriedly examined the vital energy within him. He felt utterly exhausted, devoid of strength. He discovered that the vital energy in his body was in complete disarray, swirling chaotically within him, making it impossible to calm down, which led to a sensation of imminent explosion and death. Lin Yin hastily attempted to regulate the vital energy within him, but to his dismay, it was beyond his control, akin to a wild horse breaking free, galloping aimlessly. Relying on external forces could never compare to harnessing one's own strength. Had this been Lin Yan's own power, such a scenario would never have arisen. He forced himself to remain calm, focusing on adjusting his breathing and mental state to guide the vital energy within him. Despite Ling Ling's icy demeanor, she harbored genuine concern for Lin Yin, as a fragment of her soul had long since regarded him as kin and dependent. However, at this moment, that soul was merely a part of Ling Ling. Lin Yin sat cross-legged on the ground, refining his vital energy, while Ling Ling vigilantly guarded their surroundings, prepared to protect Lin Yin. Regardless of the reasons, Ling Ling felt a profound dependency on Lin Yin, though she now resembled a rebellious child. After a prolonged period, Lin Yin finally managed to calm the tumultuous vital energy within him. He then directed it to circulate through his meridians in a specific pathway. At this moment, the meridians felt as if they were receiving much-needed rain after a drought, eagerly absorbing the vital energy. This was the first time Lin Yin had witnessed such a phenomenon. He did not hinder the process, allowing the meridians to absorb the vital energy. Even as the meridians consumed the energy, the total amount within Lin Yin did not diminish. Rather, it became increasingly dense. Soon, a thin layer of vital energy enveloped all of Lin Yan's meridians, nourishing them like armor. In addition to his dantian, the meridians became another repository for vital energy. Though the capacity was far inferior to that of the dantian, even a small amount could significantly influence the outcome of a battle. Lin Yin gradually began to intertwine his vital energy with the uncontrollable energy. Though he had not previously rejected it, it had existed like two separate wires, each following its own course. Now, however, these energies seemed to recognize one another, beginning to merge, each containing a part of the other. Slowly, the portion of vital energy that had eluded Lin Yin began to fuse with his own, greatly enhancing his reserves. When Lin Yin awakened again, it was already the following morning. The deep ravine remained, but the body of the torrential rain was impaled by myriad laws and principles. Ling Ling, appearing quite bored, rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Lin Yin shook his head in resignation and approached Ling Ling, asking, "What, are you afraid the torrential rain will rise again?" Ling Ling, looking listless, replied, "It's cumbersome to hold. The ground is dirty, so I might as well borrow it for a moment." This statement startled Lin Yin, but upon reflection, it made sense. Myriad laws and principles was undoubtedly Ling Ling's true form. Ling Ling then inquired, "How goes the refining? Has there been any change?" Chapter 103. Gains. At this moment, Lin Yin felt a fundamental transformation within his body. Firstly, his vital energy had increased by a third compared to before. Not from refining the uncontrollable energy, but rather from the accumulation in his dantian. Secondly, a layer of vital energy now adorned all his meridians, akin to armor shielding them. Lastly, his vital energy had begun to intertwine with the uncontrollable energy. Lin Yin did not conceal his situation, recounting everything to Ling Ling. After some contemplation, Ling Ling remarked, "While this danger was considerable, it may not be entirely unfavorable for you. Your cultivation is currently at the pinnacle of foundation establishment, on the verge of entering the core formation stage. However, your vital energy is now markedly different. It likely rivals that of a peak core formation expert. Moreover, it appears that the vital energy granted to you by the old men of the sword sect has fully accepted you. Vital energy possesses a peculiar nature. If it originates from another, it tends to reject. However, if it is willingly bestowed, as in Lin Yan's case, it may remain unutilized yet beneficial, continuously aiding him without easily submitting to his command. Only through gradual refinement can the energy accept and integrate, becoming part of oneself. Conversely, forcibly seizing another's vital energy, as the demon gods do, yields entirely different consequences. If one lacks the requisite strength and attempts to seize it, the escaping energy may counterattack, for it senses its alienation, much like an individual forcibly taken from their home against their will. Like the demon god, the aspiration to transform the acquired vital energy into one's own is not entirely devoid of possibility. Firstly, it necessitates a certain degree of suppression in terms of cultivation. Naturally, as one's cultivation and martial arts advance, this phenomenon will gradually undergo transformation. For instance, the demon god has attained the 9th level of the demon devouring technique, whereby all absorbed vital energy becomes enveloped within his own. Although it can be utilized in the short term, if left unaddressed, it will accumulate excessively, potentially surpassing even one's own vital energy. Thus, one must occasionally devote time to consume this absorbed energy with their own. At the realm of the demon god, one would dare to devour any vital energy, though the more formidable ones may take longer to assimilate. The second method involves refining the absorbed vital energy, akin to Lin Yan's approach. However, this process is not only more arduous than Lin Yan's, but also considerably more time-consuming, as such energy inherently resists assimilation. Moreover, this method is applicable only to those who have not yet reached the 9th level of the demon devouring technique, thereby limiting the absorption to individuals of lower cultivation. Lin Yan's situation, however, differs significantly. There is no resistance, and the vital energy instinctively seeks to protect him, making the refining process markedly easier. Lin Yin undoubtedly reaped substantial rewards from this battle. Firstly, his presence is no longer easily detectable by the forces of destiny. Secondly, he has mastered the transformation of vital energy into sword chi and its application, laying a solid foundation for future endeavors. Furthermore, Lin Yin has significantly accelerated his refining of this vital energy, sensing that he is on the cusp of breaking through to the golden core stage. Chapter 104. Return to the sword tomb. Lin Yin and Ling Ling engaged in a discussion regarding his circumstances. According to Ling Ling's predictions, within 5 years, Lin Yin would become the youngest sword cultivator in history, seamlessly transitioning from the Golden Core stage to the Divine Martial stage without any intervening phases. Yet this stage represents a realm that countless individuals have strived for throughout their lives, often in vain. Lin Yin resolved to first fulfill the wishes of the Dragon Master before proceeding to H City. Presently, Ling Ling has restricted his use of energy. He must acquire a suitable sword. Though his sword path is one of formlessness, he has yet to master the principle of achieving victory without a weapon. Thus far, this formless sword path has only aided him in calming his mind and accelerating the circulation of vital energy, without revealing its true potential. The Dragon Master affirmed that this sword path is simultaneously the strongest and the weakest. With the Dragon Master now transcended, there is no opportunity to inquire further. He must explore this path on his own. Lin Yin interred the Dragon Master within the Dragon Viewing Temple and paid his respects, acknowledging the significant assistance he provided. Had it not been for Lin Yin, the Dragon Master would not have met his demise here. Presently, Lin Yin harbors regrets over his past decisions to eliminate those who dared to confront him in the woods. The whirlwind and torrential rain found their way to him through this very thread. Lin Yan's heart is a tumult of emotions as he helplessly witnesses the souls of his master and fellow sword cultivators dissipate. He feels powerless once more. If not for his actions, how could such an enlightened being as the Dragon Master have met such a fate? As for the trivial matters, Lin Yin has chosen to let them go. He is no longer the Lin Yin of yore. Once solely focused on finding his goddess, he now considers his relationship with Wei Wei to be irreparably strained. Regarding the retribution of destiny, Lin Yin is unafraid. If he cannot defeat it, can he not escape? As long as he refrains from venturing into places associated with blood crystal stones, he should be safe. His primary concern now lies with his family and friends. The plump fellow is caring for his grandparents, and it is unlikely that destiny would dare to wreak havoc in the B-City refuge. Lin Yan's immediate priority is to arm himself as effectively as possible and enhance his strength. After entombing the Dragon Master, Lin Yin and Ling Ling once again set forth on their journey to the outskirts of H City, toward the Sword Tomb. Along the way, they encountered several waves of infected individuals. To avoid revealing his position, Lin Yin made every effort to evade unnecessary battles, and in the inevitable skirmishes, he ensured not to leave any traces behind. What would typically take a day to reach H City's outskirts took Lin Yin 2.5 days due to his avoidance of conflict and the need to conceal evidence. He skillfully opened the portal and entered the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb remained unchanged, preserving its original state. However, the pathway to the sword pool was devoid of the previous sword chi, now entirely tranquil. Upon reaching the sword pool, all the swords were arranged as before. Lin Yin positioned himself in the center, preparing to select a sword anew. Just as he was about to begin, Ling Ling interjected, advising against his choice. She cautioned that he might end up with either the Xinyuan sword or the God-slaying sword. While the Xinyuan sword could be manageable, the God-slaying sword might overpower him due to his current cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yin refrained from proceeding and inquired how he should select a sword instead. Chapter 105. Sword Selection. Ling Ling promptly responded that, given his current cultivation, he could take all 3 swords for contingencies: the Sword of Benevolence, Zhanlu, the Sword of Integrity and Purity, Qixing Longyuan, and the exquisite and elegant sword, Qingying. The Zhanlu sword embodies the spirit of benevolence. Though not an extraordinary item, it is indeed a divine weapon of the mortal realm. This sword has likely developed a sword spirit by now, and its gentle nature ensures that the spirit will not turn against him. The Qixing Longyuan, also an ordinary item yet a divine weapon, possesses formidable dragon might. It is probable that this sword has not yet developed a sword spirit, and even if it has, it recognizes only one master, which would greatly benefit Lin Yin. The Qingying sword is a formless sword, visible only by its hilt, suited for surprise attacks. Lin Yin then asked how he could identify these 3 swords among the collection. Ling Ling instructed him to rely on his intuition, urging him to let the swords know he is searching for them. Each sword longs for a master who not only wields strength but also appreciates its essence. She encouraged him to feel the connection. Lin Yin sat cross-legged within the sword array, concentrating on sensing the surrounding swords. Each sword could perceive his presence, even detecting the sword chi emanating from him. However, without knowing the appearance of these swords, the task proved challenging, necessitating patience for the swords to respond. As he searched for the three swords, Lin Yin found himself momentarily without any replies, as if those swords were non-existent among the others. He projected his sword chi outward, infusing it into the blades. Each sword seemed to awaken, particularly the god-slaying sword, which exuded an almost palpable desire to rise from the ground. The god-slaying sword is indeed a formidable weapon, known as a demonic sword because its user, under its prolonged influence, may become extraordinarily violent and bloodthirsty, with some even falling under the control of its sword spirit. However, it is not entirely unusable. Those who reach a certain level of cultivation can, in fact, master it. The Xianyuan sword, officially known as the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, is not an ordinary weapon. It was forged during the emperor's conflict with Qiyu, who wielded the Tiger Soul Blade, a knife made from a meteorite. Qiyu fed his war tiger with the essence of this meteorite, and after merging with the tiger's bloodline, he fashioned the blade from the tiger's bones, with the meteorite's essence enveloping it. It carries the immense resentment of the divine tiger. Any user unable to subdue the blade would meet a tragic end. At that time, the emperor lacked a suitable weapon, prompting the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden to forge one for him using the divine copper from the Mountain of the Gods and the heavenly emperor's furnace. Thus, the sword was crafted for the emperor to revive the Xianyuan lineage, and subsequently, it became known as the Xianyuan Xiaoyu sword, wielded by Diyu. However, such a sword, created by the heavenly emperor, is beyond the grasp of an ordinary mortal. Ling Ling's words resonate. Even if Lin Yin were to obtain the Xianyuan sword now, its sword spirit may not acknowledge him, rendering it merely ornamental. Lin Yin maintained his state of projecting sword chi, which consumed his vital energy and left him drenched in sweat, yet he still found no sign of the three swords Ling Ling mentioned. At that moment, a seemingly inconspicuous sword embedded in the ground responded to Lin Yan's presence, a sword that was visible only by its hilt, yet firmly planted in the sword pool. Chapter 106. Zhanlu's sword spirit. Could this be the Qingying sword that Ling Ling spoke of? This sword is indeed unique, capable of taking an opponent's life without detection, a true testament to its excellence. At that moment, Qingying seemed to sense that Lin Yin was searching for him, rising from the ground and slowly approaching Lin Yan's side. As Lin Yin grasped the hilt, he finally felt the sword's presence. Infusing his true energy into the blade, he noticed that although the sword's aura clung to Qingying, it appeared almost invisible, concealing all its essence. However, there seemed to be no reaction from within the sword, suggesting that Qingying might still harbor a sword spirit. Lin Yin felt a tinge of disappointment, yet the discovery of Qingying was already a significant achievement. He temporarily stored the Qingying sword in his spatial realm and continued his quest for the other two swords. Soon after, Lin Yin perceived the sound of a dragon's roar, as a dark green sword trembled incessantly. He directed his true energy into the blade, and the dark green sword soared into the air, enveloped by his energy. The sword's aura attached to its body and gradually floated before Lin Yin. Within this sword, the sword saint contained 7 stars, perfectly aligned to form the Big Dipper, accompanied by a dragon's roar emanating from the blade. Lin Yin took hold of the 7 stars Longyuan, feeling its essence once again. Regrettably, this sword was undoubtedly superior to the previous Qingying, yet it too lacked a sword spirit. He then stored the 7 stars Longyuan in his spatial realm and began the search for the final sword. Unlike the previous 2 swords, finding Zhanlu proved to be more challenging for Lin Yin. His true energy was depleting rapidly, and he had yet to catch even a glimpse of Zhanlu. Naturally, anxiety gripped Lin Yin. Should his energy run out without locating it, he might have to wait an entire day to resume his search. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead when suddenly, a sword caught his eye. This sword, astonishingly, was also yellow like the Xianyuan Diyu sword. Gradually, Lin Yin guided his true energy to cling to its blade, and indeed, this was Zhanlu. With determination, he drew Zhanlu from its resting place and infused it with his true energy. This sword exhibited a distinct characteristic compared to the previous 2. Upon absorbing his true energy, it emitted a faint yellow glow, and there was an absence of any murderous intent. Wielding this sword not only promised formidable strength, but also held the potential to confuse enemies. Marking it as a sword of righteousness, at that moment, Lin Yin sensed a significant difference in Zhanlu compared to the prior swords. There was an internal response, and a humanoid figure began to materialize. Before him stood a young gentleman in his 20s, clad in white robes adorned with bamboo patterns. Was this not the sword spirit of Zhanlu? The sword spirit politely bowed to Lingling, then turned to Lin Yin and said, "Greetings, my master. Thank you for awakening me. However, I must first state that I shall not take innocent lives. May I ask if you can abide by this condition?" For Lin Yin, this was a trivial matter. He himself had never engaged in indiscriminate killing. Thus far, most of his battles had been for self-preservation, so he could naturally comply with this condition. Of course, I can adhere to that, but what if I encounter malevolent individuals or those who pursue me? Rest assured, master. Although I am a sword of righteousness, I have yet to reach the point of showing mercy to my enemies. Though Lin Yin had already formed a general understanding in his heart, he still felt the need to inquire for confirmation. It was imperative not to acquire a sword that would exhibit mercy towards foes, for mercy towards adversaries equated to cruelty towards oneself. If that is the case, I can accept. Subsequently, the sword spirit of Zhanlu began to absorb the true energy that Lin Yin had imparted to the sword, creating a connection of mutual understanding between them. Once the absorption ceased, the sword spirit acknowledged Lin Yin as its master. "From now on, you shall be my sword master." At that moment, Lin Yin felt rather awkward. The sword spirit incessantly referred to him as master, a title that felt rather uncomfortable. "Why not just call me Lin Yin instead?" The sword spirit of Zhanlu shook its head, stating, "That cannot be as a sword spirit. How can I directly address my master by name?" Beside them, Lingling could no longer contain herself. "Why are you so stubborn? Must you insist on everyone knowing how you uphold righteousness and morality?" Turning to Lingling, the sword spirit replied, "I beg your pardon, esteemed elder, as a senior. One should embody the grace of their stature. Righteousness is my principle. How could I simply disregard it?" At this moment, Lingling's aura intensified. "What did you call me? Esteemed elder? You look older than I do. How dare you refer to me as an elder?" With that, Lingling rolled up her sleeves. The sword spirit of Zhanlu remained unfazed. An esteemed elder must have existed for thousands of years longer than we mere mortals. How could I show anything less than respect? Lingling, now seemingly on the verge of a meltdown, prompted Lin Yin to intervene. "Lingling, don't be angry, can't you see? This fellow is just a bit stubborn. Remember, you are the divine stone of Nuwa." Furiously, Lingling retorted, "Look at how old he makes me sound. I am still so young. I won't let this slide." The sword spirit of Zhanlu continued calmly, "I merely express my respect for you, esteemed elder." At this point, Lin Yin found himself in a most perplexing situation. The sword spirit of Zhanlu truly embodied righteousness, yet its unwavering commitment was rather excessive. He feared it might lead to unforeseen complications. The scene was undeniably peculiar. A polite young man in his 20s addressing a girl barely 17 or 18 as esteemed elder, creating an oddly discordant image. "Enough of the bickering, listen to me. From now on, do not call me master. Address me by my name instead, and stop calling Lingling esteemed elder. A woman does not take kindly to being told she looks older. She will surely retaliate. Just call her Lingling, and let us keep it simple." The sword spirit of Zhanlu replied, "How could I act in such a manner? That would be disrespectful to you both." Lin Yin, exasperated, said, "Fine, fine. Just listening to me is the greatest respect you can show us." After a brief comedic exchange, Zhanlu ultimately yielded under Lingling's authoritative presence. Lin Yin had accomplished what he set out to do in the Sword Tomb. Next, he and the two sword spirits began to discuss their plans to head to the B-City shelter, but he felt it prudent to first contact the fatty to assess the situation there. Using the phone he had previously arranged with the fatty, Lin Yin made contact. The fatty informed him that he had become a small leader at the shelter, inviting them to join him at the B-City refuge whenever they wished. The author wishes to convey. The character, pronounced K, means to bend or break something. This word took considerable time to research. The purpose is to provide readers with a moment of relief from the tension, as this chapter serves to introduce the situation while alleviating the oppressive atmosphere. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 108. Cultivating the Sword Manual. Lin Yin crafted 3 sword sheaths, while Lingling stubbornly insisted on foregoing hers. Leading to a compromise, he secured the 7 stars Long Yuan and Chengying at his back, forming an X shape, while Zhanlu was conveniently hung at his waist for easy access. Concerned about the limitations of his spatial abilities, He deemed it wise to keep his weapons at hand. Should he manage to wield all three swords simultaneously, their combined power would be formidable. However, given Lin Yan's current circumstances, the simultaneous use of all three swords was a considerable challenge. He resolved to find a suitable time to diligently study the sword manual bestowed upon him by the Dragon Master. At this juncture, Lingling remarked, "Now that you have confirmed your family and friends are safe, why not promptly contact the sword manual? As it stands, your fighting relies solely on brute strength. The enemies you face now are not particularly formidable, but should you encounter someone exceptionally strong, even a slight difference could lead to a devastating defeat." Lin Yin pondered this and realized the truth in her words. Within the sword tomb, he was relatively safe and would not be disturbed, making it an ideal setting for his training. With resolute determination, Lin Yin retrieved the sword manual, the 16 styles of swordplay, and commenced his study. The first style, titled Sword Holding Posture, seemed at first glance to imply merely the act of wielding a sword. However, as Lin Yin delved deeper, he discerned that this style primarily encompassed fundamental sword techniques, or rather, pedestrian forms of swordplay. The truly profound techniques were reserved for the final style. Yet, to master the last style, one must first attain proficiency in the preceding 15. Lin Yin began his studies, guided by Ling Ling's insightful directions. Within the underground base of Tianyun in B City, Wei Wei sat coolly in her chair, her gaze fixed on the kneeling figure of Ying, who remained silent. Since the departure of Wind and Rain, they had periodically reported their locations and circumstances to headquarters. However, 2 days prior, all communication ceased, prompting headquarters to dispatch the Tianyun division in B City to locate the two officials. Ying had scoured nearly every corner of B City, the only exception being the refuge, where many formidable individuals resided. And thus he dared not act recklessly. Generally speaking, even if discovered by these powerful figures, Ying could ensure his escape. Yet, having clashed with Lin Yin, he would undoubtedly be injured. Wei Wei harbored little fondness for the two officials, Wind and Rain. Although her status surpassed theirs, they were nonetheless agents of headquarters, while she was merely a representative sent by the Holy Lord to gain experience, in essence, a passive recipient of knowledge. However, Lin Yin had disrupted this advantageous arrangement, and she held a certain fondness for him, as he had once been entirely devoted to her. Had it not been for the grievances between the Lin family and Tianyun, she might have envisioned a lifetime with Lin Yin. Wei Wei's father held a senior position within Tianyun, and Wang Hao, the son of the Holy Lord, was her fiancé. Initially, Tianyun had turned a blind eye to her relationship with Lin Yin. Yet upon discovering Lin Yin's true identity, they sought to eliminate him and subsequently detained Wei Wei's parents. To protect Lin Yin and her family, Wei Wei struck a deal with Wang Hao. She would marry him, and in return, he would cease his pursuit of Lin Yin and release her parents, all while continuing his role as a high-ranking member of Tianyun. Although she had temporarily secured Lin Yan's safety, Wei Wei understood that it was only a matter of time before she would be forced into enmity with him. She resolved to view this act of salvation as a final farewell. Chapter 109. The ugly countenance with a stoic expression. Wei Wei spoke, "Very well. If there is nothing else, you may leave and continue your search." Ying, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders, responded, "Yes, holy maiden." Just as he was about to depart, Wei Wei added, "I may need to return to headquarters for a few days. If anything arises, consult with Guang, and for matters that cannot be resolved, contact me." Ying cupped his fists in acknowledgement and vanished from the room. At that moment, within the headquarters of Tianyun, a man clad in a black robe gripped the heads of two individuals, their feet dangling above the ground, expressions twisted in agony as they cried out in distress. Behind the black-robed figures stood a young man, scarcely 20, who, if Lin Yin were present, would instantly recognize as Wang Hao. The struggles of the two individuals gradually diminished until they ceased to breathe altogether. Wang Hao inquired, "Father, how do you feel?" The black-robed man shook his head, his voice laced with a chilling coldness, still not sufficient. Although these two possessed a fair amount of true energy, it is still far from enough. I never anticipated that the deeper one delves into the technique, the greater the demand for true energy. Moreover, the energy they possess is tainted with resentment. The stronger they were in life, the more potent their resentment. However, it won't be long before I can break through. Wang Hao, elated, replied, "Congratulations, father. Once you break through, it will be difficult to find opponents. The day when Tianyun commands the world is just around the corner." When shall you impart the technique to me? The black-robed man abruptly turned, appearing before Wang Hao in an instant, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. How many times must I reiterate? Until I reach the 9th level, I will not easily emerge. Do you wish for me to become a target for all? He continued, I must inform you, you are not yet suited to cultivate this technique. Once I reach the 9th level, I will naturally share all my insights with you. You are my only son. Your current task is to manage Tianyun diligently, marry, and continue the Wang family lineage. At that time, we shall reign together. Do you understand? Wang Hao swallowed hard, the pressure from his father overwhelming, and stammered, Understood. Please rest assured, father. In his memories, Wang Hao recalled a time when his father was not the leader of Tianyun and did not possess his current demeanor. However, after his father had cultivated a mysterious technique, his temperament underwent a drastic transformation, altering his treatment of Wang Hao entirely. The black-robed man took a breath and inquired, Have you found any trace of wind and rain? These two fools disregarded discipline. I should have absorbed them sooner. Wang Hao cautiously replied, No news yet, but Wei Wei has already dispatched someone to search for them. It shouldn't be long before we receive updates. Father, tomorrow marks the day when representatives from various divisions come to pay their respects. We should prepare accordingly. Let them expedite the delivery of new bodies for you to consume, allowing for your swift breakthrough. The black-robed man grinned. Tomorrow, Wei Wei will surely arrive. You should marry her sooner rather than later. Wang Hao scoffed in disdain. There are many women who wish to marry me. Back then, she was foolish enough to think I was up to no good and tried to leave me. I merely sought to amuse myself with her, and once I was done, I would discard her. The black-robed man replied indifferently, That is your concern. I have no interest. What I desire is for you to marry Wei Wei and ensure the continuation of our lineage. Wang Hao assured, Rest easy, father, I understand. Author's note. Greetings, dear readers. To enhance your experience and incorporate characters of your desire into this narrative, I am inviting you to submit character names and traits. Please comment with the name and personality you envision for the character. I will be reviewing all suggestions. Chapter 110. The mutated abilities within the refuge of B City. In an exquisitely furnished office, a rotund man sat behind a desk, addressing several squad leaders before him. The refuge has reported that dozens of individuals have gone missing while undertaking missions. Do we have any leads? The squad leaders exchanged glances, each equally perplexed. The squads dispatched for missions comprised of ability users. Although casualties were not uncommon given the increasingly formidable infected, mass annihilation was rare. Yet now, nearly 10 teams had vanished without a trace, and these teams contained high-ranking ability users. Logically, the infected outside should pose little threat to them. Even if danger arose, it was unlikely that so many teams would be completely wiped out, presenting a significant threat to the refuge. The squad leaders looked at one another, none possessing any insights. The rotund man rubbed his head. For now, instruct other teams to refrain from venturing far alone. They should travel in groups. Accelerate your investigations, and we will discuss further upon my brother's arrival. Additionally, we cannot allow the top-tier ability users to operate independently. We must ensure their safety. Do you understand? The squad leader sighed in relief, responding, Yes, rest assured, Commander. The rotund man waved them off, and they exited. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, the rotund man had awakened as an ability user during a critical moment when the refuge in H City was attacked. Having previously lacked any decision-making power and even being regarded as expendable, his desire to survive was strong, and he unexpectedly manifested an ability known as Dream, a mental-type power. The primary function of Dream is the subtle influence of others' thoughts, akin to altering perceptions within a dream. Although it lacks direct combat capability, the rotund man adeptly applied it in various ways. He altered decisions in H City, bringing along himself and his family, as well as Lin Yan's relatives. Upon arriving at the refuge in B City, the rotund man continued to subtly influence the minds of the upper echelons, thus securing a measure of authority for himself. Currently, his ability is considered quite rare, though it has two significant drawbacks. It cannot elevate ranks, and if the target's rank is too high, interference is impossible. Additionally, it lacks combat ability, rendering direct alteration of another's mindset unfeasible. Nevertheless, for the rotund man, the ability to survive was more than sufficient. The recent spate of disappearances among ability users in B City has caused him considerable distress. Although whispers of a group called Tianyun have reached the refuge, Their public image is that of a benevolent organization fighting for humanity's survival against the apocalypse. Furthermore, even if one were aware that Tianyun was not entirely virtuous, who would suspect them of being responsible for the abductions? If Lin Yin were here, he would undoubtedly recall the scenes witnessed in the Tianyun underground base. It is likely that such events are connected to that subterranean facility. In truth, Tianyun has indeed apprehended ability users on missions. Yet it is not the base in B City, nor even one in C District, but rather the Tianyun branch in G District, captured en route for a pilgrimage, purportedly as a gift for the Holy Lord. The author has a message. Furthermore, the character collection deadline is August 22, and Xiao Yi will conduct the selection. There is a possibility that it may be the female lead. Do you all prefer a strong, mature female lead, a cute, youthful one, or a more conventional character, perhaps a scheming type? Xiao Yi finds it quite difficult to choose. Chapter 111. The Ruthless Yin. The day of the Tianyun audience has arrived. The lords of the 10 major branches have gathered, standing solemnly within the Grand Hall. The headquarters of Tianyun is situated within the mountainous region of M District, designed for optimal concealment, hidden deep within the mountain and below its surface. From the outside, it appears to be an ordinary mountain, but numerous sentinels guard the perimeter to protect the headquarters. Among the 10 lords, only the Lord of C District is a maiden, while the remaining lords possess relatively modest ranks and resources. However, they are not lacking in strength. For instance, the previous Lord of C District, Wei Wei, was known as Shadow, whose abilities were rather average among the 10 lords, yet he ascended to lordship primarily due to his assassination skills. Within the hall, there exists a position of utmost prominence, elevated above the floor by about a meter, where an opulent chair crafted from jade and adorned with exquisite gold, silver, and jewels rests. The armrests are embellished with 2 luminous pearls. Referred to as the royal seat, the throne of the Holy Lord. Before long, Wang Hao emerged from behind the royal seat, proclaiming loudly, "We welcome the Holy Lord." While Wang Hao merely bowed, the others knelt on one knee. Accompanying the Holy Lord were the 4 esteemed elders of Tianyun, whose positions are subordinate only to the Holy Son and Holy Daughter, with Wei Wei's father being one of the elders. The Holy Lord, draped in a flowing black robe that obscured their visage, addressed the assembly. "Rise, for today is a momentous occasion for Tianyun, indeed a double celebration." The Holy Lord's voice resonated ominously. "Thank you, Holy Lord." The lords responded with utmost respect. Among these lords, there are those who harbor dissatisfaction with the Holy Lord. However, their control is maintained through 2 primary means: the bestowal of gifts, which not only enhances one's cultivation but also creates an addictive sensation of rapid power increase upon usage, leading to a dependency on such rewards, which are exclusive to Tianyun. The second method is the Holy Lord's iron-fisted approach. There were indeed lords who plotted to overthrow the Holy Lord in hopes of seizing the gifts for themselves. Yet, upon discovery, the Holy Lord single-handedly annihilated a branch, reducing the original 11 branches to 10. It is said that wherever the Holy Lord passed, all individuals were stripped of their abilities and perished in agony, leading others to reconsider their rebellious intentions. The Lord of G City, Yin, was the first to speak. "I bring a gift." 30 carefully selected ability users, all of considerable strength. My subordinates exerted tremendous effort to capture these 30. With a wave of Yan's hand, several subordinates from G City brought the 30 individuals forward, creating a scene of sheer terror. Yin, known for his ruthless nature, would stop at nothing to achieve his objectives. To prevent the escape of these ability users, Yin ordered his subordinates to gouge out their eyes. The fate of these 30 individuals is sealed. They will either serve as materials for the gifts or be consumed by the Holy Lord. Chapter 112. The joys of Tianyun. Upon witnessing this scene, the Holy Lord smiled ominously. "Good, very good, Yin. Indeed, I did not misjudge you. You have brought me great delight. Take them to the back." Hearing this, Yin beamed with pride. The Holy Lord continued, "Now, behold. 2 expressionless maidens approached Yin, bearing 10 gifts, and Yin knelt on one knee to receive the trays, thanking the Holy Lord. Subsequently, the lords within the hall began presenting their treasures, receiving varying quantities of gifts in accordance with the value of their offerings. After 9 lords had made their contributions, the second segment commenced. Wei Wei, being the Holy Daughter, was not required to present anything, as her status exempted her from such obligations. Today, our first joy is that Tianyun has completed another year. We have grown older. The Holy Lord rose, extending both hands skyward. The lords eagerly echoed, "May the Holy Lord be blessed. May Tianyun prosper." The Holy Lord then announced, "The second joy is that our holy son and holy daughter shall hold a grand ceremony in 3 days, officially uniting in marriage." The lords did not express surprise at this news, as it had long been common knowledge. They chorused, "Congratulations to the Holy Lord, congratulations to the Holy Son, congratulations to the Holy Daughter." The Holy Lord beckoned the Holy Daughter, saying, "Come forward. You shall remain at the headquarters from now on, living harmoniously with the Holy Son." The C District branch has suffered severe losses, rendering its existence unnecessary. You shall oversee the evacuation of its personnel. The Holy Lord's decision to withdraw from the C District branch was primarily due to Jin's demise. There was no longer a reason to continue research there, and the Holy Daughter's mission was deemed complete. The exposed location of the C District branch posed a risk, and the Holy Lord could not aimlessly search for Lin Yin. Such tasks were left to the attendants. Turning to the 4 elders, the Holy Lord remarked, "Elder 4, we shall now be one family, and you will have more opportunities to see your daughter. Please do your utmost for Tianyun." The 4th elder, drenched in cold sweat, recalled that the Lin family had once severely wounded Tianyun, even kidnapping him to course Wei Wei, nearly costing him his life. He quickly responded, "Holy Lord, we at Tianyun are indeed one family. It is truly our fortune that my daughter has caught the Holy Sun's eye." The Holy Lord chuckled, "Indeed, we are one family. In light of this joyous occasion, all attending lords shall receive an additional 5 gifts." The lord's eyes gleamed. Gifts are not easily come by, with each lord typically receiving only 1 per year. Other than Shadow, the remaining lords had relied on these gifts to strengthen themselves. Generally, to obtain gifts, one must either produce inferior ones themselves, as Jin and C District had attempted to improve, or perform exceptionally well to earn significant rewards, or participate in occasions like this audience, where gifts are exchanged. The maximum typically received would be 20. However, today, all present received 5. Chapter 113. The 4 great families and 3 ancient clans. At this moment, Wei Wei felt a profound numbness within, perceiving herself as a mere puppet, destined to be manipulated throughout her life. Surrounded by maidens, she was led to a designated room. There are strict customs for the Holy Daughter's marriage. During these 3 days, aside from the Holy Son and Holy Lord, she may not see any man, including her own father, as decreed by the Holy Lord to maintain her purity. For 3 days, she was confined to this chamber, closely monitored by a retinue of maidens, leaving her with an indescribable discomfort. Every individual yearns for autonomy, yet Wei Wei found herself stripped of agency and the right to refuse. In the Grand Hall, the audience continued. This time, the Holy Lord addressed the situation in C District. Noting the mysterious disappearance of 2 attendants, the Holy Lord speculated that their fate was grim. Although the search for them had commenced, their absence raised concerns. Could they rely on others from C District? At this moment, Yin spoke up, "Holy Lord, it is said that the C District branch was severely weakened by an individual named Lin Yin. I believe the disappearance of the 2 attendants is closely tied to this Lin Yin." The Holy Lord responded, "I am aware. Regardless of whether Lin Yin is involved, the mere act of crippling our C District branch is an unforgivable crime, especially given his ties to the Lin family." When speaking of the Lin family, one could discern the Saint Lord's gritted teeth as he pronounced those few words. At its inception, the heavenly fortune was supported by several prominent families, yet for reasons unknown, these families suddenly turned against it, with the Lin family being the most vehement in their opposition, having nearly extinguished this nascent entity. However, as the heavenly fortune has since grown in strength, these families no longer openly confront it. The Saint Lord continued, declaring that a mere Lin Yin poses no threat. Killing him would be as trivial as crushing an ant beneath one's heel. His true target is the entire Lin family. Once they are no more, what fear would Lin Yin have? Just wait and see. Within half a year, the Lin family will be no more. After the audience with the Saint Lord concluded, the various lords were expected to return to their respective divisions. But with the upcoming wedding of the Saint's son and Saint daughter, attendance was deemed necessary to avoid unfavorable repercussions. Even the prominent attendants were summoned back, honoring the Saint Lord's emphasis on this occasion. In truth, the Saint Lord himself did not hold the wedding in high regard. It was merely a spectacle for the sake of his own reputation. Nonetheless, as a matter of courtesy, he invited members of the 4 great families, while neglecting the smaller clans. These four families included the Lin, Mu, Long, and Zhang families from the Kunlun Immortal realm. The Lin, Mu, and Long families are three of the ancient clans, each possessing their own unique scriptures and formidable strength. Long ago, the elites of these three families had the opportunity to enter the Sword Gate, a revered sect of cultivation. However, as the Sword Gate faded into history, these families returned to the age of martial arts. The Zhang family, having risen from obscurity over the past century, is now brimming with talent, while the original three families have seen a decline in their gifted members, relying solely on the legacies of their ancestors. Yet, in recent years, many talents have emerged, aiding the heavenly fortune, albeit with intentions of gaining favor and augmenting their own strength, only to gradually realize that the heavenly fortune was no longer under their control. The author has a message. Dear readers, in an effort to enhance your experience and to incorporate characters you desire into this tale, I am collecting names and personalities for characters. Please leave your suggestions in the comments, and I will review them. Include the character's name and personality traits. In 3 fleeting days, Lin Yin committed the first move of the sword manual to memory, even beginning to execute it with considerable finesse. He resolved to master this first move before heading to the refuge in City Beak. Yet, the serenity of the sword tomb was undisturbed, making it difficult to leave, for practicing here was incredibly effective. During these 3 days, Zhan Lu's incessant chatter had been met with countless reprimands from Ling Ling, whose daily routine consisted of eating, sleeping, instructing Lin Yin, and reprimanding Zhan Lu. Lin Yin found himself helpless, especially as Ling Ling had grown increasingly cold towards him. Even witnessing her protect Zhan Lu was futile. She would scold one or two, and even Lin Yin received a share of her wrath. Afterward, he chose to ignore it, though Zhan Lu was indeed restless. In truth, even without the necessity for sustenance, the sword spirit would be untroubled. Yet Ling Ling and Zhan Lu, having never tasted the delights of mortal cuisine, were unable to resist its temptations. To Lin Yan's surprise, Zhan Lu had taken to cooking, claiming it was to honor Lin Yin, and Ling Ling was quite eager, having only consumed the bland fare that Lin Yin provided. A freshly prepared meal was a rare treat. Zhan Lu appeared to have stumbled upon a newfound passion for cooking, leaving Lin Yin exasperated, feeling it was a disgrace to the sword spirit's dignity. Consequently, Ling Ling's attitude towards Zhan Lu underwent a complete transformation. Lin Yin pondered. It seems that a man must possess culinary skills to attract a woman. He even began to suspect that Zhan Lu might have developed feelings for Ling Ling. But Zhan Lu's incessant rambling left him feeling quite helpless. Lin Yin resolved to rehearse the sword manual he had learned over the past 3 days once more, and after studying the meditation technique given to him by the dragon tamer, he would proceed to the refuge in City B, eager to inform the higher-ups about the matters concerning the heavenly fortune, so they could prepare accordingly. At the headquarters of the heavenly fortune, an atmosphere of festivity pervaded, for today marked the grand wedding of the saint's son and saint daughter. The 9 lords, including representatives from the 4 great families, were in attendance, while the remaining groups of attendants returned to the headquarters to witness the union. The internal preparations commenced early, with maids adorning the grand hall, starting their beautification tasks even before dawn. Aside from the main throne, an additional seat was prepared for the father of the bride, representing the elders. Once preparations were nearly complete, guests began to enter the hall. The 3 elders entered one after another, with the 4th elder absent. Following them were the attendants, organized into 6 teams, though only 5 had arrived. The missing team being the Gale and the Storm. Next came the 9 lords, who were waiting, not only for the appointed time, but also for the arrival of the Saint Lord and the representatives of the 4 great families. Amidst the murmurs below, some remarked on the audacity of the representatives from the 4 great families, who had yet to arrive despite the hour, questioning whether the heavenly fortune truly feared them. Just then, a voice called out, announcing the arrival of the Saint Lord. The author has a message. Additionally, the character collection deadline is August 22. I will be reviewing submissions. It may even lead to a role for a female protagonist. Do readers prefer a strong, mature female lead, a youthful one, or perhaps a more conventional type, or even a cunning character? The choices are challenging, as the attendants announced the arrival of the Saint Lord. He emerged from behind the throne, accompanied by the 4th elder. All present knelt on one knee, collectively greeting the Saint Lord. He gestured dismissively, saying, "No need for formalities." The crowd responded, expressing gratitude. Once the Saint Lord and the 4th elder took their seats, He inquired if all had arrived. Point one replied, reporting to the Saint Lord, aside from the representatives of the four great families, all are present. The Saint Lord snorted, saying, the four great families certainly hold themselves in high regard. Do they expect me to personally invite them? To treat such a significant matter of the heavenly fortune with such nonchalance indicates it is time to address this outdated arrogance. At that moment, a voice from outside called out, the representatives of the four great families congratulate the Saint Son and Saint Daughter on their union. Point four individuals entered the hall, representatives of the four great families. Upon seeing them, the Saint Lord's eyes lit up. Their strength was impressive, with the weakest likely at the minor earth level, and among them, there was even a formidable presence at the major earth level. The Saint Lord mused, our heavenly fortune has only a few at the major earth level. Unexpectedly, these families send representatives of such caliber. It seems their foundation remains robust. Yet, knowing that the presence of these four individuals was an opportunity not to be squandered, the Saint Lord began to contemplate how to engage with them, for their prowess was indeed tempting. However, he was most concerned about the extent of the four families' foundations. If they proved superior to the heavenly fortune, he would have to tread carefully. With a smile, the Saint Lord exclaimed, ah, it is indeed a pleasure to see such esteemed representatives from the four great families. Your presence is a boon to the heavenly fortune. Politeness was essential. While the atmosphere remained cordial, it was crucial to maintain this delicate relationship. The first to step forward was the representative from the Zhang family, who stated, I come on behalf of the Zhang family to congratulate the Saint Lord. I hope for your swift success in your research and for the world to soon emerge from this calamity. He then presented a gift list. Following him, representatives from the Long, Mu, and Lin families also presented their respective gift lists. At this moment, the hierarchy among the four families became apparent. Although the Lin family was one of the four great families and one of the three ancient clans, they now occupied the last position, while the rising Zhang family had ascended to the forefront. The Saint Lord, examining the gift lists, laughed heartily. I am truly fortunate that the four great families remember this old man. Should I have the opportunity, I shall personally visit Kunlun Immortal Realm to pay my respects. Please, esteemed emissaries, take your seats and witness the ceremony. The Saint Lord's rise to power was not solely due to his iron-fisted approach, but also his adept diplomatic skills. He knew he must display humility towards the four families. Any display of excessive dominance could raise their suspicions and invite unnecessary trouble. What he desired was to stabilize the relationship with the four families and gradually encroach upon their influence, ultimately rendering them mere ants in his eyes. As the representatives from the four families took their seats, an attendant announced, the wedding ceremony of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter of the heavenly fortune now commences. We invite the Saint Son and Saint Daughter to enter the heavenly pavilion hand in hand. Chapter 116. The wedding. The Tianji Hall is the name designated by Tianyun for this main hall. Wang Hao, holding the hands of Wei Wei and another person, entered the Tianji Hall. At this moment, Wei Wei was adorned in an extravagant white wedding gown, which upon closer inspection was intricately embroidered with golden threads. The crown she wore was crafted from gold and adorned with various gemstones. To outsiders, it appeared extraordinarily luxurious, yet Wei Wei felt it was utterly burdensome. The weight of the crown was oppressive, and as someone without supernatural abilities, wearing such an ornament only added to her encumbrance. However, the master desired only to maintain his own prestige. Amidst the throngs of onlookers, the couple approached the steps and knelt down. Immediately, enchanting music resonated within the hall, and the attendants announced, Saint Son and Saint Daughter, pay homage to the master and thank him for his benevolence. The two bowed their heads in reverence to the master. Subsequently, the attendants proclaimed, Saint Son and Saint Daughter, pay homage to heaven and earth. The couple then turned and knelt again, bowing towards the entrance of the hall. Traditionally, one ought to first pay homage to heaven and earth. However, the master was an exceedingly arrogant individual. Convinced that he would one day surpass both heaven and earth, the attendants continued, Saint Son and Saint Daughter, pay homage to your father and express gratitude for your upbringing. Once more, they turned and knelt before the master and the four elders atop the steps. Normally, this moment would involve a mutual bowing between the couple, yet in this instance, they opted to forego that step. Following this, the Saint Son and Saint Daughter offered wine to the guests present, and the atmosphere had shifted entirely from the earlier tension and solemnity. Throughout the proceedings, Wei Wei appeared as if she had lost her soul, mechanically going through the motions. The cause of her disquiet stemmed from the events of the previous night. Wang Hao had sought her out, a mocking smile upon his face as he proclaimed, "I told you, once I set my sights on you, you would be mine. You must obey me from now on, or you shall suffer greatly." Wei Wei would not acquiesce to Wang Hao so easily, for her previous desire to leave him was rooted in this very reason. Yet now, despite her reluctance, she felt compelled to comply for the sake of her family. "Wang Hao," she declared, "I agree to stay with you, but I expect a peaceful existence." Your expression resembles that of a petty tyrant. With a sudden violent motion, Wang Hao slapped Wei Wei across the face, leaving a mark of his fingers upon her cheek. Tears of distress cascaded down her face as he sneered, "Do you think you are still the same person? You are not, that I assure you. Whatever I, Wang Hao, desire, no one can take from me." He then forcefully grasped her and pulled her towards the beady in her heart. Wei Wei was plagued by the bewildering transformation of Wang Hao, who had morphed into a fearsome and unrecognizable figure. After the couple had toasted all present, they were escorted to the bridal chamber. It was lunchtime, and the master instructed the attendees to enjoy their meal while he retreated to a back room where 5 attendants were gathered. The master inquired, "Is there any way to capture those 4 individuals and frame them for the misdeeds of others or other families? Ideally, we want to incite suspicion among the 4 great families." For a moment, the attendants were at a loss for a viable strategy, as the 4 individuals had come to Tianyun and their disappearance would only heighten suspicion against Tianyun. One of the attendants suggested, "There may be a way after all." Author's note. Readers, please imagine the scene as you see fit. I fear elaborating further may jeopardize the review process. Chapter 117. The spread of infection. The attendant whispered a plan to the master, who exhibited a sinister smile as he replied, "Good, very good. Proceed with this plan. Lead all the attendants, and remember, it must be done discreetly. I refuse to believe the 4 great families can remain calm in the face of this." Meanwhile, the envoys of the 4 families were oblivious to this scheme. They regarded Tianyun merely as another group of inconsequential clowns seeking to bolster their own power. At long last, the bustling day came to an end. Some lords departed early due to urgent matters at their respective divisions, while others opted to stay overnight at headquarters before returning to their branches. The representatives of the 4 great families were also preparing to return to Kunlun Fairyland. Although the master earnestly attempted to dissuade them, citing concerns for their safety, the envoys deemed it unwise to remain at Tianyun headquarters and decided to leave under the cover of night. In the outskirts of H City, Lin Yin finally emerged from the Sword Tomb, resolved to head towards the refuge in B City. Along the way, he sought to gather more information about the current situation while avoiding any encounters with Tianyun, striving to keep his return to B City a secret as it housed a branch of Tianyun. The night sky was adorned with countless stars. Although humanity had departed not long ago, nature seemed to reclaim its domain. Spring was vibrant and full of life. Numerous ponds dotted the outskirts, and the chorus of frogs filled the air. With the absence of human interference, nature appeared to flourish even more. However, Lin Yin had no inclination to appreciate the music of the natural world. For him, time felt exceedingly scarce. The trio traveled at a leisurely pace, relishing this rare moment of relaxation, a precious reprieve for Lin Yin, who had long endured a state of mental strain. "I truly hope this apocalypse concludes swiftly," Lin Yin mused. Our area, Zone C, was among the last to experience the infection, while other regions have suffered severe outbreaks. Initially, I thought those events were far removed from us. Who could have anticipated that it would arrive here so soon? Unbeknownst to Lin Yin, in other regions, not only had the infection emerged early, but supernatural beings had also appeared earlier than anticipated. However, these beings had established a tacit agreement for mutual survival, hence they seldom troubled the supernatural beings in Zone C. As they had their own matters to attend to on the road to B City, Lin Yin observed an alarming phenomenon, the escalation of animal infections. While there had previously been isolated incidents of animal infections, never had there been such a widespread outbreak. Strangely, the infected animals exhibited no aggression towards their own kind. Rather, they displayed extreme hostility towards humans. Moreover, the infected creatures were primarily carnivorous, while herbivores remained unaffected. Among the infected animals, wolves were the most numerous, as pack animals. Even after infection, they retained their social structure and did not lose their speed. However, Reports from other regions indicated that both the infected and the infected animals could survive for a year without food or water, with their only sustenance being normal humans. Who could guarantee when they might turn on any human? Chapter 118. Framing Lin Yin continued his journey at a deliberate pace, and on the third day, he finally reached B City. Once a bustling metropolis, the city had descended into desolation after merely half a month without human presence. Animals roamed the streets in search of food, and a tiger was even spotted chasing a spotted deer, rendering this absurd reality almost commonplace. Lin Yin decided to circumvent the areas within the reach of the Tianyun branch in B City, knowing this would save him from unnecessary detours, but safety remained his paramount concern. On the third day following the wedding of the Saint Son and Saint Daughter, the atmosphere in Kunlun Fairyland was charged with chaos. The head of the Zhang family sat in the main hall, gazing down at the corpse below, his expression one of sheer terror. This body had left the Zhang family perplexed. Their envoy sent to Tianyun had yet to return, and now the corpse of the Long family's envoy had appeared on Zhang territory. A dire predicament indeed. Should he hand over the body to the Long family? That would be fraught with complications, as they might seize this opportunity to extort the Zhang family, potentially accusing them of orchestrating the envoy's demise. The relationship between the Zhang and Long families was already fraught with tension, with the former ranking first and the latter second. The Long family could easily use this as a pretext to claim that the Zhang family was resorting to underhanded tactics to suppress them. The Zhang family would find themselves in a precarious position, unable to defend their honor. Is there any news yet? Why have they not returned after so long? The head of the Zhang family expressed his impatience. The family steward quickly responded, Master, we have dispatched several groups to investigate. The latest word from Tianyun is that they set off to return 3 days ago, and now Tianyun is sending people to search for them. They left 3 days ago. At their speed, they should have arrived yesterday. How could a member of the Long family end up dead here? Coming to us is not the same as being in Long territory. Even if they were intoxicated, they shouldn't have wandered this far. Did no one at home notice when they arrived? The head of the Zhang family lamented. That moment, the steward suggested, Master, I suspect this may be a setup against us. I have heard that of the envoys sent by the 4 families, only the Lin family's envoy has returned, while the other 3 remain unaccounted for. This incident may very well be linked to the Lin family. The head of the Zhang family's eyes brightened, and he swiftly shattered the evidence of the crime before him, asserting, it must undoubtedly be the Lin family. They pride themselves on being one of the 4 ancient clans and have long harbored animosity towards us, believing we have usurped their position. A once great family now in decline dares to stir up trouble here. Let us conceal this corpse for now and observe how events unfold. In contrast to the Zhang family, the Long family is in even greater disarray. They have yet to realize that a messenger from another clan has perished on their territory. However, they have received whispers of troubling tidings. Their own messenger has met with an untimely end, though the specifics remain unclear, and he is simply unaccounted for. The head of the Long family is in a state of agitation, akin to a fly caught in a hot pan. The other family heads are relatively composed, as the individuals they dispatched were mere relatives, but the Long family's envoy was none other than their own esteemed elder, an individual of remarkable prowess, given their understanding of the celestial currents. It seems implausible that any formidable entity could have slain their elder. How could a newly formed organization possibly contend with one of their own elders? Chapter 119. Diverting the calamity, the head of the Long family continues to pace within the council chamber, contemplating the grave implications of potentially losing an elder, which could jeopardize their precarious position as the second among the 4 great clans. At this juncture, the Long family's grand elder entered the chamber. Addressing the patriarch, I have heard that among our dispatched messengers, only those from the Lin family have returned. The others remain missing. While the situation with the other 3 families is manageable, our envoy was the 6th elder, who had grasped a thread of insight regarding the celestial body. Are we to merely stand by and watch our centuries of effort go up in smoke? The term celestial body serves as a veiled reference to the 4 great clans' pursuit of immortality. Indeed, the Long family's 6th elder has achieved the remarkable feat of channeling energy into his being. Should he succeed, the Long family would reign supreme in the Kunlun Immortal realm, establishing themselves as a formidable sect in the wake of the Sword Gate. It has been over a millennium since any significant breakthroughs in cultivation have occurred since the Sword Gate's rise. Nevertheless, How could the three ancient clans forget the benefits that cultivation once bestowed upon them? The extraordinary achievements of the four families in martial arts can largely be attributed to the advantages reaped by their ancestors' pursuits of immortality, which have enriched their bloodlines, granting them semi-immortal physiques. However, such traits inevitably wane over time. The Zhang family, having emerged in recent centuries, can trace their lineage back to an elder of the Sword Gate who established roots in the Kunlun immortal realm, thus preserving their ancestral bloodline. The head of the Long family's forehead bulged with veins as he seethed through clenched teeth. The Lin family is truly overstepping. I vow to make them pay in blood for their transgressions. The Grand Elder quickly interjected, Patriarch, we must not act rashly. Until we have concrete evidence, we should avoid confrontation with the Lin family. It remains uncertain whether they are truly responsible. The head of the Long family retorted. If it is not the Lin family, then who could it possibly be? It is astonishing that they, who constantly preach righteousness and moral virtue, should engage in such despicable acts. The Grand Elder posed another possibility. Could it be that someone else seeks to frame the Lin family? The head of the Long family, experienced in the ways of the world, began to ponder the implications. After a moment of reflection, he concluded, the likelihood of that is slim. The other three families bear no significant grudge against the Lin family. With their current decline, there is little reason for them to stir up trouble. If the Celestial Order were involved, there is indeed a possibility. Not long after its establishment, the Lin family discovered that the Celestial Order was conducting human experiments, nearly leading to their destruction. The Celestial Order promised to reform and maintain good relations with our three families, which eventually led the Lin family to relent. However, could the Celestial Order possess the strength to eliminate our sixth elder? Even with their might, it is implausible, as the sixth elder has already reached the stage of channeling energy into his being. And he is known for his caution. If he found himself unable to prevail, he would certainly escape. Only the Lin family could have dispatched several skilled individuals capable of such an act. The Grand Elder inquired, but the Lin family has no substantial enmity with us. Is it truly necessary to assume their involvement? The head of the Long family scoffed. The Lin family has been on a downward spiral in recent years. They could soon find themselves ousted from the four great clans. Previously, the Celestial Order would offer them tributes, but now the Celestial Order pays tribute to all four families, which has significantly reduced the Lin family's share. If the Celestial Order had remained wholly dependent on the Lin family, they would not have reached their current state. This is merely the Lin family's attempt to weaken the other clans to preserve their own position. Chapter 120. The Celestial Order's scheme. Currently, within the Kunlun immortal realm, both the Zhang and Long families suspect the Lin family's involvement, placing the Lin family in a precarious position. Naturally, the Lin family is largely unaware of the unfolding events, only realizing that the messengers from the other three clans have not returned. Among the families in the Kunlun immortal realm, the Mu family shares the closest ties with the Lin family, having maintained a tradition of intermarriage to forge a powerful alliance. The Mu family does not suspect the Lin family's involvement in this incident, while the Lin family, upon hearing of the situation, initially felt relieved that their own messenger had returned. However, upon further reflection, they sensed something amiss. If this were the case, it was likely that the other families would suspect them. Although the Lin family recognized this as a potential trap, they found themselves in a most vulnerable position. That night, the Lin family convened an emergency meeting, summoning the higher-ranking members of the clan due to the gravity of the situation. The current head of the Lin family, Lin Xie, if evaluated by the standards of ability users, would likely be classified as having reached the minor celestial tier, possessing formidable strength and mastery over the fiery palm technique. As Lin Xie led the assembly into the council hall. He appeared nearly a century old, yet his gait exuded vitality, though his hair had turned entirely silver. At a glance, one might mistake him for a man in his 30s. Lin Xie addressed the assembly. This matter is of great import. I shall forego pleasantries. You all understand why we have gathered. Let us share our thoughts. Within the Lin family council chamber, voices clamored as each member expressed their concerns. Given the current predicament, the Lin family faces considerable danger. Should the other families leverage this incident to suppress the Lin family, they could very well be ousted from the four great clans, or even expelled from the Kunlun immortal realm altogether. The sole piece of good news is that the Mu family remains steadfast in their belief in the Lin family, which is a source of solace for them. The Lin family concluded that they must dispatch additional personnel to ascertain the whereabouts of the missing messengers from the other three clans. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Celestial Order's headquarters, a dungeon lies concealed, where the missing messengers from the Zhang and Mu families are bound to wooden stakes, pierced through with peepa bones. Strangely, there is another stake awaiting the return of Lin Xie. Had he been present, he would have been astounded to discover that a Lin family messenger was also imprisoned there, raising questions about who had truly returned. Old fool, how dare you treat us this way? Are you not afraid that the 4 great clans will annihilate you? The master of the Celestial Order laughed malevolently. Afraid? Why should I fear? I am indeed concerned about your 4 clans. Even a mere messenger from you could nearly channel energy into their being. I had no idea your families possessed such deep reserves. Nevertheless, I must thank you, for after consuming him, I feel on the brink of a breakthrough. This scheme to frame the Lin family was orchestrated by the master and 10 other stewards. Initially, the captain gazed at his team of comrades and chuckled, "Don't be foolish. It is a blessing to be alive. However, once we return, remember my words. Live well, for your back must only be entrusted to those you trust." The captain's determination to remain was primarily fueled by his belief that the sacrifices of his team members were a consequence of his flawed command. He felt compelled to bear full responsibility and could not allow the remaining comrades to perish as well. "Captain, do you recall your words? Our Black Dragon squad will never abandon a single teammate. You have already exerted yourself to the utmost, yet the infected we face now are unlike any before. And there are also infected animals. It's perilous. This is an unforeseen circumstance, not your fault." The captain waved his hand dismissively, choosing to say nothing further. The iron gate of the ruins groaned ominously under the relentless pounding of the infected. The chains hanging from the gate, though robust, could not withstand the force of countless infected, straining under the pressure and at risk of snapping at any moment. Lin Yin soon arrived beside the ruins. Surveying the scene within, it seemed this squad was in grave danger. However, for the sake of his own safety, he decided to observe the unfolding situation, for this was an apocalypse, not a mere gathering of spectators. It was a horde of infected that could claim his life at any moment. Lin Yin noted that the members of this squad were clad entirely in black tactical gear, their strength appearing rather mediocre. Yet, it remained uncertain whether they belonged to Tianyun or the B-City shelter. Distinguishing between the two was no small feat, and Lin Yin was reluctant to expose his position before Tianyun. At that moment, one of the squad members could no longer contain his tears, exclaiming, "Captain, think of something. I truly do not wish to die. Let us find a way to return to the shelter." Chapter 122. Black Dragon Squad. Though Lin Yin could not clearly hear their words, he could ascertain that they were from the shelter. He resolved to extract information about the shelter's situation from them. After a bit of disguise, Lin Yin felt confident that even if the individuals below were to see him again, they would not recognize him, and thus he ventured into the ruins. Upon the arrival of 2 masked figures before the remaining members of the Black Dragon Squad, every member instantly became alert, their senses heightened. After all, just days prior, dozens of ability users had mysteriously vanished, leaving the shelter without a reasonable explanation. Rumors swirled that they had been taken by individuals from other shelters. The captain immediately inquired, "Who are you, and what do you want?" Lin Yin was momentarily taken aback by the captain's boldness, responding nonchalantly, "I merely wish to ask you a few questions." The captain, momentarily rendered speechless, retorted, "With our lives at stake, you still wish to ask questions? Young man, you ought to take your little girlfriend and make a run for it. If you don't hurry, we will all perish here." On hearing the captain's words, Ling Ling suddenly adopted a more reserved demeanor, which took Lin Yin by surprise. "I can assist you, but you must answer my questions," Lin Yin insisted. His motivation to help stemmed from the needs of his own shelter in B-City for such strength, as well as his desire to learn about the current state of the shelter. After all, he had yet to enter it, and the fact that Fatty had proclaimed himself an official of the shelter piqued his curiosity. He also wished to test his swordsmanship during this time, to see how far he could progress without relying on his true energy, merely utilizing his sword techniques. "You know, young brother, you seem to possess some skill. But this is not the time for jokes. If it were only us facing the infected outside, we would manage. But look out there. The infected are almost a mountain. What can you possibly do?" Lin Yin did not respond to the captain's question, instead asking, "Which shelter do you belong to?" Before the captain could reply, the previously tearful squad member interjected, "We came from the B-City shelter. We intended to venture outside to gather supplies for trade, But we never anticipated such a predicament. We are not part of a regular shelter unit. We formed our own group, primarily to collect resources and exchange them at various shelters. Enjoying our freedom. The captain, being a good-natured individual, did not mind the interruption and continued, "We are new to this line of work, and the risks are certainly much higher than those of regular squads. But the rewards are substantial. If we were part of an official group, we would likely have already received rescue, but with our self-formed team, no one looks after us." Upon hearing about such a team, Lin Yin felt it might suit him better. Firstly, it allowed for travel to different places, preventing him from being confined to one location. Such a team typically had fewer restrictions, meaning one could freely join or leave. In contrast, the fixed structure of the shelter's teams imposed significant constraints. If he remained in the B-City shelter for too long, it was possible that Tianyun might indeed come looking for trouble, making it far more advantageous to explore the outside world. Chapter 123. Swordsmanship in Practice. Lin Yin declared, "Since I have agreed to assist you, I shall certainly see it through." The captain's eyes initially brightened, but as he regained his composure, his expression dimmed. "2 individuals against so many infected. How could that possibly work?" he said. "Young brother, I suggest you leave quickly. Our fate is likely sealed. Why would you involve yourself further? With only the two of you, what can you accomplish?" At that moment, Ling Ling interjected, "It is not merely the two of us who will act. It is he alone. If he cannot handle this, then he truly does not deserve to live." Lin Yin found himself momentarily speechless at Ling Ling's words, though she was not entirely wrong. Given the current circumstances with the infected, he posed little threat to Lin Yin, provided he was cautious not to be bitten or scratched. "Young brother, I am He Long, the captain of this squad. Regardless of the outcome, I am deeply grateful to you. You should leave quickly." Just as He Long finished speaking, the gate of the ruins was breached by the infected. Struggling to his feet, He Long, having depleted much of his stamina in the previous battle, urged, "You all must find a way to open the back wall and get this young brother to safety. I will hold them off." Before He Long could finish his words, Lin Yin swiftly drew Qing Ying and Qi Xing Long Yuan, charging headlong towards the infected. Tio He Long and his companions. Lin Yin appeared to have lost his mind, employing the most perilous strategy of engaging in close combat. The seasoned abilities of an esper dictated that, unless absolutely necessary, one should avoid close quarters with the infected. Of course, certain Earth attribute defenders might resort to melee combat, but they would do so clad in a thick layer of earthen armor to shield themselves from bites. Such tactics, however, were ultimately a last resort, as they could severely deplete one's stamina, risking a failure to sustain the armor or escape from the horde, leading to potential demise. He Long observed that Lin Yin had not donned any protective armor, and his unprotected physique seemed to be a reckless sacrifice. He Long was quite vexed. Although he could hold his own against the infected and provide cover for his teammates to retreat, Lin Yan's presence forced him to temper his abilities. He Long's power was electricity, specializing in control, with a paralyzing effect that was formidable. Even the infected, after being struck by lightning, would find their muscles incapacitated, rendering them immobile. The nature of electricity also meant that those in close proximity would be affected, which was why He Long refrained from using his powers after seeing Lin Yin engage. As Lin Yin found himself amidst the infected, he realized that while his swordsmanship had yet to reach perfection, it was more than adequate to deal with the foes before him. Coupled with his heightened perception, he could discern the proximity of the infected, allowing him to eliminate them with precision. His first learned technique involved wielding a sword with one hand, yet Ling Ling had advised him to adopt a two-handed grip, enhancing his attack frequency and enabling him to maximize his swordplay with either hand. Naturally, the infected swarmed around Lin Yin, yet they could not close the distance, some even darting past him directly towards He Long's team. Chapter 124. The loyal He Long. Upon witnessing this, Captain He Long felt a rekindled hope, and his team members became increasingly exhilarated, confident that these stragglers posed no threat. As Lin Yin executed his sword techniques against the infected, he relied solely on his swordplay, eschewing any use of internal energy. Regardless of how proficient one became at swordsmanship, practical application was essential. For Lin Yin, the infected represented an excellent opportunity for practice. They possessed little intelligence and would not evade his blade. Furthermore, their overwhelming numbers meant that in a scenario where internal energy could not be utilized, any misstep could prove fatal. Lin Yin continued to advance towards the exit, mowing down the infected like wheat before a scythe, which left Hei Long gasping in astonishment. Hei Long was certain that he sensed no energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Yin, suggesting that he was either not an Esper or was refraining from using his powers. Hei Long leaned towards the former. If Lin Yin was not an Esper, his swordsmanship alone was astonishing. Moreover, Hei Long found it peculiar that while Lin Yin wielded two swords, one was merely a hilt without a blade. Yet it seemed capable of inflicting harm upon the infected. Unaware of the nature of Qing, Hei Long had many questions, but now was not the time for inquiries. He instructed his team to breach the wall behind them and prepare for a swift recovery to assist their newfound ally. Ready to evacuate at a moment's notice, upon hearing this, the team was thoroughly energized, as they had previously resigned themselves to certain doom. In the face of hope, they found the strength to unleash their latent potential. After confirming that only a handful of infected lingered behind the ruins, the teammates dismantled the wall with ease, dispatching the remaining foes. Hei Long then urged his companions to hasten and support Lin Yin in clearing the area for a prompt exit. Just then, Ling Ling interjected, advising against haste, asserting that Lin Yin required this training. If danger arises, I will intervene. You should make your escape, she declared. Ling Ling understood Lin Yan's mindset. He would not reveal his true identity unless absolutely necessary. However, Hei Long was a man of great loyalty, harboring dreams of heroism. In his tumultuous life, he longed for a savior's emergence. Once he possessed the means to act, he felt compelled to embody that savior. Such a person could never abandon the one who had just saved his life. Hei Long also recognized that if they retreated now, Lin Yin would hold the line, ensuring their safe withdrawal. Yet he could not bring himself to abandon him. Hei Long addressed his team, "You both must decide for yourselves. If you wish to withdraw, so be it. If you choose to stay and assist our benefactor, that is equally valid. I will remain, and I will not hold any of you accountable for your choices." The two teammates exchanged glances and replied, "Captain, if you falter, shall we wait for you or move on? We might as well stay and watch over you, lest the team be leaderless. We seem like the ungrateful sort." Chapter 125. The threat of animals. When Hei Long was recruiting teammates, he was different from others. Many prioritized strength, but for him, character was paramount. He believed that only those with good character deserved to join his team. Hei Long often stated, "Strength may not be essential, but one must be a good person." A scoundrel in the ranks would, in times of crisis, likely betray the team for self-preservation, plunging everyone into peril. Looking at the past achievements of Hei Long's team, it was evident that this philosophy was sound. Surviving the apocalypse was already a challenge, but internal discord could lead to complete annihilation. The group quickly settled to regain their strength. Hei Long recognized that if he did not restore his energy, he would only be a liability. He aimed to cover Lin Yan's retreat with his powers when the time came, and remarkably, his teammates shared the same sentiment. Meanwhile, Lin Yan's battle against the infected had escalated. Now faced with not only ordinary infected but also second-tier ones and infected animals. Fortunately, the swords in his hands were no ordinary weapons, making him capable of confronting the second-tier infected. However, the absence of internal energy left him feeling as if he were striking against iron. An uncomfortable sensation. Though these swords could slice through metal, they still inflicted corresponding recoil damage. The infected animals posed their own challenges. Their small size made them difficult to detect, yet this was not a significant concern for Lin Yin, thanks to his perceptive abilities. More troublesome was their remarkable speed. Animals like leopards and lions not only moved swiftly but also attacked with ferocity. Infected dogs could leap considerable distances, but wolves and similar creatures were particularly insidious due to their small size, making them hard to evade. After all, it is easier to dodge a direct threat than a hidden one. As higher-tier infected and numerous infected animals appeared, Lin Yin began to feel fatigue setting in. Each strike seemed increasingly laborious. Without the enhancement of internal energy, this was to be expected. At present, Lin Yin relied solely on his swordsmanship, with only a few auxiliary abilities still in operation, showcasing the sheer power of his techniques. Noticing Lin Yan's pace had noticeably slowed, Hei Long called out, "Young brother, thank you. We are nearly recovered. Please withdraw so we may leave together." Chapter 126. A complete retreat. Ling Ling interjected, "If you wish to leave, then do so. I am not stopping you. Your presence here is more of a hindrance than a help. Does my brother Lin, the elder brother, still require your assistance?" Lingling suddenly realized she had misspoken and hastily corrected herself. Lin Yin had previously advised Lingling not to reveal her identity too easily, as it was often difficult to discern friend from foe. The Black Dragon had not considered this, believing that Lin Yin was either the young girl's boyfriend or perhaps her brother. What puzzled him even more was why this young girl seemed utterly unperturbed by the perilous situation, as if she believed she could handle it all by herself. At that moment, Lin Yin was physically exhausted, his movements significantly slower than before. While he could still manage to cope with the sounds around him, he knew that if he did not summon his inner energy soon, he might find himself in real danger. Reluctant to expose his true strength in front of strangers, Lin Yin resolved to retreat for the time being, hoping to join this small team to return to the B-City shelter. This would spare him considerable trouble while allowing him to discern their next destination, perhaps even accompanying them along the way. As Lin Yin contemplated this, he leaped back, with Lin Yin no longer in their sights. The infected shifted their focus to the location of the Black Dragon's team. At that moment, the Black Dragon unleashed his thunderous power and addressed his comrades, stating that Lin Yin had held them off for long enough. It was now their turn to act. They needed to delay the enemy's advance and ensure the safe passage of Lin Yin and the young girl. Although the Black Dragon did not prioritize strength when selecting team members. In this apocalyptic world, power was paramount. All his recruits were formidable. Had it not been for the continuous high-intensity battles, escaping today would have been a mere formality. Even ordinary supernatural beings would find themselves fleeing before such a vast horde of infected. One of the team members possessed Earth-based abilities and raised a wall approximately 2 meters high to impede the infected's rapid advancement, buying them precious time for their retreat. Following this, another team member, wielding water abilities, soaked the wall, causing water to flow onto the ground. As the infected approached this barrier, the Black Dragon sprang into action, channeling a surge of electrical energy into the wall. While pure water is non-conductive, the presence of impurities rendered it conductive. The water on the wall had clearly become charged with potent energy. As the current coursed through the water, it reached the infected on the other side of the wall, instantly paralyzing them. Although the infected sustained considerable damage from the electric shock, it was not lethal. Nonetheless, it successfully achieved their objective of stalling the enemy. Even after the Black Dragon withdrew his hand from the wall, the affected infected would remain incapacitated for about 10 seconds, a time frame ample enough for significant developments to unfold. The Black Dragon called out to Lin Yin and Lingling, urging them to follow him back. Lin Yin reassured Lingling that they were headed to B-City together, which would help them avoid numerous complications. Lingling, indifferent to the plans, agreed to follow Lin Yin's lead. Swiftly, Lin Yin joined the Black Dragon's team, and Lingling informed the Black Dragon of Lin Yin's surname, seeking to ascertain if there were any discrepancies. Chapter 127. The benevolent leader Lin Yin dismissed any concerns, expressing his belief that joining the Black Dragon's team would be advantageous, allowing them to explore various locations rather than remaining stagnant. Furthermore, should they linger in the B-City shelter, they might attract unwanted attention from the powers that be. A constantly shifting team with an unpredictable itinerary would be ideal. Lin Yin and the members of the Black Dragon's team arrived at their supply vehicle, an armored truck fully equipped for protection. Typically, these vehicles did not traverse urban areas, as they were strategically stationed in secluded outskirts. Generally, a city would house only 1 or 2 shelters, and even unfamiliar teams adhered to the rules forbidding theft from supply trucks. Each vehicle was fitted with a recorder that transmitted video back to the shelter. Normally, no one would review the footage unless a theft occurred, making it unlikely that anyone would attempt to pilfer from another's supply. The armored vehicles refrained from entering the city as it had become a veritable haven for the infected. The loud engine noise would merely attract them, and although the armored vehicles were impervious, being overrun by hordes of infected would ultimately lead to starvation within the vehicle. The Black Dragon expressed his gratitude to Lin Yin for rescuing them, offering him the freedom to select whatever supplies he desired from their vehicle, which contained practical items such as food, water, and clothing. The Black Dragon had never been one to hoard resources, having faced numerous hardships in his youth. He had lived alone for many years. 3 years prior, he had ventured into B-City, aspiring to carve out his own niche, but the bustling metropolis proved to be a formidable challenge. Over the course of 3 years, the Black Dragon labored diligently, yet he struggled to gain recognition, with some even labeling him a nice guy for his propensity to help others. This selflessness had left him single, still yearning for companionship. as he was simply too honest and earnest. However, after the apocalypse erupted, the Black Dragon's earlier acts of kindness seemingly elevated him to a chosen status, granting him the ability to wield lightning. With the shelters in B City already at capacity, he sought to form his own team to explore the outside world. His initial outings had yielded fruitful results, and he was exceedingly generous to his subordinates, allowing them to choose their preferred items upon their return, often taking nothing for himself. Lin Yin found himself touched by the Black Dragon's sincerity. Such integrity was a rarity in these dire times. He, too, felt himself growing increasingly detached, while the Black Dragon remained steadfast, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding corruption. Although admirable, this unwavering nature could also lead to perilous consequences. Lin Yin resolved to remain in this place. Drawn by the Black Dragon's genuine character. Chapter 128. B City Shelter. Lin Yin shook his head at the Black Dragon, stating that he lacked any significant needs and would prefer to accompany them to the B City Shelter. Without hesitation, the Black Dragon joyfully agreed, urging them to follow him back. As they journeyed, the Black Dragon shared insights about the B City Shelter, highlighting its superior facilities compared to those in H City. Within the shelter, individuals received appropriate assignments tailored to their skills, contributing to the community as well. Being at that moment, Lin Yin thought of his grandparents and wondered how they were faring, whether they had adapted to life there. He recalled hearing from a hefty individual that he had become a minor leader in the shelter, prompting him to inquire of the Black Dragon if someone named Hu Jiahao was present, perhaps in a position of authority. The Black Dragon chuckled, remarking that even though Lin Yin had never visited the B City Shelter, he seemed well informed. He confirmed the existence of Hu Jiahao, who was responsible for the shelter's daily affairs. Effectively a mid-level leader with considerable authority. In truth, the corpulent individual is remarkably intelligent. Although he possesses this extraordinary mental capability, he is acutely aware that the higher one ascends within the refuge, the greater the risk of exposure becomes. It is preferable for others to remain oblivious to his abilities. Otherwise, he would lose his current standing, which he relies upon to safeguard his family. Lin Yin could not comprehend how the overweight man had transformed from an ordinary individual into a mid-level leader of the refuge in a mere fortnight. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of the refuge. The refuge in City B was far more sophisticated than that in City H, boasting not only sentries and hidden watchers, but also a substantial number of guards stationed at the gates. They had learned from the tragic events that unfolded in City H, enhancing their external surveillance to ensure immediate access to first-hand information and thereby guaranteeing the refuge's safety. Upon reaching the entrance, the guards commenced thorough checks of each individual. The queue of those waiting for inspection was considerable, primarily consisting of those returning from resource collection. The primary focus of the scrutiny was to ascertain whether anyone was injured. Any injuries detected would result in immediate isolation to determine if they had been scratched or bitten by an infected individual. The emergence of any infected persons within the refuge would be catastrophic. The pace of the inspections was rather sluggish. Lin Yin surveyed the number of individuals ahead and estimated they would not be through until evening. He remained unhurried. Although he was to accompany Black Dragon on an expedition, Black Dragon's team was not yet complete and required additional recruits. Including Lin Yin, their number amounted to merely 4, excluding Ling Ling, who was not part of this journey. For the sake of caution, Black Dragon had decided to expand the team to 8 members, necessitating the recruitment of 4 additional companions. This recruitment process would not be accomplished swiftly, thus they would inevitably remain at the City B refuge for several days, affording Lin Yin ample time. Before long, it was Lin Yin and his companions' turn. Due to the high volume of entrants that day, the guards had temporarily increased their personnel for inspections. Once evening descended, inspections would cease, allowing only exits but no entries. Given the substantial number of people remaining, additional manpower was essential to complete as many inspections as possible before nightfall. The author has something to say. The recruitment for the 8-person team has commenced. Is there anyone who wishes to have their character included? Come forth and propose a name. Let us together form the core 8-member group. Chapter 129. Provocation. All disembarked from the vehicle, and the guards first disinfected the interior and exterior of the car before beginning to scrutinize each individual. Lin Yin noticed that Black Dragon seemed to be acquainted with the captain of the guards. They were engaged in conversation. Dragon brother, why have only a few of your people returned? Black Dragon shook his head and sighed. Alas, it's entirely my fault. I was overconfident, thinking I could procure some much-needed gasoline, so I began searching every gas station. Although I found some, We were in the city when we were discovered by infected individuals. And the losses were severe. It's all my fault. The guard patted Black Dragon on the shoulder and remarked, "You can't blame yourself entirely. What you did was necessary. Only by locating the scarce resources can one exchange for better equipment. To be frank, your team's gear is woefully inadequate. Without those critical supplies, lingering here for 2 months would be futile. But I see you've only brought back 2 new faces. What's the situation?" Black Dragon replied to the guard captain, "This time, we almost suffered total annihilation. It was that brother named Lin who saved us. He is truly formidable. I don't believe he possesses any special abilities. Yet with just 2 swords, he managed to keep all the infected at bay. Without him, we wouldn't have made it back." He gestured to the young woman beside him, saying, "This lady here must either be his younger sister or his wife. Not an ability user, yet so powerful. He must be extraordinary," the guard captain mused. Black Dragon continued, "He is quite amiable and even knows our officer who, he happened to be coming to our refuge. So we came together." "Knows officer who? Is that true? Let me inquire," the guard captain said as he approached Lin Yen. The other guards nearby halted their tasks, standing at attention and respect as the captain approached. The captain said, "You need not mind me. Continue with your duties. I hear you know our officer who? I wasn't informed of any relatives of his coming." "What exactly brings you here?" the captain questioned. Lin Yen simply replied, "I know who Jiahao. My family is also within this refuge, hence my arrival." "Your family? Where are you from in City B?" Lin Yen responded, "I am not from City B. I hail from City H." Suddenly, the guard captain raised his voice. "Kid, do you think I'm a fool? You and this young lady? Just the 2 of you? Coming from City H? If that were the case, where are the rest of you?" "Mind your language," Lin Yen glared at the captain. Ling Ling stood silently beside him, her gaze cold, radiating an unmistakable aura of menace. "I'll tell you this. Black Dragon is an honest man. You may deceive him. But you cannot deceive me," the guard captain said disdainfully. Seeing this situation escalate, the guards quickly surrounded them. At that moment, Black Dragon rushed forward. He positioned himself protectively in front of Lin Yen and said, "Don't be rash. Lin brother has just saved my life. Even if he truly isn't related to Officer Hu, he remains my savior." "Are you not being a bit excessive?" the guard retorted. "Who knows if he is trying to sneak in and cause trouble? I advise you, Black Dragon, to stay out of this. It's beyond your jurisdiction." Lin Yen scoffed. "Very well. What do you intend to do? How do you propose I prove myself? Shall I summon your Officer Hu? Or will you handle it as you see fit?" Chapter 130. Lin Yen returns. The guard captain scoffed. "What makes you think you have the clout to request Officer Hu's presence? Who do you think you are? Here, I am in charge. If I say you can enter, then you may enter. Understand?" In the blink of an eye, a sword was pointed directly at the guard captain's throat. The blade poised such that the slightest movement could result in a fatal cut. The turn of events unfolded with such rapidity that no one could discern when Lin Yen had drawn his sword. It all transpired too swiftly. The guard captain felt a wave of regret wash over him, realizing he had provoked someone formidable. Typically, at the entrance, the captain held considerable authority, but the current situation had escalated to a point where retreat was not an option. Other guards, witnessing the unfolding drama, hurried into the refuge, both to summon reinforcements to prevent chaos at the entrance and to urgently report the situation to their superiors for appropriate handling. Meanwhile, the corpulent leader sat in his office, troubled over recent events. Since imposing restrictions on team excursions, some success had been achieved. No teams had gone missing, but the resources within the refuge were dwindling alarmingly. At that moment, a guard knocked on the door of the corpulent leader's office and said, "Officer Hu, there is someone outside claiming to know you. They're currently in a confrontation with the guard captain. Would you like to take a look?" Upon hearing this news, the corpulent leader's first thought was of Lin Yen. However, recalling Lin Yan's demeanor, he doubted he would engage in a conflict without reason. Why would he be quarreling with the captain of the refuge guards? Without further ado, the corpulent leader hastened to the refuge's main entrance. If Lin Yen had indeed arrived, it could greatly alleviate the current situation within the refuge. "Kid, let me tell you, if you kill me, you won't fare any better. After all, I am the captain of the guard." The captain thought, feeling a chill of fear. He could only hope to use his position to intimidate the young man before him. The guards drew their weapons, aiming them at Lin Yen and Ling Ling. Some already disengaging the safeties. "Don't shoot. What are you doing?" Do you want me dead? Lower your weapons. All of you, the captain shouted, realizing that preserving his own life was paramount. You see, if you kill me, you won't be able to leave either. Brother, let me suggest we avoid this confrontation. You see, I've already convinced them to lower their weapons. Let us discuss this calmly, shall we? The guard captain attempted to smooth over the situation. But his forced smile was beginning to falter. Black Dragon, feeling anxious, recognized that Lin Yin was his savior and could not abandon him. However, with so many guards present, his options were limited. He couldn't possibly initiate a confrontation with the guards. Here as 2 packs of cigarettes, tell your men to back off. Let us treat this matter as if it never happened. I'll take responsibility for my brother, Black Dragon proposed. Hearing this, the guard captain eagerly agreed. No problem, no problem. You lot, get lost and return to your duties. I was just having a bit of fun with my brother here. What are you staring at? Lin Yin observed the guard captain with a cold smile, secretly admiring Black Dragon's diplomatic approach, as he too wished to avoid escalating the situation. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Where are you? Where are you?" Chapter 131. Entering the shelter from a considerable distance. Lin Yin recognized the individual approaching as the rotund figure known as Fatty. As Fatty drew nearer, he was taken aback to see the captain of the guard being held at sword point by Lin Yin, his life hanging by a thread. Lin Yin, what on earth is happening? Fatty inquired. Upon noticing Fatty's arrival, Lin Yin sheathed his sword and replied nonchalantly, "Nothing much. It seems Fatty. Oh, I mean Officer Hu, you are thriving quite well here in the shelter." Fatty's expression shifted considerably, as he likely grasped the gravity of the situation. Addressing the guard captain, he said, "This is my brother. Do you not feel a tad uncomfortable in your current position? Would you prefer a change of scenery?" Upon hearing Fatty's words, the guard captain quickly responded, "Officer Hu, it was my grave error not to recognize your stature. I implore you and Brother Lin Yin not to hold my foolishness against me. My sincerest apologies, Brother Lin Yin and Brother He Long. I only acted out of concern for safety." Lin Yin patted Fatty on the shoulder and remarked, "Enough, Fatty, I do not wish to cause a commotion." Understanding Lin Yin's intent, Fatty instructed his subordinates to swiftly escort Lin Yin to the central area to reunite with his family, agreeing to meet later that evening. Naturally, Fatty would not let the guard captain off lightly. He not only lost his position but was also demoted to a common guard, receiving 20 lashes for his greed and corruption, as he had been known to extort benefits from various teams. Much to the discontent of many, the new guards were loyal to Fatty, ensuring a significant improvement in the shelter's environment. After entering the sanctuary, Lin Yin arranged a meeting time with He Long before following Fatty's men to meet his grandparents. The shelter in B City was considerably larger than that in H City, accommodating a greater number of inhabitants. However, the outermost layer was still populated by common civilians and ordinary ability users, resulting in a vast area where each individual received very little space. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, having even a small foothold was a blessing. Who would quibble over the quality of their circumstances? Venturing further inward led to areas occupied by more capable ability users and individuals of higher status, where the living conditions improved significantly. Here, residents often needed to work or form teams to contribute to the shelter's welfare in order to secure their positions. He Long resided in this area, busy submitting and exchanging resources he had procured, thus unable to accompany Lin Yin. That day, someone was to be relocated from this vicinity, the former guard captain, who, having lost his rank, could no longer reside here and would be relegated to the outer layer. Unbeknownst to Lin Yin, the captain's new life in the outer layer would likely be harsher than that of a commoner. How would those he had oppressed respond? Would they extend a helping hand or revel in his misfortune? It was evident that many chose the latter, while others opted to remain indifferent, just as the majority had during Lin Yin's own ordeal at the entrance. Deeper within lay the third area, primarily inhabited by mid-level leaders of the shelter and formidable ability users known as guardians. Most residents of this zone were exempt from labor, as their roles involved either the daily management of the shelter or its protection. Consequently, their families also enjoyed this privilege, resulting in a smaller population and more spacious accommodations, often resembling villas. Chapter 132. Homecoming. Lin Yin's grandparents, along with Fatty's family, resided in this area. Fatty had taken great care to ensure the safety of Lin Yin's family, selecting 2 nearby locations for their protection, allowing him to respond promptly in case of emergencies. Beyond this zone lay the fourth and fifth areas, accessible only to high-ranking officials such as the shelter's director and elders, making their numbers even more sparse. The fifth area represented the core of the shelter, situated at its center, with the other four zones encircling it like concentric circles, culminating in the command tower. This command tower was not a traditional tower but rather a tall, cylindrical structure resembling a large chimney, from which all critical orders were issued. Its design evoked comparisons to both a television tower and a smokestack, leading the populace to refer to it simply as the command tower. Upon entering the third area, Lin Yin felt a surge of excitement. The streets here were far superior to those in the previous two zones, spacious, clean, and evidently well-maintained. Guided by one of Fatty's attendants, he soon arrived at the doorstep of his current home, his heart brimming with anticipation. As the attendant prepared to knock, Lin Yin halted him, saying, "Allow me. You have delivered me safely, you may return now, thank you." The attendant was taken aback by Lin Yan's unexpected kindness in this dystopian world. Such gestures were rare, and the earlier incident at the shelter's entrance had led him to believe Lin Yin was difficult to approach. Now, however, he had completely revised his initial assessment. "Mr. Lin Yin, you are too gracious. Should you require anything further, please do not hesitate to contact me." Lin Yin nodded, acknowledging understood. "Thank you." He stepped forward and rang the doorbell. After a brief moment, his grandmother opened the door. Upon seeing Lin Yin, she could hardly believe her eyes. "Xiao Yin, you have finally returned." "Yes, I have returned. How are you all?" "Rest assured, we are all well. Your classmates have taken excellent care of us. Though your grandfather was quite shaken during the last incident and is still recovering. But do not worry, he is fine now." Immediately, Lin Yan's grandmother urged, "Come in quickly. This time, you must stay." "And who is this young lady? She can't possibly be my granddaughter-in-law, can she? She seems far too young." Ling Ling felt speechless at the comment, sensing that she had been misunderstood throughout their journey and was becoming increasingly exasperated. "No, Grandma, it's not what you think. This is my little sister. You're making her feel embarrassed." Grandma chuckled. "Did you not part ways with Wei Wei? You should find someone soon. Your grandfather and I are eagerly awaiting a grandchild." Elderly folks often had such expectations, especially since Lin Yin was their only descendant. Lin Yan's grandfather lay on the sofa, his leg wrapped in thick bandages. Upon seeing this, Lin Yin swiftly inquired, "What happened? Why are you bandaged?" "Oh, it's nothing, I merely took a tumble while trying to escape from H-City. Had it not been for your classmates' assistance, I might not have been here today." Chapter 133. The command tower. Lin Yin was taken aback to learn of all these recent tribulations. With Fatty's support, he felt free to venture out without worry. Although Lin Yin longed to remain with his family, he understood that staying too long might inadvertently cause trouble for the shelter and potentially jeopardize his loved ones. He was acutely aware that since fate had sent the tempest and the deluge, it was likely to send more challenges his way. After a lengthy conversation with his family, Lin Yin naturally decided to spend the night at home. It was the first time in a long while that he felt truly at peace, sleeping soundly. The following morning, Lin Yin awoke from his slumber. After a simple breakfast at home, he stepped outside, as he had an appointment with Fatty that day. Arriving at the base of the command tower, Lin Yin noticed people around him whispering, "Look, look, it's him, the one from yesterday at the entrance. Yes, that's him. He knows our officer who, and their relationship seems rather significant. I heard the captain was replaced last night and was forced to move out. Before he even settled in, he was beaten up. I wonder who did that. It's him. How peculiar. Even in this day and age, he carries two swords, as if he were ready for a brawl. Don't underestimate those swords. I heard that when he drew one, several people close by were injured, and a number of them collapsed on the spot. Quite impressive. Really? So formidable? No wonder he knows our officer who." Lin Yin chose to ignore the murmurs, feeling quite exasperated. How had things become so exaggerated? It seemed to echo the adage about rumors spreading wildly. He feared that countless versions of the story would emerge over time. Soon, Lin Yin arrived at Fatty's office. Upon entering, he found Fatty brewing coffee. "Come, try this. It's premium coffee. I hear we received a significant supply this time, so they shared some with us." Lin Yin, who had a fondness for good coffee, noted that quality coffee was bitter while inferior brews tasted overly sweet. "No need. You enjoy it yourself. But truly, thank you for accommodating my family so well." Fatty waved his hand dismissively, saying, "No need for such formalities. We are brothers. Your affairs are my affairs, especially since you saved my family." Who else would I help if not you? Also, why not stay here and help me out? I could even arrange a position for you. What do you think? Lin Yin was completely open with the fatty, sharing the grievances he held against Tianyun as well as various matters concerning it. He warned the fatty to be cautious of Tianyun's human experiments, as the shelter would become a significant source of human subjects for them. What a group of beasts! The world has become so twisted, and they can still commit such atrocities. Rest assured, we are not afraid of them, I tell you. We have 2 formidable Earth-tier powerhouses and dozens of lesser Earth-tier strongmen stationed here. I am not worried they would dare to come. If they do, I will ensure they die without even knowing how. The fatty said with indignation, however, I suspect the recent disappearances of our shelter's ability users might be related to Tianyun. Chapter 134. Investigation. Lin Yin responded, that is indeed quite possible. Nevertheless, regardless of how powerful the shelter is at present, we must remain vigilant and avoid a direct confrontation with Tianyun. It seems they are reluctant to act openly, preferring to operate in the shadows. However, I fear their foundation remains robust. The 2 stewards they dispatched earlier were already Earth-tier. If they have truly grown that strong, it would be wise to temporarily avoid unnecessary conflicts with them. For the sake of my family and the shelter we painstakingly built, I will accompany the Black Dragon to scout the area. At least this way, they will not attack the shelter, of course. Lin Yin deliberately omitted all mention of Wei Wei while speaking to the fatty, for every man requires a certain dignity. The fatty pondered for a moment. Do you think our ability users might be at that Tianyun branch you mentioned? If they truly are there, rescuing them would be crucial for enhancing the shelter's strength. Lin Yin replied, I'm not entirely sure, but since they went missing here, the likelihood of them being at that branch is greater. Here's the plan. Since I'm here, I will help you. Tomorrow, have someone take me to the approximate location of the disappearances, and I will investigate to see if I can find any clues. Lin Yin's words brought great joy to the fatty, who believed that with Lin Yin's assistance, the matter would be much easier to investigate. Moreover, they had obtained vital information about Tianyun's branch. In that case, I will dispatch several experts tomorrow to specifically check out the Tianyun branch you mentioned. Who knows, we might just be able to rescue them. Even if Tianyun comes, we will have plenty of experts at our disposal. Lin Yin wanted to say something but ultimately only cautioned, whoever you send, make sure to be careful. There's a fellow named Ding from Tianyun, extremely powerful and capable of concealing his presence. Ensure their safety. I will rendezvous with them after my investigation. After Lin Yin departed, the fatty felt a weight lift from his heart. For the past few days, this issue had loomed over him like a heavy stone, disrupting his ability to eat or sleep peacefully. The stronger the shelter grew, the more resources it could access, and losing even a single ability user was a significant setback. Not to mention, the loss of a civilian was no small matter either. Just one person was needed to operate his power generation equipment, and without them, the process would become arduous, let alone the primary task of ability users, which was to venture out and search for supplies. The fatty promptly arranged for 2 familiar ability users to guide Lin Yin to the site of the incident, while also dispatching 2 lesser Earth-tier experts to scout the area surrounding the Tianyun branch. He repeatedly emphasized the need for caution and to wait for Lin Yin before taking any action. That night, the 2 lesser Earth-tier experts stealthily left the shelter under the cover of darkness, heading towards Tianyun's branch in City B. Meanwhile, Lin Yin and the others decided to set off early the next day to assess the situation and clarify the circumstances. Lin Yin's decision to assist the fatty stemmed primarily from their close friendship. It was only natural to help a brother in need. Moreover, considering the fatty's attentive care for his own family, Lin Yin felt compelled to do everything in his power to support him. Chapter 135. Lingling's Dilemma. Later that evening, Lin Yin explained the situation to his grandparents, informing them that he would be aiding the fatty in an investigation, assuring them that there was no danger involved. Lin Yin's grandparents were very supportive, believing that since the fatty had helped their family immensely, if Lin Yin could lend a hand, it would be ideal. Yet, how could the elderly couple not worry? After all, Lin Yin was their only heir, and they urged him repeatedly to prioritize his safety and to return if he encountered any danger, imploring him not to be reckless. Under normal circumstances, Lin Yin would have found his grandparents' concern rather tedious and would have grown impatient, but today was different. He understood that his time with them was limited, and he wished for everything to remain unchanged. Ultimately, it was only when one was with their family that they could truly feel the warmth of love. With tears welling in his eyes, Lin Yin reassured them, "Don't worry. Don't you know? Your grandson is quite formidable now. Have you forgotten how powerful I was back in our village? I am much stronger than before. Besides, if I weren't the strongest here, would the fatty have asked me for help? He is my best brother, and what does that signify? It means I am more powerful than anyone else here. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, his grandparents suddenly turned their attention to Lingling, exclaiming, "Our Lin Yan is such a good boy, so exceptional. He treats girls so well and is immensely powerful." It was as if they were trying to find Lin Yan a wife. Lingling was taken aback by the elderly couple's remarks, unsure of how to respond. Although she had no interest in anyone other than Lin Yan, he insisted that she showcase her qualities in front of his grandparents, which left her feeling exceedingly frustrated. With no other choice, Lingling could only respond vaguely, thinking, could a sword spirit like herself truly develop a marital relationship with her master? One was human, the other a spirit of all things. How could they possibly be the same? If anyone else were to pursue her so relentlessly, she would certainly draw her sword and strike them down. Yet with Lin Yan, while she wouldn't draw her sword, she wouldn't hesitate to give him a good thrashing either. Suddenly, Lin Yan recalled the Zhanlu sword spirit, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. It was a verbose spirit that spoke in flowery language and was incapable of coherent speech. Now, she had to deal with her master's family, which made Lingling feel quite distressed. Meanwhile, in the Kunlun Immortal realm, the Mu family was thrown into chaos. First, a messenger had gone missing, and now the family head's beloved daughter had vanished a month prior without anyone in the family noticing. However, this was not entirely their fault. The Mu family's daughter had always been the apple of the family head's eye. Though she wasn't as willful as a typical young lady, she had always desired to venture outside. A month ago, she had persistently demanded to go out to play, and though the family head did not acquiesce, she ultimately threatened her maid and ran away. The maid continued to bring her meals daily, and initially, the family had not suspected anything amiss. However, as time passed, doubts arose, but the family head believed it was simply a matter of her being upset over his refusal. The recent disappearance of the messenger had terrified the maid, prompting her to urgently inform the family head of the situation. Chapter 136. The missing young lady of the Mu family. How could you assist the young lady in escaping? You infuriate me. This is rebellion. Do you think I have treated you too well? Seize her and drag her out. Let the family law take its course until she reveals the whereabouts of the young lady. The Mu family head was now at the peak of his anger. At that moment, Madame Mu interjected, "Wait. Tell me where the young lady has gone. I assure you, if you speak, I will protect you. But if you remain silent, the Mu family will certainly find her. And do you think you will survive?" The maid trembled as she asked, "Is that true, madam?" The young lady had threatened her, claiming that if she revealed anything, the Mu family would expel her. Madame Mu reassured her, "Do not worry. As long as you speak, I will ensure you are unharmed." Only then did the maid divulge, the young lady went to City H, and after arguing with the family head, she planned to leave on her own, forbidding anyone from following her. However, Madame Mu's demeanor turned cold as she declared, "Seize this maid who allowed the young lady to escape and send her to the punishment hall. Let them deal with her as they see fit." The maid was taken aback, realizing that the punishment hall typically dealt with those who betrayed the Mu family or committed heinous acts. It was easy to imagine what fate awaited her there, and it was said that those who ended up in that hall were no better than dead. "Madam, please spare me. You promised not to kill me. You promised to let me continue serving the young lady." The maid's pleas grew fainter. The family head was now in a predicament. The four great families had an agreement that none could interfere in matters concerning District C, including when the Lin family developed Tianyun. They only dared to operate in District M. Now, however, their own young lady had ventured into District CS City H, although it wasn't too far away. Did he really want to send someone there? What was the situation like outside the immortal realm at present? That, indeed, could spell doom. Sending forth the weaker factions proves futile, while dispatching the stronger ones may soon alert the four great clans. In such a scenario, the Lin family may find themselves in a precarious position, as the focus of the envoy's ire will undoubtedly be directed at them. The Lin family will require the support of the Mu family. But what of the other two clans? My dear, what do you believe we ought to do at this juncture? We cannot simply leave our daughter unattended in such tumultuous times. What shall we do if danger were to befall her? The head of the family feels utterly powerless at this moment. The matriarch, however, suggested that we temporarily refrain from taking action As the entire Kunlun Immortal realm is currently in disarray, I sense that this situation is likely orchestrated by Tianyun. Though we lack substantial evidence, for now, we must wait. Dispatching individuals to investigate could lead to our intentions being discovered by other families. If Tianyun were to catch wind of our endeavors, the consequences would be dire. But she is my daughter. I cannot simply stand by as she suffers in such chaotic circumstances where danger lurks at every corner. The head of the family remains deeply troubled. Is she not my flesh and blood? Yet, should you insist on pursuing her, the outcome may very well culminate in our total ruin at the hands of the Mu family. Given our daughter's capabilities, I believe she is safe on her own. If indeed trouble arises, it is too late to send someone now. We must first address the immediate concerns before considering further action. Besides, she knows how to find her way back. Chapter 137. Intelligence at the break of dawn the following day. Lin Yin set out with several individuals sent by the Corpulent One. Concurrently, the Corpulent One began reaching out to other shelters to exchange existing intelligence. These other shelters, too, were aware of the situation regarding Tianyun, albeit only to a limited extent, and most of their knowledge pertained to Tianyun's branches rather than the headquarters. A delicate relationship exists among the shelters. It is clear that they are united on the front lines, all striving for survival. Furthermore, trade among the shelters remains quite frequent. For instance, shelters abundant in oil may trade their resources for food and other supplies from others. However, the intricacies of their relationships arise from the limited availability of resources. Should a particular area be depleted by the shelter in City B, other shelters arriving later will find only remnants, if anything at all. To mitigate such occurrences, the shelters have delineated their respective territories. Yet, can conflicts truly be avoided where these territories intersect? Incursions happen frequently, leading to regular skirmishes. When the higher-ups convene, they exchange pleasantries and apologies, but upon returning to their shelters, some incite their subordinates to encroach upon others' territories. As resources are scarce, after exchanging information, the Corpulent One found the useful insights rather limited, for each shelter is unlikely to share all its intelligence, lest it lose its bargaining power. From this exchange, he gleaned several crucial points. First, Tianyun does not have a presence in every city. Rather, its branches are primarily located in key urban areas. Second, some branches of Tianyun appear to have a cooperative relationship with certain shelters, even providing protection. Third, the strength of Tianyun as perceived by other shelters is notably weaker, often inferior to that of the shelters themselves. A sense of conspiracy began to dawn upon the Corpulent One. Lin Yan's observations must hold some truth, for there was no reason for Lin Yan to deceive himself. The other branches would not engage in charitable acts without ulterior motives, suggesting that their collaboration with the shelters is driven by hidden agendas. The Corpulent One muttered to himself that it seems prudent to investigate Tianyun thoroughly. It is likely far more complex than it appears on the surface. In the outskirts of City B, Lin Yin and his companions arrived at the location where a small team had previously gone missing. The area bore clear signs of battle, with numerous infected corpses and extensive scorch marks scattered about. Lin Yin inquired whether the missing team had a fire affinity ability user among them. One of the accompanying individuals promptly checked the records, for this was the only team that had reported their location prior to their disappearance. Upon reviewing the data, the worker informed Lin Yin that the team indeed included a fire affinity user, whose ability was notably a fireball technique, classified as a ranged attack, yet their strength was merely that of a high-ranking first star. Lin Yin sensed that if this individual possessed only high-ranking first-star abilities, their simple fireball should not have been capable of causing such widespread scorching. Chapter 138. The Shelter's Mysterious Confidence. Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that the conditions here were not left by our ability users? Lin Yin affirmed, stating, indeed, a high-ranking first star could ignite nearby vegetation, yet observe the extensive burn marks on the surrounding road. Given the limitations of such an ability, it is improbable that they could have caused this. Furthermore, the burn patterns on the ground do not resemble those produced by fireballs. They resemble the work of serpentine flames, indicating that this is beyond the capabilities of our ability users. Does this mean that Tianyun is indeed responsible? The frustration was palpable. We have no grievances with them. How could they perpetrate such an act? Lin Yin contemplated for a moment before responding. It is premature to draw conclusions. We can only surmise that Tianyun is the primary suspect. However, the branch I encountered in City B did not possess any fire affinity users. Logically, other branches should not be returning to City Beat. It appears that Tianyun operates with great secrecy. Then, Mr. Lin, could it be that others are involved? One of the subordinates queried. Lin Yin shook his head, asserting that the likelihood was minimal. If others were indeed involved, their motive would likely be material gain. Yet, as you can see, there is no significant depletion of resources here, indicating that the attackers were not driven by such desires. Moreover, if others were responsible, they would have simply eliminated the team. However, there are no bodies present, suggesting that the most plausible scenario is that they either abducted the individuals or removed their remains. While we cannot entirely rule out the involvement of others, the probability is exceedingly low. The accompanying subordinate promptly reported their findings back to the shelter via radio. The corpulent one, upon hearing this, let out a deep sigh. The urge to mobilize forces against Tianyun's branch in City B was overwhelming. To eradicate this source of malevolence, he also communicated through radio to relay their surveillance of Tianyun's branch, enabling them to regroup and assess the situation that, if feasible, he would submit a request to higher authorities. Lin Yin and his group resolved to gather resources before proceeding to the rendezvous point to ascertain Tianyun's current state. In truth, Lin Yin was not in favor of launching an immediate attack on Tianyun's branch, as their underlying strength remained unclear. Provoking Tianyun could lead to retaliation against the shelter. Lin Yin advocated for a thorough understanding of the situation, fostering alliances with other shelters to collectively challenge Tianyun. This way, should Tianyun consider retaliatory actions, they would have to weigh the risks of facing multiple shelters simultaneously. As they journeyed, the group engaged in discussions regarding Tianyun's circumstances. Most individuals from the shelter had never heard of Tianyun, finding it a completely alien concept. They believed Tianyun to be akin to bandits or mountain thieves, merely individuals unwilling to accept the shelter's governance. They perceived no significant threat, even feeling that sending a capable individual from the shelter would suffice to deal with Tianyun. Lin Yin, having encountered Tianyun firsthand, understood the gravity of the situation. Although he was unaware of the elders' capabilities within the shelter, he recognized that a direct confrontation with Tianyun could yield unfavorable outcomes, potentially revealing that they were not truly their match. Soon enough, Lin Yin and his party arrived at the meeting point, where the surveillance personnel, upon seeing Lin Yan's arrival, hastily called out, "Mr. Lin, you must come quickly. Something is amiss." Chapter 139. Re-entering Tianyun, Lin Yin hurried forward to inspect Tianyun's City B branch. That moment, there were no signs of human activity. Only a few infected individuals wandered aimlessly. "Mr. Lin, director who has dispatched us to monitor this location, but we arrived yesterday and have yet to witness any comings or goings. Not even a significant number of infected." The head of the surveillance team addressed Lin Yin. "Are you certain this is the correct place?" Lin Yin nodded affirmatively. "I am certain, but I am perplexed as to why it has come to this. When I last visited, there were guards stationed outside, and there was a considerable presence within. At the very least, I should have seen researchers entering and exiting." Lin Yin too was puzzled as to why Tianyun's branch had devolved to such a state. Surely, they had amassed significant research results. To abandon it all would be a grievous loss. "I will proceed to investigate further and discern the situation. You all may remain here," he instructed the team. The task of infiltration is best accomplished with as few individuals as possible to minimize the risk of detection. The responsible party turned to Lin Yin and said, "Mr. Lin, this is not permissible. When we departed, Commander Hu specifically instructed us to ensure your safety and to avoid putting you in any peril. Therefore, we have a highly skilled ability user well suited for reconnaissance. Let him take the lead, as he might uncover something of significance." Lin Yin shook his head, responding, "You are unfamiliar with the interior. I shall proceed alone. If discovered by the forces of Tianyun, an ordinary person would find it exceedingly difficult to cope. Particularly that shadow. Its ambush capabilities are formidable." At that moment, the shadow stationed at headquarters sneezed and rubbed his nose, pondering, "Who is thinking of me? Could it be some young lady?" The leader maintained a resolute stance, insisting, "Even if others do not accompany you, I must follow, Mr. Lin. After all, I am a small tier 3-star ability user, quite formidable in my own right, and as the leader of the shelter action team, it is my duty to guarantee your safety. I cannot allow you to enter without my presence. Only then shall I feel at ease." Unable to counter the determination of the action team leader, Lin Yin acquiesced, permitting him to accompany him inside. After preparing, Lin Yin and the leader set forth, leaving the others behind to monitor the situation outside and provide updates. Stealthily, Lin Yin and the action team leader infiltrated the Tianyun branch in City B. Discovering that the base's main entrance was wide open, with no guards in sight, there was not a single soul to be found. Lin Yin resolved to start his investigation from the ground level. Relying on his memory, he made his way to several laboratories, only to find them devoid of anything but some animal carcasses and various containers. After a thorough search, yielding no discoveries and no signs of life, Lin Yin decided to explore the innermost room. This chamber lay within the laboratory, which he had not previously entered. Thus, he had not encountered it before. Cautiously, Lin Yin opened the door, revealing an astonishing sight, an opulent space resembling a palace, complete with a large screen that, though currently dark, did not detract from the grandeur. Lin Yin surmised that his every move was likely under surveillance here, with only a slight command to refrain from taking lethal action. After concluding his exploration of the ground level, Lin Yin opted to delve into the underground base, confident that it concealed numerous items that could not have been entirely evacuated in such a short time. Together with the action team leader, he cautiously descended into the subterranean facility of Tianyun's branch in City B. Unlike his previous visit, where dim lighting offered some visibility, this time the darkness was absolute, as if it consumed all light. The action team leader, well-equipped, promptly produced 2 night vision devices. With these tools, navigating the darkness posed no challenge. However, the previously illuminated lights were now extinguished. Soon, Lin Yin arrived at the square where he had first encountered Ling Ling's other half-soul. Now, the square was stripped of all but a few crates. Mr. Lin, these boxes contained discarded syringes. It seems experiments were indeed conducted here, the action team leader remarked, using his baton to pry open a crate. After inspecting its contents, he continued, if memory serves, deeper within lies the laboratory where the majority of human trials were conducted. Be prepared for what you might encounter. Lin Yin reassured the action team leader. Rest assured, I have come fully prepared. As they ventured deeper, Ling Ling, residing within the realm of myriad possibilities, cautioned Lin Yin through their mental connection, be careful. I sense something ahead. Stay safe. Ling Ling, having grown weary of inquiries in recent days, had retreated into the sword's body for a period of contemplation. Lin Yin swiftly drew his Qixing Longyuan sword. Although much of the blood crystal had been extracted by Tianyun, his sensory abilities remained somewhat limited. While his spatial powers could exert some influence, they would not play a pivotal role. Ling Ling, however, possessed strong perceptive abilities and was less susceptible to external interference. The action team leader, noticing Lin Yan's readiness, whispered anxiously, Mr. Lin, is there something ahead? His heart raced, prepared for combat. The leader's ability was earth-based, reputed as the strongest defense within the shelter. He was confident in his capacity to withstand typical Earth-tier assaults, which justified his decision to accompany Lin Yin. We should exercise caution. There may be something unusual ahead, Lin Yin advised. They proceeded with utmost care until they heard anguished howls emanating from the innermost laboratory. The sound pierced the silence of the underground base, chilling them to the bone. Both Lin Yin and the action team leader were taken aback. The noise was undoubtedly beyond that of a mere human, and it likely did not originate from an infected being. It suggested the presence of a far more terrifying creature within. They slowed their pace, attempting to make no sound as they stealthily approached the room, keen to avoid detection by the unknown monstrosity. Upon entering the laboratory, they were met with the sight of lifeless ability users hanging from the walls, their bodies cold, as they peered further inside. Lin Yin and the action team leader were rendered speechless. They beheld a colossal figure, approximately 2 meters tall, covered in protrusions resembling muscle. One arm was disproportionately large, while the other bore appendages akin to tentacles dragging on the ground. Its back was riddled with tubes, the liquid within now stagnant. Upon recognizing the creature's face, Lin Yin was shocked to find that he knew this individual, the very one who had conducted experiments that day. It appeared he had undergone a transformation due to the fusion of ability user and infected serum within his body. The action team leader signaled for a hasty retreat, for the creature's combat capabilities were unknown, and it was evident that Tianyun had vacated the premises. Engaging with this monstrosity could prove fatal. Understanding the leader's intent, Lin Yin began to move silently towards the exit. However, at that moment, the creature's eyes glowed red, and it unleashed a thunderous roar directed at Lin Yin and the action team leader, charging forward. The cacophony of shattering tubes echoed as they fell away. the creature's thrashing evoking its primal rage. The action team leader quickly deployed his abilities, raising an earthen wall to obstruct the creature's advance. Yet, as the monster broke free from its restraints, it crashed into the wall with such force that it cracked but did not collapse entirely. Mr. Lin, we must flee. This creature possesses extraordinary power. Let us exit, where it cannot unleash its full strength, the action team leader urged, clearly impressed by the beast's might. They began to sprint towards the exit of the base, the creature trailing behind, maintaining a steady pace. Soon, they burst forth from the subterranean facility of Tianyun's branch. At the entrance, the action team leader erected another earthen barrier and prepared a sharp projectile, ready to strike if necessary. Meanwhile, those monitoring above were left bewildered, questioning whether there was a formidable presence within. If such a strong entity existed, they should have retreated immediately. Why then were they making such preparations? It seemed as though someone lay in ambush. At that moment, a massive hand of the creature struck the earthen wall, creating a significant breach that aligned perfectly with the monster's face. At this instant, the team leader hurled a soil attribute spike towards the creature's visage. Upon the spike's contact with the monster, its other hand, now transformed into a tentacle, intercepted the projectile, which plunged deeply into the appendage, eliciting a mournful wail from the beast. Lin Yen was astonished to discover that this creature retained a semblance of consciousness, or perhaps merely a basic instinct for self-preservation, as it instinctively sought to shield its vulnerable areas. However, the creature's anguished cries attracted the surrounding infected individuals, prompting Lin Yen and the team leader to temporarily retreat from the fray. They were reluctant to contend with the monster on one front, while simultaneously fending off the attacks of the infected. Yet, the encroaching infected divided into two factions. One surged towards Lin Yen and the team leader, while the other charged at the creature. Lin Yen realized that this monster did not belong to the infected. Had it been one of them, they would not have attacked it. Thus, this creature existed as a distinct entity. Lin Yen effortlessly dealt with the infected, while the monster struggled against its assailants. Although its attacks were powerful, they were not swift, displaying no inclination to evade the onslaught, resulting in several infected swarming to gnaw at it. Amidst its assault on the infected, the creature emitted painful howls. Lin Yen was poised to end the monster's suffering, but the team leader restrained him, asserting that given the current circumstances, a confrontation with the creature was inevitable. The infected were inadvertently aiding them. They would wait a moment before engaging, as immediate action would be detrimental. Though Lin Yen had shed his former benevolence, he could not entirely suppress his guilt. Had he saved them at the time, perhaps this suffering could have been averted. Finally, the creature dispatched the last of the infected nearby, but its movements had noticeably slowed, suggesting it was nearing exhaustion. This moment presented the most opportune time for Lin Yen and the team leader to strike. The team leader was the first to act, launching energy-infused soil blocks at the creature, which penetrated the monster's hardened exterior, spilling dark crimson blood. The creature retaliated by whipping its tentacle towards the team leader, moving with alarming speed and force. The team leader swiftly erected an earthen wall for defense. Upon the tentacle's collision with the wall, it crumbled, but the creature's appendage was also deflected. However, the tentacle quickly adjusted its trajectory, aiming once more at the team leader, who realized he lacked the time to build another wall and instead concentrated the remaining soil energy in his hands, bracing for the impending strike. The team leader's combat experience was considerable. He adeptly devised the most advantageous course of action within a mere instant. Just then, Lin Yen sprang into action, wielding the Qixing Longyuan as he dashed toward the team leader's position. Lin Yen infused his sword with qi, and in an instant, the Qixing Longyuan emitted a resonant dragon roar. Though not thunderous, it was imbued with authority, akin to a true dragon descending upon the world. The creature instinctively recoiled at the sound, yet could not retract its tentacle once unleashed. Lin Yen swung the Qixing Longyuan at the creature's appendage, severing it cleanly, causing a torrent of red-black liquid to pour forth, accompanied by a foul stench. The creature, in pain, turned to flee towards the underground base. The team leader interjected, insisting they could not allow the monster to escape, for it would inevitably become a scourge to others. Wounding it today would ensure it bore a grudge, potentially leading to future assaults on humanity. Simultaneously, the team leader beckoned others who had been observing from the hill to assist in vanquishing the creature. As the monster neared the entrance to the underground base, which lay shrouded in darkness, It appeared undeterred by the gloom. Its eyes seemed adapted to the lack of light, yet peculiarly, it also thrived in the harsh sunlight that awaited outside. If the creature were allowed to retreat into the underground base, eliminating it later would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, it was imperative to confront it in the plaza. The team leader hastily summoned his powers to seal the entrance with earthen walls, erecting 3 barriers. At this juncture, he crouched, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, clearly exhausted from the exertion, having temporarily lost the capacity to fight. These 3 earthen walls effectively impeded the creature's progress, despite its fervent attempts to shatter them. Lin Yin, clutching the Qixing Longyuan, charged forth. Lin Yin sought an opponent of this caliber, one capable of exerting pressure upon him, allowing his swordsmanship to flourish through practical application rather than being confined to mindless infected or predictable maneuvers. He aimed a strike at the creature's head, prompting it to raise its enormous arm in defense. The clash resonated like metal striking metal, yet the monster's arm sustained a grievous wound, revealing white bone beneath. Devoid of blood, a testament to its formidable defensive capabilities. Although it had blocked Lin Yan's strike, the creature cried out in pain, clearly inclined to distance itself from him. Lin Yin comprehended the creature's predicament. It likely retained the most rudimentary form of thought, unlike the infected, who had lost all cognition. Its actions mirrored those of an animal, perceiving the underground base as its lair, and Lin Yin along with the team leader as intruders. Following the instincts of a beast, it sought to expel the invaders. This creature could feel pain, knew to guard its vital areas, and even recognized when to flee if overmatched. It had regressed to a primal state. Understanding this, Lin Yin resolved to alleviate the creature's suffering. Lin Yan's gaze hardened with determination. At that moment, the onlookers finally arrived, and Lin Yin gestured for them to remain back, assuring them he would handle the situation. The newcomers, witnessing the unfolding scenario, looked to the team leader, their superior. The team leader instructed them to heed Lin Yan's command, asserting that his abilities far surpassed theirs. He elaborated that Lin Yan's recent strike, seemingly ordinary, was likely beyond their capacity to withstand. Others, however, expressed skepticism, questioning the efficacy of merely severing a tentacle. The team leader shook his head, emphasizing the stark difference in power. His own earth spikes had failed to penetrate the creature's defenses, while Lin Yan's strike had cleanly severed its appendage. The bone exposed within the creature's arm was likely of extraordinary resilience, explaining its capacity to use it as a shield. A collective gasp escaped the group. They were well aware of their leader's capabilities, renowned for his unparalleled defense, which stemmed from a multitude of defensive techniques. Yet, his offensive methods were somewhat limited. A singular but potent attack could yield substantial results. They recognized that while the team leader's earth spikes appeared weak, they contained significant energy, challenging for most mutants to withstand. The creature, however, had withstood them with little damage, showcasing its defensive prowess and, by extension, underscoring Lin Yan's formidable offensive strength. One member remarked that despite Lin Yan's exceptional swordsmanship, he did not appear to possess any supernatural abilities, raising concerns about his safety. The team leader shot him a glare. Urging him to silence his doubts, he urged them to sense the truth. Lin Yan's power likely surpassed their own, as evidenced by the faint aura of energy enveloping his sword, suggesting he might possess metal attributes. Upon observing Lin Yin once more, it became evident that the sword in his hand emanated a subtle energy fluctuation, albeit not perceptible to many. This was, in fact, a normal occurrence for them, as the sword chi attached to Lin Yin harbored a certain degree of energy. Though the majority was comprised of true chi, they could sense the energy's ripple, yet were oblivious to the true chi's presence, naturally leading them to perceive Lin Yan's prowess as rather mediocre. However, the sword's lethality was undeniably formidable. At that moment, Lin Yin unsheathed another sword, which, to the untrained eye, appeared to consist solely of the hilt, known as Chengying, a veritable shadowless sword, rendering the blade invisible to others. Striking foes in utter obscurity, Lin Yin thrust the Qixing Longyuan towards the creature's head, prompting it to hastily defend itself, while simultaneously, he aimed Chengying at the creature's heart. The monster neglected to guard against the impending assault from Chengying, focusing entirely on defending against the Qixing Longyuan aimed at its head. The creature's disregard for Chengying stemmed from its belief that the hilt posed little threat. After all, it was fortified by an armor-like structure of earth attributes upon its chest. However, The capabilities exhibited by Qixing Longyuan instilled a profound fear within the creature. To the onlookers, Lin Yan's unveiling of Qingying seemed merely the display of a hilt, lacking any remarkable qualities. Could it be that Mr. Lin intended to utilize this hilt against the monster? Surely, he had not exhausted all options. Others naturally felt a sense of trepidation for Lin Yan, considering he was an important figure to General Hu. Should any mishap occur during this outing, General Hu would undoubtedly unleash his wrath, leaving them to ponder their own fates. Yet, the leader of the action team maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Just watch. I have faith that Mr. Lin is far more complex than he appears. To us, he is akin to the vast ocean, an unfathomable expanse that we cannot begin to comprehend." As the monster's arm made contact with Qixing Longyuan, it was brutally pierced through. In that moment, the creature stared in shock at its chest, realizing that it had been impaled by the hilt. Its defenses crumbled before this weapon, rendering them as fragile as tofu. Easily punctured at that juncture, Lin Yan felt a pang of remorse for the creature. He refrained from targeting its head, recognizing that had he acted swiftly in that moment, the creature might not have existed, sparing it from the endless torment it now endured.